Immortal clan, starting with the power of the dragon and the tiger. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 101, Hunting Monsters and Capturing Immortal Officials. Su Mingxun and his team left with Su Mingshu. They first reunited at Bihan Pond with Wu Tao and Shen Qingyi, then, led by Asan, headed for the monster's location. Upon sighting it, they realized it was a lizard-like monster, over 3 feet long, with sturdy limbs. When crawling, it stood more than a man's height. Its body was covered in dark green scales, and atop its head were 3 black horns, one longer in the middle and the other shorter. Its yellow-green, vertical pupils burned like cold flames, its gaze piercing with a terrifying power that could captivate and stun. Its razor-sharp teeth, gleaming with a chilling brilliance, seemed capable of shattering gold and jade, chewing iron like molten iron. It feels stronger than Xiao Bei, probably a key training level 3 or 4 monster. The white tiger's aptitude was, after all, slightly inferior, having only reached the 2nd level. The 3 green fire eagle brothers, barely 6 months old, were already mid to late 1st level key training. Wu Tao, at the peak of the 1st level, wielded a small, black shield with a beast's head, primarily for defense. Shen Qingyi, at the 2nd level of key training, had refined a crimson flying sword and was primarily responsible for attack. The siblings Su Mingxun and Su Mingshu, one at the peak of the late Xiantian realm and the other at the perfect Xiantian realm, were unrivaled in close combat. With such a lineup, hunting down a demon beast at the 3rd or 4th level of key training would be a piece of cake. Their actions were measured and methodical. Su Mingxun and Su Mingshu were the primary attackers, while Shen Qingyi harassed with her flying sword and the white tiger swooped in from the side, each time leaving a bloody mark and ripping up bits of flesh. Whenever the 4-legged snake demon beast attempted a full-scale attack, Wu Tao would maneuver its small black shield in front of it, giving it time to distance itself. However, the demon beast was ultimately tough, and it took the group over 2 hours to wear it down. Su Mingshu wiped the sweat from her forehead. As she gazed at the gradually cooling corpse before her, she sighed. It's finally dead, but if we had a weapon powerful enough to break through its scales, or if one of us had reached the 4th level of key training, we could have killed it even faster. Zuji, why didn't you mention that if Big Brother or Yunyu were present, we could have killed it with 1 strike? Su Mingxun chuckled. Su Mingshu ignored her and continued, just like last time, dismember the scales, fangs, horn, and claws, all the materials that can be used for weapon refining, and put them away. The flesh and blood will go to Xiao Bei, Ada, and the other 3 brothers, and the bones will be kept to be polished into bone weapons. Yes, Aunt Zuji, Wu Tao and Shen Qingyi said, clasping their fists. After Su Mingxun's advice, they also knew that mortals couldn't casually consume the flesh and blood of demonic beasts. Even innate warriors had to be cautious when refining them, lest they contaminate the flesh and blood with harmful substances. However, demonic beasts and ferocious beasts can, as their digestive abilities far surpass those of humans. Frequent consumption by exotic beasts can even lead to transformation and transformation into demonic beasts. Roar cry! The white tiger bared its mouth and roared at Su Mingshu, its long, thick black tail waving like a whip, lashing out at nearby tree trunks. The 3 blue fire eagle brothers flapped their wings in the air, their cries tinged with joy. Only 2 or 3 of the remaining Xiantian realms could barely participate in the demonic beast hunt, while those below them were merely tools for carrying corpses. Behanton. Zuji, you take charge here. I'm going back to see your sister-in-law. Go ahead, Su Mingshu said, waving him off, his smug look on her face. If you're envious, find one yourself. Haha. Su Mingxun laughed heartily, and with a wind-stepping step, he vanished in a flash, leaving only the sound of his voice. Su Deziao, Su Duan, and Su Diliang walked out of the bamboo house and bowed together in greeting. And, why are you all here? When did you get here? Su Deziao said. Father said that Sister Linger has also made great progress in key training and has become a cultivator of the 1st level of key training. She is suitable for training in the mountains, so I brought her here." Su Mingshu's eyes lit up, and she walked over, touched Su Deling's head, and praised with a smile, "You are worthy of being my little genius. Practice hard and strive to leave your elder brother and second brother far behind, got it? And, since you are all here, let's watch Wu Tao and the others process the monster materials." Su Dezhao looked at the behemoth, and the murderous aura lingering around it made him tremble, but also curious, "And, next time you go hunting monsters, take me with you. I am now a peak-acquired warrior. Let's talk about it after you enter the innate realm." Su Mingshu patted his shoulder. "Anyway, with your talent, it will only take 2 or 3 months to practice hard here, okay? But you have to promise me that when I reach the Xianshan realm, you'll take me with you." "No problem." Su Mingshu wanted to rub Su Dezhao's head, but before she knew it, Su Dezhao had already grown slightly taller than her. Touching his head again felt inappropriate. Zhao is advancing so rapidly in martial arts, I guess he's naturally gifted. Perhaps he's suited to the path of cultivating immortal martial arts like his elder brother. The monster's corpse was disposed of. The flesh and blood were left there for White Tiger and Blue Fire Eagle to feast on, while the remaining materials were carried back to the Su household. Afterwards, Wu Tao, Shen Qingyi, and Su Deling practiced together, occasionally giving Su Deling advice and sharing their own experiences. The brothers Su Dezhao and Su Duan practiced boxing and techniques, either sparring with each other or with White Tiger and Blue Fire Eagle. However, Su Mingshu had always observed to prevent White Tiger and the others from injuring the brothers. Qianyuan County, Immortal Affairs Office. I've finally broken through to the 6th level of key training. Inside the quiet room, Xiao Changge let out a long breath, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, but then a trace of worry crept into his face. Qianyuan County's spiritual energy is thin, ultimately inferior to Longjiang County. Now that I've reached the 6th level of key training, I can apply to return to Longjiang County, but before that, it would be best if I could find someone to take over. However, after more than a decade, hundreds of people had been tested, yet none had the aptitude for cultivating immortality. This was the reason for the worry in his eyes. It's still inferior to the county town. But perhaps if we expand the scope, we might be able to find someone with the aptitude for cultivating immortality. With this thought, Xiao Changge stood up and walked out of the quiet room, entering the main hall of the Immortal Affairs Office. He whispered, "Someone come in." His voice was quiet, but it was clearly heard by the guard outside. Immediately, a figure entered, standing a foot away from him, bowed respectfully, and said, "Master Immortal Official, what can I do for you?" The other person didn't dare to look up before Xiao Changge spoke. "Go to County Magistrate Wu and have him issue a county-wide decree. Within 5 days, the Immortal Office will conduct tests for immortal roots. No fee is required, and anyone under the age of 25 is welcome to take the test, regardless of social status. Anyone selected will receive 100 acres of fertile land for their family and be exempted from taxes and labor for 10 years. Upon hearing this news, the Yamen runner trembled slightly, a look of disbelief in his eyes. "Yes, Immortal Official," the runner looked up. "Also, be sure to have County Magistrate Wu spread the news to all villages in Qianyuan County today." "Yes." The runner immediately went to the county government office and informed them of Xiao Changge's order. County Magistrate Wu was deeply puzzled by this news. From his past dealings with Xiao Changge, he knew he wasn't a fair and honest man. Did Immortal Official Xiao explain why this is so? County Magistrate Wu asked curiously, looking at the runner before him. His hair and beard were white, and he was nearly 70 years old, but as a congenital warrior, he remained energetic. The Yamen runner shook his head. "I don't know." The Immortal Official simply said that the message must be spread throughout Qianyuan County, to every village and township. "Today, I understand. I'll do it immediately, then I'll take my leave." "Yes." After the runner left, County Magistrate Wu summoned the county secretary and county lieutenant. Li Zhi pondered for a moment before saying, "If it's the Immortal Official's order, there's no time to waste. I'll personally send people around Dongxi village to spread the word. The other two lords can handle it as they please." Behind Li Zhi stood the Su family. The Su family now exuded an unfathomable power, and both County Magistrate Wu and County Lieutenant Fang were extremely secretive. It was a great blessing for both families to keep their distance. As it should be, County Magistrate Wu and County Lieutenant Fang smiled faintly. "Dongxi village. Who are you?" "This is Su family property. No entry without an invitation." A patrolling guard stopped the approaching man. The entire Dongxi village had been sealed off by the Su family, its private territory, and even officials were forbidden from trespassing. I'm sent by Lord Li Zhi of the county. I have a message to convey. Please allow me to go in and report. He pulled a token from his bosom. It was the token of the Su family's guards. Nowadays, several of the county Yamen runners were from the Su family's guards, making it easier to communicate with the Su family. So you're one of us, the patrol leader said with a smile. Get out of the way and let me pass. The runner clasped his fists and said, Thank you very much. I'll meet you for a drink sometime. With that, he spurred his horse straight to the Su family's gate. After entering the main hall and waiting for a moment, he saw Su Mingwei approaching from outside with a swift, majestic gait. Greetings, head of the family. He quickly knelt on one knee. There's no need for that. You're a government official now, Su Mingwei said calmly after taking a seat. Once a servant of the Su family, always a servant of the Su family. Moreover, without the Su family, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Get up. Yes, master, tell me, what does Li Zhi want you to convey? This is a letter from Lord Li Zhi. Su Mingwei took it, opened it, and glanced at it. His brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed again, and he fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said to the Yamen runner, I've learned about this matter. Please return and report. Yes, master. The Yamen runner didn't linger long. After all, he had official business to attend to, and he couldn't neglect his duties. Come here, master, what are your orders? A servant approached, bowing respectfully. Go and invite the second and third masters to my study. Yes, Nanshan courtyard. Su Mingwei's study. Su Mingyun and Su Mingxuan entered the study one after another. Brother, why did you call us here? Su Mingyun asked with a smile. This is the letter Li Zhi just sent. You two should take a look. Su Mingyun took it and began to read. Su Mingxuan also leaned over. What are your thoughts? Su Mingyun pondered for a moment and said, Xiao Changgyun would never do such a good deed without a reason. Perhaps he's made a breakthrough and plans to leave Qingjian County and return to Longjiang County. After all, the spiritual energy in Qingjian County is much weaker than that of the county seat. If it weren't for the spiritual gathering array set up by Yanu and our Su family, Wu Tao, Shen Qingyi, and the others would probably be even slower in their cultivation. You have a point, Su Mingwei nodded. In terms of quick thinking, Su Mingyun was unmatched in the Su family. If your guess, Yuan, is correct, then should our Su family be involved? Su Mingwei asked again. If Xiao Changgyun were still here, my Su family wouldn't be able to join due to the complexities behind it. But if he leaves, Qingjian County's Immortal office will come under our control. In a few years, we'll also be able to take over the positions of county magistrate and lieutenant. From now on, Qingjian County will truly belong to our Su family. We can also make the same plan for the surrounding counties, having Chen, Bai, and Li seek military officer positions from them. Su Mingwei nodded again, then looked at Su Mingxuan. Tan Tao, your intuition has always been the best. Would joining the Immortal office be beneficial? Zuji uses me as a lucky charm, and so do you, big brother, Su Mingxuan muttered to himself. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyun exchanged a look of mixed amusement. Don't complain. You're the only one among the five of us who has this talent. If you don't want it, wait for father to come back and see if there's a way to erase it. Su Mingyun shook his head and chuckled. Second brother, I was just joking. Su Mingxuan pondered for a moment, then said, this is feasible. After all, you can get a spirit stone every 2 months. As for the duties of an immortal official, they're not something that can only be done by an immortal cultivator. My Su family can also send people to take care of them, freeing up time for them to cultivate. Then Wu Tao and Shen Qingyi can both join the Immortal office, Su Mingwei said. Let Wu Tao join first, and after Xiao Changgyun leaves, find a time to let Shen Qingyi join, Su Mingyun suggested. Since that's the case, it's settled. Su Mingxuan immediately went to Bahantan and discussed the matter with Wu Tao. Naturally, he didn't refuse. Don't worry. Although you're young, with my Su family around, no one in Qingjiang dares to touch you. Once Xiao Changgyun leaves, you can return to Bahantan to cultivate. The Su family will take care of some of the duties of an immortal official. Thank you, third master. The next day, Su Mingxuan took Wu Tao to the Immortal office. Inside the quiet room. You said the Su family is visiting? Who are they? Xiao Changgyun opened his eyes, a look of surprise in his eyes. It's Su Mingxuan, the third master of the Su family, and an ordinary-looking boy about 14 or 15, the Yamen runner said. Su Mingxuan, an ordinary boy, let them wait in the hall. I'll be there shortly. Yes, sir. Su Mingxuan and Wu Tao were waiting in the hall. Suddenly, Xiao Changguan approached with a smile. What wind brought Brother Su here today? Su Mingxuan stood up, clasped his fists, and said, Xiao Xianguan, Your Honor, sit down and talk. The Su family was undoubtedly a colossus in Qingjiang County. Even though Xiao Changguan was devoted to cultivation, he couldn't help but learn a thing or two from the Yamen runner's gossip. Xiao Changguan swept his mind across the scene, and his pupils suddenly constricted, as if someone were pinching them. He smiled slightly. Brother Su is quite powerful. According to the realm of a warrior, he should be not far from the innate perfection. Brother Xiao is worthy of being an immortal cultivator. You have great magical powers. Nothing can escape your eyes. Haha, Brother Su is so polite. Just say it if you have something to say, Su Mingxuan said. Wu Tao, come and meet Immortal Official Xiao. Wu Tao meets Immortal Official Xiao. Well, Immortal Cultivator? Casual Cultivator, Xiao Changguan blurted out with surprise in his eyes. Wu Tao was recruited by my Su family. He's been practicing at my house for the past 2 years and has barely reached the first level of key training. So, I'd like to ask Brother Xiao to join the Immortal Affairs Bureau. What are his aptitude? Just the worst kind of pseudo-spiritual roots. That's okay. Just focus on your training. Xiao Changguan twirled his beard and smiled slightly. Brother Su, I'll definitely give you my respect. But the first level of key training is still a bit low. Whether you can succeed depends on luck. Su Mingxuan smiled, took out 30,000 taels of silver, tapped his fingers on the coffee table, and said, I absolutely can't let you, Xiao Xianguan, work in vain. Xiao Changguan's smile grew even wider. It was like someone had brought me a pillow when I was sleepy. I could leave peacefully this time, and I even made a fortune before leaving. Wonderful. Chapter 102 The Wu family's worries. The Su family also favored individuals like Xiao Changguan, who were willing to pay for services without being overly greedy. 7 or 8 days later, Wu Tao's appointment as an immortal official arrived. A few days later, Xiao Changguan informed Wu Tao that he would be leaving Qingjiang County and returning to Longjiang County. Senior Xiao, are you leaving Qingjiang now? I've only just joined, and I still have many things to ask you, Wu Tao said, a worried look on his face, clasping his fists. But what he was thinking was, it's exactly as Third Master expected. Qingjiang County is blessed with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. I, Xiao, would like to stay longer, but my family's orders force me to return. If you ever visit Longjiang, please come to me at the Xiao family, and I'll treat you warmly. Everything the Immortal Office has left is yours. You'll receive a monthly salary of 1 spirit stone every 2 months. With dedicated cultivation, you can reach my current level. That day, Xiao Changguan flew away from Qingjiang County on his sword. It wasn't until Wu Tao sent a bailiff to the county magistrate that Magistrate Wu and the others learned of the news. The county magistrate is Li Zhi of the Su family, and the Immortal Affairs Office is now controlled by cultivators recruited by the Su family. It truly is the Su family's destiny. Magistrate Wu was filled with deep emotion. He even felt that it wouldn't be long before he, too, would have to relinquish his position. Perhaps voluntarily abdicating would even earn him a favor. At least there was the in-law relationship. Initially, the Wu family paid no attention to this in-law, believing it could be severed at any moment. Now, however, they were carefully maintaining it, and even Wu Rushan's brothers and biological mother were highly valued by the Wu family. After all, apart from them, no one else in Dongxi could enter the Su family. Wu Rufang and his mother were only allowed in because they were close relatives of Wu Rushan. No, I'll have to have my nephew send someone to sound out the rumors. If the Su family truly intends to control the Qingjiang County bureaucracy, then it would be best for our Wu family to retreat while the tide is turning. Wu Tao, needing to maintain his presence, planned to cultivate in the Immortal Office for another half a month or so. He would then return to the Su family. This Xiao Changguan is truly a shrewd person. He said he'd leave everything to me, but aside from a quiet room so clean you could even reflect your face, what else did he leave behind? Oh no, there's even a cushion. He shook his head and chuckled, then sat cross-legged, meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a bitter look on his face, and muttered to himself, it really can't compare to the Bahantan Lake. Wu Tao thought, Perhaps he might as well shorten his stay again, returning to Bahantan Lake after only 3 to 5 days at most. He would have the Yamen runners inform the Su family if anything happened. The next day, at the Wu family's residence, the head of the Wu family shared the same concerns after being informed by the Wu County magistrate that someone from the Su family had entered the Immortal office. "Someone, go and fetch the second madam." "Yes, master." A moment later. "My dear, why did you summon me?" A middle-aged noblewoman, adorned with rich attire and splendid makeup, stepped into the hall with a gentle, graceful step. A smile on her face. She held a fan painted with butterflies fluttering against orchids, which she gently waved, adding a touch of charm. She was about 40 years old, her figure still slender, and her gaze exuded a dignified and gentle grace. This woman was Wu Russian's mother, Zheng. "You haven't seen Shaner in a long time. Do you miss her?" "Of course I do." Zheng's almond-shaped eyes lit up. "It's been years since I last saw Ginger and Ruir. I wonder how they are doing now." "Then why don't you come with me later?" said the head of the Wu family. "My dear, you have time today." Zheng was slightly surprised, but she also vaguely guessed that he had something to ask Wu Russian in person. She gently swayed her round fan, and after a moment, she bowed slightly and said, "Since my husband is so inclined, I shall certainly accompany him." The two of them, accompanied by 4 sword-wielding guards and 2 maids, rode in a carriage towards Dongxi. The carriage was stopped at the stone tablet inscribed with the name of the Su family of Dongxi. "Who is in this carriage?" The guard clasped his fists and said, "Inside this carriage are the head and second wife of the Wu family of King Jiang. They have come to visit your second master and his wife, the Wu family. Let me have someone go back and inquire. If the master wishes, I will invite you in." Zheng frowned frivolously, seeming to be displeased. "The Su family is too arrogant. They treat me this way every time I come, and now you, my husband, are treating me this way too. It's simply unheard of." "Madam, please be patient. Since the Su family has this rule, we are guests here and should abide by it." The head of the Wu family closed his eyes and rested his mind. Su family. Haitian courtyard. Su Mingyan was strolling the courtyard with Wu Russian, who is about 7 or 8 months pregnant, when a servant arrived with a report. "My father and my wife are here." Wu Russian looked at the guard in surprise. "Did they tell me why they're here?" "They just said they were here to visit my wife." Wu Russian looked at Su Mingyan. "My husband, what do you think? They're guests, and they're my father-in-law and his family. It's not right to turn them away," Su Mingyan said with a smile. "I'm not surprised my wife is here, but it's a little unusual for my father to come too. He's the head of the Wu family. Usually, only others come to visit him, but I've never seen him personally visit anyone. That just goes to show that our Su family is different now." Su Mingyan turned to the guard and said, "Let my father-in-law and his family come over." "Yes, second master." The guard immediately turned and left. Wu Russian stared at Su Mingyan's face with a hint of surprise. "Does your husband know my father's intentions?" "I have a rough idea. Did you know that Wu Tao has joined the Immortal office, and that Xiao Changyan left King Jiang yesterday?" The Su family's recruitment of immortal cultivators at Bahantan was no secret. Wu Russian had also met them several times. "So, wouldn't it mean the Qingjian County Immortal office is controlled by our Su family? Immortal officials hold greater power than military officials." "I understand. The Wu family is afraid that our Su family will covet the position of county magistrate." "Madam, you are truly intelligent. You get it instantly," Su Mingyan praised. "Then what should I say when we meet?" "Madam, just give them a subtle reminder. If the Wu family is sensible, they will cede the position of county magistrate to someone from our Su family. My eldest brother will then negotiate with them. What if they don't agree? Are we going to destroy the Wu family?" Su Mingyan raised his head and scratched his beautiful nose, chuckling. "What are you talking about, madam? How could our Su family do such a thing so easily? At most, we'll inflict some pain on them," Wu Russian pondered. Although she was devoted to martial arts, she also knew a bit about the Su family's background. Even if all the aristocratic families in Qingjian County united, they wouldn't be a match for the Su family now. Destroying any family they wanted would be a simple matter of raising their hands. It seems necessary to give them a warning or two. Wu Russian was, after all, of the Wu family. Even if her life there wasn't entirely satisfactory, she had grown up there and had some feelings for them. Blood ties couldn't be severed at will. Just like Su Yan, returning to her parents' home, things were fine at first. Now that the Su family's power was growing, they were being relegated to the sidelines by their own siblings. Without a care for their dignity, they had secretly severed their marriage ties with the Chen family. Their family in Qianyuan County was originally just an ordinary wealthy family, poorly run, and headed by an incompetent leader. They wanted to establish ties with the Su family of Dongxi, but Su Mingwei and his family wouldn't bother. With no other choice, the family relocated to Liuan County. Chen Daini was now the head of the Chen family there, and with the Su family's backing, their family had grown rapidly. Su Yan and her family came to stay. After all, she was his biological mother, so Chen Daini could only offer some support in secret. Haitian courtyard, the reception room. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, how could you not come today? I hope you can forgive me for not welcoming you, Zhang pouted. I'd be grateful if I could have a carriage and horse pass through in the future. You're too nosy, the head of the Wu family scolded. Father-in-law, there is no need to be like this. We are all family, just chat freely. But mother-in-law, let me report that my eldest brother is the head of the Su family. I must follow the rules he sets, otherwise my Su family will be in chaos. Forget it, forget it. It will only take a while. Seeing Su Mingwei was polite, Zhang naturally couldn't keep a stern face anymore. She immediately took Wu Russian's hand and said, You are pregnant again. How many children are you? Wu Russian smiled and stroked her belly gently. The third one. It's almost 8 months, that's soon. You have to be careful, there is no need for me to be like this. Shainer is now an innate warrior with the full support of my husband. Her body is not that fragile. Zhang's eyes widened when she heard this, her lips slightly opened, and the round fan in her hand fell to the ground with a clack. Innate realm? This is a joke, right, Shainer, you are innate. The head of the Wu family couldn't believe it. After all, even he hadn't reached the innate realm. The Wu family boasts 3 Xiantian masters, the Qianyuan Pavilion master, the Wu county magistrate, and a hidden Xiantian warrior, also quite old, already over 40. He had been planning to run for the position of county magistrate in a few years, once the county magistrate retired. Just then, a maid brought tea and pastries. Su Mingwei took a sip, and the head of the Wu family smiled and said, This is a happy occasion, a great one. He could discern the hidden meaning behind Wu Russian's words. Even a woman like her could cultivate to Xiantian status. The Su family's hidden power was immense, far surpassing the Wu family's. She's trying to persuade me not to act like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A chill ran down the head of the Wu family's spine. He glanced at Su Mingwei, a chill in his heart. Perhaps the only way is to fully ally myself with the Su family and become their loyal vassal. Only then will my Wu family have a place in Qianyuan in the future, but this matter was of grave importance, and it was not for him to decide alone. The Wu family had been operating in Qianyuan County for nearly 200 years. Their ancestors had worked hard to achieve what they had today. How could they easily hand it over to others? The head of the Wu family was in a panic. He no longer cared about what they talked about next, and he didn't even need to ask what he wanted to ask. Everything was clear. The entire Qianyuan would sooner or later be in the hands of the Su family. How could anyone else be allowed to snore beside my bed? If there was anyone, it could only be a family member. Soon, the head of the Wu family and Zhang left. The head of the Wu family was worried all the way, but Zhang didn't think too much about it. She kept praising her daughter for her talent. Madam, you've been a little talkative today, Su Mingwei said softly. He actually hoped that Wu Russian would subtly remind the Su family that they were interested in the position of county magistrate, rather than revealing the news. Wu Russian was startled. She walked over to him, rubbed his shoulders, and said, My husband, I'm doing this to warn my father not to oppose our Su family. After all, they are my mother's family. I naturally hope that they can live in harmony with our Su family. Su Mingwei sighed softly, grasped her delicate hand, and said, This is just one example. Thank you, my husband. Wu Russian left with the help of her maid. Su Mingwei's eyes were as calm as the abyss, and he tapped his knuckles lightly on the rosewood coffee table. After a while, he said, Come here, second master, what are your instructions? Have the people of Qianyuan secretly monitor the Wu family. If anyone from the Wu family leaves the county, report back. Yes, second master. Su Mingwei didn't worry about the Wu family joining forces with the other families in the county. But the Wu family had nearly 200 years of history and had had some minor connections with some of the aristocratic families in the county. If a force from the county capital intervened, even if the Su family was fearless, they would inevitably reveal their strength, perhaps even making their presence known to Yuhu County. The Wu family patriarch returned to the county capital. Heavy on his mind, he tossed and turned all night. The next day, he invited the Qianyuan Pavilion Master, the Wu County Magistrate, and the remaining Xianshan warrior to his study. He was the Qianyuan Pavilion Master's biological son, and therefore the Wu family patriarch's cousin. His name was Wu Zan. He had shown impressive martial arts skills since childhood and was secretly trained with all his might. He finally reached the Xianshan realm a few years ago. He hoped to surpass the Qianyuan Pavilion Master in the future, reaching the late Xianshan stage or even the perfect Xianshan stage. Patriarch, what happened earlier? County Magistrate Wu asked, breaking the silence. The Qianyuan Pavilion Master and Wu Zan looked curiously. What's the matter? The Wu family patriarch was silent for a moment, then looked up. I summoned you all here for this matter. The Qianyuan Pavilion Master and Wu Zan grew increasingly curious. He looked at the two and said, it's related to the Su family. Those 5 short words shocked the Qianyuan Pavilion Master and Wu Zan. The Qianyuan Pavilion Master frowned, his eyes cold and fixed. Did you provoke the Su family? How dare I? Then why? The Su family and my Wu family don't interfere with each other anymore. The Qianyuan Pavilion Master's expression softened slightly, a look of doubt on his face. I thought so too, until a while ago. My uncle sent someone to tell me that Xiao Changgigan had left Qingjiang County, and a young man named Wu Tao had become the sole immortal official of the Immortal Affairs Bureau. Wu Tao? Who is he? The Qianyuan Pavilion Master muttered to himself. He must be a wandering cultivator, Wu Zan guessed. No, he's a wandering cultivator recruited by the Su family. How could that be possible? When did the Su family become associated with immortal cultivators? The Qianyuan Pavilion Master's expression shifted from gloomy to bright. That's not accurate. To be precise, Wu Tao is a cultivator trained by the Su family. The Qianyuan Pavilion Master's face paled with shock. Uncle, are you sure? County Magistrate Wu sighed and shook his head. The Su family is so tight-lipped, they haven't leaked a single word. How can we be sure? I'm guessing based on this person's age and strength, the Su family's plan might be aimed at all of Qingjiang, County Magistrate Wu said. Uncle, your suspicions are the same as mine. No one knows the depth of the Su family's influence these days. It was only yesterday when I visited the Su family that I learned that my daughter, Shaner, had reached the Xianshan realm. At that time, I felt no joy, but rather a chill down my spine, a chill in my heart. Russian is only 27 or 28, right? Wu Zan asked, stunned. He and Wu Russian were of the same generation, but there was a significant age difference, and she was born to concubine, so they had hardly ever met. Now, hearing that she had achieved the Xianshan realm, he was nearly stunned. When did it become so easy to break through to the Xianshan realm? He muttered, lost in thought. The Wu family had said, it's not that achieving a breakthrough to the Xianshan realm is easy, but rather that the Su family's profound heritage makes it easy for them to help others achieve it, just like the many top martial arts families in the county. Our clan is not lacking in Xianshan realm descendants, but rather in the peak Grandmaster realm. This news shocked the Qianyuan Pavilion Master, who took a moment to recover. He looked at the Wu family head and asked, then what should our Wu family do? The Su family must be very fortunate. We, the Wu family, cannot swallow the Su family, but in the county city, Wu Zan's eyes suddenly flickered with ambition. County Magistrate Wu frowned at this and glanced over with displeasure. His original intention was to show goodwill to the Su family, to make concessions, or even to join them, rather than to oppose them. This is like driving a tiger to devour a wolf, and it is not a bad approach. The Qianyuan Pavilion Master hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Patriarch, what do you think? County Magistrate Wu glanced over again. The head of the Wu family pondered for a long time and said, the Su family's ambition is to control the entire Qingjiang River. There is no point in giving in. Either they completely surrender and become dependent on the Su family, or they attract the forces of the county city and drive the wolf to devour the tiger. Although driving the tiger to devour the wolf and driving the wolf to devour the tiger are similar, their meanings are very different. The former believes that the county city is powerful, while the head of the Wu family believes that the Su family is even more powerful than the ordinary forces in the county city. Head of the family, are you worrying too much? The person we established a relationship with before is a 7th grade aristocratic family with a grandmaster in charge. It is also a top-tier 7th-grade aristocratic family with at least a dozen innate masters in the family, Wu Zan said with a hint of disdain. Don't forget Su Mingwei, he hasn't shown up for a long time, and the Yang family is also a relative of the Su family. Chapter 103 Su Family Methods. The mention of Su Mingwei made the Qianyuan Pavilion master shudder. He recalled the founding of the Dragon Elephant Martial Arts School in Qianyuan County over a decade ago. Back then, Su Mingwei had barely reached his 20s, yet a single battle had stunned the entire Qianyuan region, his unrivaled prowess overwhelming the Black Wind Pavilion Master. The Qianyuan Pavilion Master had just reached the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, and even joining forces with the Black Tiger Pavilion Master had been defeated by Gu Yiping. Perhaps it was the shadow cast by that battle that had prevented him from breaking through to the late Xiantian realm to this day. Su Mingwei, the head of Qianyuan Pavilion's side, with his talent, he must have touched the threshold of the Grandmaster, or even reached the realm of Grandmaster. Absolutely impossible. Wu Zan's eyes were bloodshot, and he said in horror, I have heard that the geniuses in the county city, even if they are extremely talented, have to hone their skills in the innate realm for 15 or 16 years. A Grandmaster at the age of 30? Is there really such a monster in the world? County Magistrate Wu stroked his beard and said unhappily, the world is so big, even the geniuses in the county city are not something you can know everything. The various families fight openly and secretly. Who would openly put their own geniuses in danger? What my uncle said makes sense. We must estimate Su Mingwei's strength to the greatest extent possible, the head of the Wu family said with a serious expression. In that case, uncle, you might as well say that he is already in the late stage of Grandmaster, or even the perfect Grandmaster. Wu Zan still insisted on his own opinion. With such a powerful enemy, which family in the county city dares to act rashly? If they fail to destroy him, their own family will also be in disaster. Beginning to become a Grandmaster is already the limit. Late-stage Grandmaster and above is really an exaggeration. The head of the Wu family waved his hand, telling Wu Zan to stop talking nonsense. Even if he had just reached Grandmaster status, the Zhang family wouldn't act rashly upon hearing of it, unless several 7th-rank families joined forces. The Qianyuan Pavilion Master glanced at the Wu family master and pondered, that would require incredible fortune. Otherwise it would be impossible for the other families in the county to be tempted. And if we can't be certain, and are just speculating, then even if the Su family is ultimately destroyed, if they can't find what they want, our Wu family will follow in the Su family's footsteps. Wu Zan said, Wu Russian's talent is not even as good as mine, yet she achieved a glimpse of the Xiantian realm at the age of 27 or 28. How could such fortune be so extraordinary? The Qianyuan Pavilion Master nodded slightly. Women are inherently weaker than men in martial arts, and they have to bear children. Even in the county, it's rare to hear of a woman reaching the Xiantian realm. The Wu family patriarch pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting between the Qianyuan Pavilion Master and Wu Zan. I understand what my cousin and Zhaner mean. You support contacting the Zhang family in the county capital, destroying the Su family, and seizing the fortune, right? The Qianyuan Pavilion Master hesitated for a moment, then nodded. What about you, uncle? County Magistrate Wu said calmly. In my opinion, we should avoid the Su family's attack and retreat 3 blocks. If the situation becomes unbearable, we might even become their vassal, a vassal of the Su family. Wu Zan stood up, his angry voice rumbling through the study. Uncle, where do you place the efforts of our Wu ancestors? Are you going to let them all go to waste? The Wu family patriarch seemed to be lost in thought, but he remained silent, eager to hear the county magistrate's opinion. During the years that my Wu family has developed in Qianyuan County, do you know how many families have been buried in the dust of history? Wu Zan was stunned for a moment, his head looked aside, and said disdainfully, how should I know about such an old story? Yeah, who would care about a family that has been wiped out? But my Wu family is in such a situation now. If we take a wrong step, we will end up with an unknown ending. The Wu County Magistrate sighed with emotion, and said slowly, my Wu family was once a servant of the Jiang family, the most prestigious family in Qianyuan. The Jiang family was very ambitious. They wanted to get rid of the shackles of Qianyuan and enter the county city, but eventually ended up being wiped out. The ancestors of my Wu family inherited part of the Jiang family's family heritage, which led to their current achievements. Even if we become a vassal again, as long as my Wu family is still alive, there will be a chance to rise again. After hearing the words of the Wu County Magistrate, the owner of the Qianyuan Pavilion was silent. Wu Zan, blinded by the Su family's fortune, refused to listen. He looked at the Wu patriarch and asked, "Patriarch, what's your decision?" The Wu patriarch was silent for a moment. "I support my uncle." The Qianyuan Pavilion master sighed deeply, his mind hesitant. "Since that's the case, let's wait and see." "Yes," the Wu patriarch and the Wu county magistrate nodded in agreement. "Yes, father," Wu Zan said, clasping his fists. Wu Zan returned to his room and sat alone under the green lamp, his fist sinking against a table, a feeling of resentment welling up in his heart. It was clear that fortune was within his reach. If he could obtain it, he could even hope to become a grandmaster, and the Wu family would continue to produce powerful martial artists. "No, if you won't do it, then I'll do it," Wu Zan suddenly sneered to himself. "A few old stubborn people, their bones getting softer as they get older, yet they're actually proposing to become vassals of the Su family? How ridiculous." He had already made up his mind, but to dispel the Wu family's patriarch's vigilance, he immersed himself in martial arts training at home for several days before heading out of the city. As soon as Wu Zan left the city, someone immediately rode a horse and whipped it to the Su family to report the incident. "The Wu family," Su Mingyun said with a sneer. "You return to King Jiang and continue to monitor the rest of the Wu family?" "Yes, second master." Su Mingyun went to Bahantan and told Su Mingshu about the matter. "Sorry to bother Zuji, he's been ahead for over half an hour. I'm afraid only Xiaobei can catch up. Capturing him is no problem, but what about second sister-in-law?" "No problem," Su Mingyun said with a wave of his hand. "Okay, I'll go then." "Xiaobei, Asan, let's go." Su Mingshu twisted her slender waist and swooped onto the tiger's back like a startled wild goose. The white tiger raised its head and roared, its voice shaking the forest. With a powerful push of its forelegs, the ground sank 3 inches, and suddenly it leaped dozens of feet. But a snowy shadow cut through the evening mist, and in an instant, it was gone. Only Su Mingyun remained standing alone, his clothes rustling in the strong wind stirred by the tiger's roar. "Uncle, where's Auntie going?" Just as Su Mingyun shook his head slightly and prepared to leave the mountain, Su Dezhao appeared from behind, his eyes gleaming as he asked, "Is she off hunting monsters again?" "What are you thinking? Monsters are so ferocious. How could your uncle let Auntie Zuji take such a risk alone?" Su Mingyun said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. Contemplate the power of heaven and earth and break through to your innate state as soon as possible. Then, when Auntie Zuji and the others go monster hunting again, they'll definitely take you with them." "Got it." Su Mingyun descended the mountain and went to find Su Mingwei. Su Mingwei naturally knew a thing or two about the Wu family's affairs. "Let's wait until Zuji captures the man before we talk about anything else. Perhaps we'll just go to the county town for a trip, or visit a friend." Su Mingwei pondered for a moment. After all, Wu Zan is a Xianshan. Just delivering a message isn't enough to warrant him making a personal trip. This is a settled matter, and it's not something to be taken lightly. Su Mingyun smiled faintly. "How about we make a bet?" "What's the bet on?" "It doesn't seem like there's anything good to bet on." Su Mingyun rubbed his chin and said after a moment, "Shainer's third child is about to be born. As his uncle, you should make a gift for him as a full moon banquet." "That's right." Su Mingwei smiled. Su Mingshu rode the white tiger, galloping like the wind. She also had the blue fire eagle, Asan, search the sky for similar individuals. Within a few minutes, an eagle's cry echoed from the sky, so loud it resounded through the air. "Really? Just a few dozen miles ahead?" "Asan, well done," the white tiger roared in disgust. Su Mingshu patted its head gently, coaxing a child, whispering, "Of course, you, Xiaobei, have contributed the most. You and I grew up together, so how can anyone compare?" The white tiger with scarlet gold eyes narrowed its eyes. Excited, its speed increased by over 30%, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Within a moment, Su Mingshu had spotted the rider ahead. Dressed in scarlet gold brocade, riding a splendid horse that treads snow with its 4 hooves, it must be him. "Xiaobei, stop him!" The white tiger swooped down, passing over the splendid horse and landing safely in front of it. Shut by the sight of such a formidable creature, Wu Zan immediately tightened the reins and stopped. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Are you Wu Zan?" "Oh, young lady, you know me." Wu Zan saw a beautiful young woman in red, her hair tied in a single ponytail with a scarlet silk ribbon. The heroic spirit between her brows brightened his eyes, and his anger instantly dissipated. "It's you, that's all." Su Mingshu leaped forward, her movements as fast as lightning. A red shadow flitted past, and Wu Zan had only time to raise his arms to block it. In an instant, he was kicked off his horse by an overwhelming force. The force broke 2 of his ribs, causing him to cough up blood. "What are you doing? I have no grudge against you. Young lady, someone wants me to capture you. If you behave yourself, you can suffer less." "Damn it," Wu Zan cursed under his breath. Su Mingshu's brow furrowed slightly as she delivered another blow and a kick, severely injuring the horse. She then tied it up with a rope and held it in her hand. She then walked over, gently stroked the horse's face, and softly said, "Good horse, follow me." The snow-walking horse neighed. Su Mingshu twisted her slender waist and climbed onto the tiger's back. The snow-walking horse then broke into a gallop behind the white tiger, 3 times faster than when they had come. As Wu Zan saw they were getting closer to Qianyuan County, he suddenly remembered the rumors about the Su family's white tiger with red gold pupils. His eyes were bloodshot and he asked, "Are you from the Su family?" Su Mingshu didn't respond, but simply glanced at him with a sneer. Seeing this, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cellar, his heart trembling with fear. Riding a white tiger, could this person be the Su Mingshu, the Su family's rumored Su? But he glanced at the nearly 10-foot-tall white tiger, and a sense of confusion washed over him. Are the rumored white tigers this enormous? Is this even considered a ferocious beast, and I'm completely powerless against her strength? Is she at the late Xiantian stage, or perhaps even at the perfect Xiantian stage? If I remember correctly, Su Mingshu shouldn't even be 25 yet. Beads of sweat, the size of beans, oozed from his forehead, trickling down his cheeks to the ground. He clung to a glimmer of hope until he saw the Dongxi Su clan's stone tablet. Suddenly, darkness descended ahead, a fading light. The Su clan's main hall. After Su Mingshu returned, someone went to notify the patriarch, Su Mingwei, and Su Mingyan. They arrived almost simultaneously. "Second brother, I've brought the person to you. I'll be leaving now." "Okay, go ahead." Su Mingshu left the door, beckoning the white tiger and the blue fire eagle, Asan, to return to the Bihan pond. "Are you Wu Zan?" Su Mingyan asked calmly, circling him. Wu Zan broke out in a cold sweat, but he pretended to be calm and said, "That's right. I am the cousin of the wife of the second master of your Su family. My Wu family and your Su family are relatives by marriage. How dare you treat me like this?" Su Mingyan laughed dumbly. "I don't even know the cousin of the second master's wife. It seems that you are not close to each other. You are Su Mingyan." "It's me." Wu Zan's heart skipped a beat and he forced a smile and said, "It's my cousin's husband. When I came, the wind and sand squinted my eyes and I couldn't see clearly. I didn't recognize him for a while. Don't blame me, don't blame me." He looked at the first seat again, and the man who was calm and majestic like Mount Tai said, "Then this must be the head of the Su family, Brother Mingwei. I wonder why you two asked your sister to find me. If you have something, just go to the Wu family and let them know. I will come immediately." "Why do you have to do this? If not, I'm afraid you will bring some noble families from the county city to visit together." "I don't quite understand what my cousin's husband is saying." Wu Zan was in a state of panic. "How did they know I was going to the county town? Tell me, which aristocratic family are you planning to visit in the county town? And how does your Wu family plan to deal with my Su family? What are everyone's attitudes?" Su Mingyan's eyes were cold as he said coldly, "Tell me, and you can still survive today. If you insist on not telling me, I will only feed you to my Su family's white tiger. By then, there will be no remains of your body. Even if the Wu family wants to claim your body and punish you, there will be no grave to be found. Your Su family is also a prominent family in Qingjiang. How can you be so careless about human life?" Wu Zan trembled, his words barely comprehensible. "What about your Wu family? How many lives have been lost at your hands in the past 1 or 200 years? Aren't you still a prominent family in Qingjiang, with unlimited glory?" Wu Zan fell silent. The laws of the Great Wei dynasty only applied to ordinary people and the wealthy. For the powerful aristocratic families, who held sway in the county, what use were the laws? It was nothing more than the survival of the fittest, a system of fists. If the officials were honest, the common people would have a better life, otherwise, they would be in dire straits. "Come here, break one of his arms first," Su Mingyan said calmly. Immediately, a peak-level postnatal guard entered, wielding a black wooden club as thick as his arm. Wu Zan's acupoints were sealed, and it would take more than a moment to break free. He was no different from a postnatal warrior. No, I'll tell you. Before Su Mingyan could say anything, the guard kicked Wu Zhan to the ground, then stepped on him and struck him with a club. Crack! Ah! A wailing sound echoed as Wu Zhan's right arm bone was broken. Su Mingyan waved his hand, and the guard retreated to the side, his eyes blank. You may speak now. If you can't convince me and my elder brother, you'll lose an arm or a leg for every word you say. If you're telling lies, then, I'll tell you everything, cousin-in-law. For the sake of our marriage, please spare my life. Then, Wu Zhan recounted the previous meeting between the head of the Wu family and his father and son. He discussed his disagreements with his father, the head of the family, and the county magistrate, and went on to detail the Wu family's ancestral history. Su Mingyan paced back and forth in the hall, waiting for Wu Zhan to finish his speech before exchanging a glance with Su Mingwei. He nodded slightly, and then Su Mingyan said, "The Zhang family in the county city is a top 7th grade martial arts family. It is really a great backer. I dare not talk about backing. How can the Zhang family be compared with the Yang family?" Su Mingyan was silent for a while, and said, "My Su family is not unreasonable. For the sake of my wife, I will spare your life this time. Go away." Yes, thank you cousin-in-law for your magnanimity. I'll leave now. Wu Zhan rolled and crawled out of the Su family's gate, jumped on his horse, and fled directly from Dongxi. Chapter 104 Seeking Death. Brother, you lost the bet. Don't forget the gift for the full moon banquet. Just be at ease. But I see that this person is narrow-minded, and he won't give up easily. What you worry about, brother, coincides with mine, but it doesn't matter. If he dares to go to the Zhang family, he can use the Zhang family to dampen the Wu family's spirit and make it be eaten away by the other families in Qingjiang. Think of the Fang, Wang, He, and Xiao clans. They are tired of seeing the Wu family acting arrogantly in Qingjiang County. Su Mingwei laughed dumbly when he heard this and said, "Awen, when it comes to grasping people's hearts, I'm not as good as you. I even think you are more suitable for the position of head of this family than me. I believe in my father's choice." Su Mingyan looked at Su Mingwei with a smile. Su Mingwei shook his head and laughed at himself. "I worry too much, brother. You can handle the affairs of the Wu family yourself, but don't worry too much. You should focus on improving your martial arts." Su Mingyan nodded slightly. The Wu family's ambitions were excessive. Although he had considered making them vassals of the Su family, he ultimately decided against it after hearing Wu Zhan's words. He allowed them to lose their aristocratic status and become ordinary wealthy families, all for Wu Russian's sake. Like a stray dog, Wu Zhan fled Dongxi village, heading for Qingjiang County. But not far from the city gate, he suddenly pulled the reins, his eyes bloodshot with resentment and unwillingness. "No, the Su family has humiliated me so much. Even if I die with them, I will make them pay a heavy price." After witnessing some of the Su family's strength and depth, he knew that with the Su family in Qingjiang, his Wu family would never rise to prominence, and would even gradually wither under their oppression. Given this, it would be better to drive the tiger out to devour the wolf. In his deeply ingrained belief, the aristocratic families of the county seat could never rival those of the county seat. Wu Zhan immediately turned around and headed for the county town. No one stopped him on the way. Soon after, all his acupoints were fully opened, restoring his innate warrior strength. Meanwhile, at the Su family, Cheng Fei, ride the exotic dragon colt to the county town and deliver this letter to the owner of Guanghuju. Be quick and return soon. Yes, second master, Cheng Fei replied, cupping his fists and heading out. The exotic dragon colts were specially bred by the Su family, transformed through the consumption of the black iron fruit. Their endurance and speed far surpassed those of ordinary horses. Currently, there were only 3 of them. Cheng Fei arrived at the county town more than half a day faster than Wu Zhan. Yuhu County Town. At the entrance of Guanghuju. What a bustling restaurant. More than double the size of Zuiandu in the county town. It's truly a county town. He felt a surge of pride at having joined the Su family. How resourceful I am. This must be the best decision I've ever made. He joined the Su family as a top-tier warrior, and was favored by the family. They gifted him with medicinal food, acupuncture opening pills, and qi-inducing pills. In just 6 or 7 years, he made unstoppable progress, reaching the Xiantian realm. Now, at only 48, he still had the potential to advance further. Without the Su family's support, he would have reached the peak of the acquired realm at best. "Sir, please come in." Order whatever you like, Cheng Fei said. Please take some high-quality feed to the horse. As for food, it's not necessary for now. I have something to ask your shopkeeper, Shopkeeper Jin. Someone's looking for you, the waiter called out, and immediately took the exotic dragon colt away. This colt was clearly no ordinary one. Even in his years in the county city, he had never seen one of better quality. Who are you? Shopkeeper Jin was tall and slightly plump, with a round, plump face. He looked like a simple, elder man. However, his efficient and capable manner, coupled with his ancient cultivation, made him the Su family's official liaison in the county city. If he remained silent for a long time, his covert contacts would relay the news back to the Su family. Cheng Fei cupped his fists and said, "My last name is Cheng. Someone from your hometown asked me to bring you a message." Shopkeeper Jin lowered his eyelids slightly, then smiled and patted Cheng Fei on the shoulder. "Ha, it's you, brother Cheng. You've changed so much in recent years. I almost didn't recognize you. Come on, let's have a drink today." He invited Cheng Fei to the second-floor private room. After the food and drinks were served, Cheng Fei pulled a small letter box from his pocket and handed it to Shopkeeper Jin. Shopkeeper Jin silently opened it, took out the note inside, read it, and burned it. Cupping his fists, he said, "Thank you for bringing me this message today, brother Cheng. I'll definitely treat you well when I return." Cheng Fei didn't stay in the county town for long. There was nothing else to wait for. In his mind, this place, while prosperous and charming, was nothing compared to the 3-foot-high land of Dongxi. That afternoon, Shopkeeper Jin headed for the Zhang family. "Master, there's a visitor outside," a servant came to report. The Zhang family's master was taking a nap on the couch, with a young woman, no more than 20, sitting beside him. Her cleavage was clearly visible, and she smiled brightly as she used her delicate hands to pick up small pieces of fresh fruit and fed them to the Zhang family's master. From time to time, the Zhang family's master would suck on them, earning the young woman's ire. "Who's visiting?" the Zhang family's master asked casually without opening his eyes. "It's the owner of Guanghuju." Hearing this, the Zhang family's master was stunned for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand to stop the young woman from feeding him, sat up straight, and looked at the servant with a sharp gaze. "Is it really him? I've been to Guanghu residence and had the pleasure of meeting him. It's undoubtedly the shopkeeper Jin." The Zhang family's patriarch's eyes flickered, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, "Invite him to the living room and tell him that the master will be arriving shortly. Remember to treat him well and don't neglect him." "Yes, master." The servant immediately withdrew. "Master, he's just a restaurant owner. Why should you treat him so carefully? What does a woman know? You should rest here first. The master will be back soon." "I understand, master. I'll wait for you." The young woman lay on her side, her snow-white skin half exposed. Suddenly, she glanced at him, flirting with him, her face full of charm, her eyes full of gracefulness and gentleness, which made people's heart flutter. The Zhang family's patriarch was also an extraordinary person. He endured it, straightened his clothes, and walked out the door. Living room. The head of the Zhang family clasped his fists and walked towards the shopkeeper Jin with a smile. "Shopkeeper Jin, how are you?" Shopkeeper Jin hurriedly stood up and clasped his fists in return. "Master Zhang, you look even more elegant." The two smiled at each other. "Sit down." After the two of them sat down, the patriarch of the Zhang family didn't say anything empty, and went straight to the point. "Why did Manager Jin come to my house today? There is something I want to ask Master Zhang for help." "Oh?" The patriarch of the Zhang family was quite surprised, and said with a smile on his face, "Manager Jin, just speak frankly. You know the Wu family of King Jiang." "Wu family? Which Wu family?" the patriarch of the Zhang family said after a moment's pause. "They are from King Jiang County." "What's going on with this Wu family?" Manager Jin said. "There are rumors that your Zhang family is the backer of the Wu family in the county town. Soon someone will probably come and invite the Zhang family to King Jiang to deal with my Su family." The hand of the patriarch of the Zhang family holding the teacup trembled slightly, and he quickly put it down, smiling and said, "That's absolutely not the case. It's ridiculous. I have never heard of any Wu family." The patriarch of the Zhang family was suddenly shocked. The Su family's business in the county town is backed by the Cheng family, and they are also related to the Yang family. With such a background, how could the Zhang family afford to provoke them? A few years ago, the Zhang family had taken over Guanghuju's business. Soon the Cheng family sent someone to warn them, which really made the Zhang family worried and scared for a long time. Since then, they dared not to provoke them, and even deliberately made friends with them, hoping to get in touch with the Cheng family. Shopkeeper Jin waved his hand and said, "Don't panic, Master Zhang. My patriarch naturally believes that you will not do such a thing, but if someone from the Wu family really comes, please don't refuse. After all, the Wu family is a relative of my Su family, and we have to give them some face." Shopkeeper Jin said all there was to it, but the patriarch of the Zhang family immediately understood the purpose of his visit. "I understand. Anyone hostile to the Su family is actually against our Zhang family. This is all our fault and has nothing to do with the Su family, haha. The Zhang family's head is so righteous. I'm sure he'll be a guest of honor in the Cheng family in the future, no problem, no problem." Suddenly, Shopkeeper Jin left, leaving no evidence behind. The Zhang family's head saw him off, watching him walk away with a dark, uncertain look in his eyes. He cursed under his breath, "You old fox. You don't want to get involved, but you're using the Zhang family's knife." But, now that they had discovered some connection to the Wu family, if they didn't dispel it, they would be clearly opposing the Su family. He didn't know the specifics of the Su family, but living in the remote Qingjiang region, they were at most a bit stronger than the Wu family. However, the Cheng family behind them was not something the Zhang family could afford to provoke. Back in his room, the Zhang family's head was preoccupied. He glanced at the young woman on the couch, completely uninterested, and waved her off to her room. Seeing his gloomy expression, the young woman knew she couldn't provoke him at this moment, so she obediently left. The next day, as expected, someone from the Wu family arrived. The Zhang family's head offered a warm welcome, though with a hidden veil. After Wu Zan explained the situation and the possibility that the Su family might possess a hidden talent, he cited his cousin, Su Mingshu, and Su Mingwei as examples. Master Zhang, Su Mingwei reached Grandmaster status at the age of 30. Even in the county, there are only a few who can achieve that. Indeed, the Zhang family's head casually agreed. With the Cheng family's backing and ties to the Yang family, how could he not rise to prominence? As for the idea of a great fortune, the Zhang family's head didn't believe a word. He gave Wu Zan a deep look. "If you want to blame someone, blame them for having thoughts you shouldn't have, and for letting them know. Don't worry, nephew. I'll lead my men to accompany you this afternoon to the Su family." "Thank you, Patriarch Zhang." Wu Zan clasped his fists and smiled, his heart overflowing with joy. He hadn't realized how influential he was. He'd persuaded them with just one word. "Su family, your end is here." He smiled slightly, his heart overflowing with joy. 2 days later. Outside Qingjiang County. Qingjiang is indeed a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. "Master Zhang, you are too kind." Wu Zan clasped his fists and said with a smile, "After days of attacking, our men and horses are exhausted. Why don't you come with me to my Wu family to rest for a night?" Although the head of my Wu family and my uncle do not agree with taking action against the Su family, and even threaten that it would be best to retreat or even become their vassal, but now that you are here, I think they dare not say anything. That's how it is. The head of the Zhang family was quite surprised. He pinched his short beard and pondered. It seems that there are still people in the Wu family who can see the situation clearly. No wonder the Su family didn't take action, but let my Zhang family do it. If the Wu family is really united, how can the Su family tolerate it? But even if the clan is not wiped out, loneliness is inevitable. Chapter 105 The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. At the Wu family mansion. "Who's visiting?" The Wu family had shuddered, as if deaf, and asked again. "Master, it's the head of the Zhang family from the county seat, and he's leading the way, Master Wu Zan." Wu Zan, the Wu family had felt like vomiting blood on the spot. He hadn't expected him to be such a reckless man, blinded by so-called luck and jealousy, completely incapable of analyzing the pros and cons. The Wu family head was utterly disappointed, but for now, he could only do his best to entertain the Zhang family, so he smiled and went out to greet them. In the hall, the Zhang family head took the lead, sitting at the head of the table. None of the people in the hall dared to object. "This time, I, Zhang, have come at the behest of nephew Wu Zan regarding matters concerning the Su family. From what he's saying, it seems the Wu family is divided." The Zhang family patriarch tapped his finger on the mahogany tea table, his eyes gleaming with contempt. "I, too, do not wish to waste time in Qingjiang. We'll gather at the gates of the mansion tomorrow at noon. Those of the Wu family who wish to go, please come with me." If there's no one left, nephew Wu Zan, Then you'll have to settle your deception. My nephew dares not. Regardless, Wu Zan's death was certain. The rest was up to fate. If greed truly blinded him, he couldn't blame anyone else. Wu Zan persuaded his father, the Qianyuan gymnasium master, and 89% of the instructors and apprentices at the gym followed suit, along with more than half of the Wu family's elite guards. The Wu family patriarch was apprehensive, and the county magistrate, Wu, repeatedly tried to dissuade him, but to no avail. The next day, everyone gathered in front of the Wu family mansion. Nephew Wu Zan invited me here. Considering the friendship between our two families, I will certainly help you. The Zhang family patriarch glanced at Wu Zan, the Qianyuan pavilion master, and everyone else present. With a sly smile, he said, "Everyone, please follow me. I'll follow Master Zhang." Everyone raised their arms and spoke with expressions of righteous indignation, their eyes gleaming with greed, their eyes filled with desire for the Su family's wealth. Soon, the group rode their horses, weaving through the streets and alleys, heading straight out of the city. But when they reached the stream, the Zhang family patriarch suddenly tightened the reins, signaling a halt. The others behind him followed suit. The Qianyuan pavilion master clamped his legs around the horse's belly, allowing it to take a few steps forward until it reached the Zhang family patriarch's side. "Master Zhang, why are you stopping?" the Qianyuan pavilion master asked doubtfully. "If you're not familiar with the roads in Qingjiang County, let my son go ahead." "No need, we're already there." "What do you mean?" The Qianyuan pavilion master looked over with confusion, then a silver glint flashed in his eyes. The next moment, his head spun, and he saw a headless corpse falling from its horse. "I'm dead, father," Wu Zan cried out in grief. "Why?" The Zhang family master's eyes were icy. "Kill them all, Wu Zan, save for last." 7 Xianshan warriors, 1 grandmaster, and dozens of peak-level Haoshan warriors faced hundreds of top-tier warriors. A mere 7 or 8 peak-level Haoshan warriors was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. A massacre was inevitable. In a matter of seconds, all but Wu Zan were killed, and the stream was dyed red. Wu Zan's eyes were bloodshot, pupils bloodshot. The hatred swirling in those eyes couldn't be extinguished even by the waters of 3 rivers. "Master Zhang, you're trying to monopolize the Su family's fortune and murder our allies. This act will be punished by heaven." "Ha ha ha," the master laughed heartily. "Take the Su family's fortune for yourself. What makes you think our Zhang family came to Qingjiang to seize the Su family's fortune? If you knew who's behind the Su family? Su Mingwei, Su Mingshu, with their power, how could you find it so unreasonable? With the support of a 5th-rank family and their financial support, do you think the Su family can't grow? Is that so?" Wu Zan couldn't believe it. The next moment, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. "Let's burn these bodies." "Yes, master." The numerous guards sprang into action. The Zhang family's grandmaster approached the Zhang family's patriarch and asked from a distance in the direction of the Su family, "Do you want to visit 1 or 2, uncle?" "No need." The Zhang family's patriarch turned and glanced at them, then shook his head. "The Su family is using someone else's knife to kill someone, and they don't want blood on their hands. Otherwise, why would they have asked us to come here? Going there would only make them unhappy." The Zhang family's patriarch sighed. "Let's go back to the county city. The Su family has big plans. It might not be long before the county city has another 7th-rank family." "I'll do as you say." After completing their duties, the Zhang family group headed for the county city. A blue eagle circled overhead before flying back to the Su family. Su Mingshu looked up, then turned to Su Mingyan beside her and said, "The Wu family has been completely executed, their bodies burned. They acted decisively, without even trying to claim credit from us, the Su family, and returned directly to the county capital." Su Mingyan nodded slightly, a smile playing on his lips. "A wise choice. If they had come, they would have been greeted by my eldest brother's arrows. The Wu family is in dire straits now." Su Mingshu gloated, waved at Su Mingyan, and returned to Bahantan. In the county capital, at the Wu family, the head of the Wu family was distraught. He waited from dawn until sunset, but no one returned. He sent people to Dongxi village to inquire about the situation. However, everything was normal at the Su family. Patrols were still being conducted day and night around the boundary of the Dongxi Su family stone tablet. The head of the Wu family and the county magistrate discussed the matter. Although they each had their own theories, neither had any concrete evidence. Finally, the head of the Wu family personally visited the Su family. Yet, the Su family was peaceful and tranquil, servants moving about calmly, just as they had seen before. There was no sign of previous battle. Seeing this, the head of the Wu family understood. Just a day later, rumors began to spread throughout the county. Someone had seen a large number of people and horses being slaughtered, dyeing the stream red. Then, black smoke slowly rose into the sky, dispersing into the clouds. The group was then seen riding away, presumably heading for the main road leading to the county seat. In the county seat, at Qianyuan. I wonder who offended that group to be slaughtered, someone sighed. Someone at a nearby table turned and said, I heard someone say that a large number of Wu family members had left the county. Could it be that they were among the dead? That's impossible. The Wu family is the most prominent family in Qianyuan. Who in Qianyuan could have killed them? Someone objected. Suddenly, more and more people were discussing the matter at Qianyuan. Did they say the murderers were heading toward the county capital? How could we know it wasn't the Wu family that angered the county's powerful families? They've been running rampant in Qianyuan for a long time, and this is retribution. It seems the Wu family is about to face disaster. There's no such thing as a family with eternal power. It's just a matter of time, and who gets the upper hand today? The head of the Wu family was filled with anxiety upon hearing these rumors. They had speculated that the Zhang family was responsible, but they had no grudges against each other, and even had some profiteering. They couldn't understand why the Zhang family acted like this. However, as time passed, only this one answer remained. However, the Wu family had no time to speculate. They faced the wolves and tigers of Qianyuan County, who had once been inferior to the Wu family, whether they would devour them alive at this moment. Even if someone from the Wu family were to be appointed county magistrate, their situation was already precarious. The Su family. Wu Russian was unaware of this, her face full of love, and she was fully expecting her child. Su Mingwei and Su Mingyun ignored the Wu family's pleas for help, observing with cold eyes. Su Mingxun, Su Mingshu, and a group of younger members were training and cultivating their martial arts at Bahantan Lake. Currently, Bai Jing was the only Su family member capable of aiding the Wu family. If she spoke up on their behalf, Su Mingwei and Su Mingyun would have to be cautious. But like Wu Russian, she would only learn of this afterward. Aristocratic families never coexist peacefully, secluded from their own selves. Instead, they endured and hibernated, engaging in mutual oppression. Even if someone tries to follow the good path, their hearts are often treacherous. Wealth and resources can be tempting, but they can also reveal their flaws. For example, the Wu family, knowing they are inferior to the Su family, still has some members intent on sharing the spoils, using the strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf to gain a share of the spoils, but they don't know who is the wolf and who is the tiger. If this plot were to be known to the Su family, even if the clan were to be annihilated, they would have no complaints. The Fang family mansion. The four families of Fang, Wang, He, and Xiao gathered to plot the division of the Wu clan. Inside the quaint study, brightly lit, only the four clan heads were present. Brother Fang, one of my men, reports that the Wu clan went to Dongxi yesterday to seek assistance, but apparently was turned away. The Xiao clan patriarch stroked his beard, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Haha, it seems heaven is sending the Wu clan to ruin. The He clan patriarch laughed, clapping his hands. Brother Fang, now you can rest assured and join forces with us. The Fang clan patriarch tapped the table with his knuckles, making a dong-dong sound. A moment later. It seems the Wu clan has angered the Su clan in some way, otherwise, given their close relationship, they wouldn't have stood idly by, the Fang clan patriarch said. Perhaps they're afraid of being linked to the county capital, the Wang clan patriarch said after a moment's hesitation. Silence fell in the study for a long moment. The head of the Fang family glanced at the crowd, his lips curled slightly. Since you all think highly of our Fang family, let's make a pact, never abandon each other, and share the risks. It should be so. A few days later, Magistrate Wu was ambushed by several Xianshan on his way back to the Wu residence after leaving the county office. Although he was in the middle Xianshan realm, he was old and under siege. Although he managed to break through, he suffered a heart injury and vomited blood and fell unconscious upon returning to the Wu residence. The entire Wu family was placed under martial law. However, the Fang, Wang, He, and Xiao families would not let the Wu family go. If the four families divided up the wealth and accumulation accumulated over nearly 200 years, it would be enough for them to prosper for decades. King Fang, He Xiao, I know it's you four families. It's karma. You've taken advantage of the situation today, and you'll suffer the same fate tomorrow, everyone. For the Wu family, kill. Furious shouts echoed everywhere, nearly audible to those nearby, yet each remained silent, pretending neither to hear nor to see. After all, sometimes being too observant and too sharp-eyed only leads to disaster. It's better to play dumb and simply live as a wealthy man. The head of the Wu family knew the four families were determined to annihilate the Wu family. No matter what they said, they wouldn't stop until the Wu family was completely wiped out. If the majority of their elites hadn't been decimated, even if the four families joined forces, both would have suffered heavy losses. But now was different. The Wu family had no choice but to fight tooth and nail, until the enemy was in pain and cowered, and only then would they have the chance of survival. Meanwhile, several miles away, atop a tall building, Su Mingwei stood tall, flanked by Su Mingyun and others. Su Mingsun and Su Mingshu had come to join in the fun, to see their eldest brother, Su Mingwei, in all his glory. Indeed, today he planned to strike, and at the opportune moment, annihilate all the Xiantians besieging the Wu family. From this day forward, the Su family would completely control Qingjiang, uniting it as a single entity and making it their foundation. Chapter 106 The Su family behind. Is Li Zhi fully prepared? Su Mingwei gazed at the Wu family's location. In the darkness, he was the only one who could clearly see several miles away. The others could only vaguely discern scattered lights to determine their general location. After the four families took action, I sent someone to notify Li Zhi. He will wait with the Yamen runners near the Wu family. Su Mingyun smiled faintly and turned to look at Su Mingshu. When you decide on the right time, have Zuji send Ada to notify them. Su Mingshu exchanged glances and patted her chest, saying, leave it to me. High in the sky, a blue fire eagle circled relentlessly. Su Mingyun and Su Mingsun glanced at each other and scratched their faces. They simply couldn't tell which of the three blue fire eagle brothers was which. The shouts of killing shook the heavens, even reaching them. Su Mingshu sighed slightly. I wonder what my second sister-in-law will feel when she hears the news. She's still pregnant and will give birth in a month or so. Second brother, why don't you wait until my second sister-in-law gives birth before notifying her? No need. Deliberately hiding it will make her feel guilty, which will be detrimental to the future. She doesn't have deep feelings for the Wu family to begin with. She might be sad for a while, but she'll be fine after she calms down. Besides, with her innate warrior physique, a mere blow won't affect her childbirth. Second brother, you are so cruel, Su Mingsun said. Fortunately, the Zhang family is just a small family and follows the lead of our Su family. Otherwise, I would have ended up in the same situation as you. By the way, my eldest brother has fallen out with the Yang family, and you, second brother, have done the same. I won't be next, will I? Su Mingyun smiled faintly. If you really find yourself in such a situation, what will you choose? Then I will naturally put the Su family first. Su Mingsun raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes without any hesitation. Of course, I will definitely not treat King badly. My sister-in-law is incredibly talented and will definitely be the core of our Su family in the future. My brother and I envy you two for being able to follow the path of immortality together. Rumor has it there's a secret method of dual cultivation. What does dual cultivation mean? Su Mingshu asked curiously. Then you'll have to find a husband first, Su Mingsun grinned. Su Mingshu snorted twice and stopped talking. A cup of tea passed. It's almost done. Only a few of the elite Wu family guards remain. Many of the direct and side branches with good martial arts talent have also died in the battle. The rest will be slaughtered, I understand, big brother. Su Mingshu nodded and said, Ada, go inform Li Zhi. The green fire eagle transformed into a green light like lightning and instantly flew to the side of the Wu mansion, then flapped its wings and cried loudly. Li Zhi glanced up at the sky, then turned to the dozens of Yamen runners behind him and said, the Wu family is under siege by bandits. How can we, officials, stand idly by? Follow me to rescue them. Yes, Your Excellency. The runners clasped their fists in agreement. They were all first or second-rate warriors, considered quite formidable in Qingjiang County. Li Zhi leaped over eaves and walls, charging directly into the battlefield and slashing at a masked, black-clad Xiantian warrior. After knocking him back, he shouted, You daring thieves! I am Li Zhi, the county magistrate of Qingjiang County. You dared to massacre the Wu family in the darkness of night. I will bring you all to justice. Three of the Xiantians exchanged a fierce glance, and without a word, they attacked Li Zhi. However, Li Zhi was only one step away from the late Xiantian stage, and they had just fought a fierce battle, so they had no immediate advantage. Su Mingwei sneered, "The four families are truly ruthless. Even if Li Zhi publicly announced his identity, they wouldn't give up the Wu family, this piece of juicy meat within their grasp." As he spoke, Su Mingwei had already drawn his bow, nodding 3 iron arrows. Swish, 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 3 arrows blasted through the air, piercing the chests of 3 Xiantians in the blink of an eye, pinning them to the ground. "Brother Li Zhi, spare my life. One of the Xiantians tried to beg for mercy, but a flash of cold light arced across his body, severing the throats of all 3, spraying blood. A moment later, he was silent. "Brother, if Shainer's mother and younger siblings are in danger, please help," Su Mingyan said, clasping his fists. "They must have hidden themselves, and I haven't noticed them." Su Mingyan sighed softly. Su Mingwei turned and said, "Let's go back to Dongxi. The 4 families lack Xiantian masters. Li Zhi is more than capable of suppressing everything. Leave the rest to him." "Yes, brother." That night, the Wu family was a river of blood. Some died, some fled, and cries and wails for mercy echoed throughout the Wu family mansion. Li Zhi arrived and cleaned up the mess. Almost all the elders of the 5 families were killed, including the 5 heads of the family. Each family fell to the bottom overnight. Li Zhi imprisoned those who survived, appeased the Wu family, and issued a proclamation denouncing the Fang, Wang, He, and Xiao families. For a time, the tea houses and taverns of Qianyuan County were abuzz with discussion. The county magistrate is truly a good official. A single mistake would have landed them on the spot at the hands of the Fang, Wang, He, and Xiao families. Fortunately, Your Excellency was formidable and captured most of them. The Wu family suffered the greatest losses. Their martial arts heritage has been completely depleted, and they can no longer bear the name of an aristocratic family. Although they haven't been swallowed up by the 4 families this time, the wealthy merchants will undoubtedly have concerns. After all, while the family may be dead, their martial arts, medicinal herbs, and other heritage have survived. Not only that, with the sudden death of the patriarch, the surviving Wu family members are bound to face a dispute over the family fortune. The same is true for the Fang, Wang, He, and Xiao families. It's going to be a lively and exciting time. The decline of King Jiang's 5 great families has given others an opportunity. If anyone seizes this opportunity, they can rise to become the next aristocratic family of King Jiang. Few families, like the Su family, have built their own aristocratic legacy through self-sufficiency. The Su family was not implicated in this controversy. If they were mentioned, it was to praise their foresight and prudent approach to self-preservation. Word of the 5 great families' turmoil soon spread to neighboring counties. Some innate warriors began to consider seeking military service in Qingjiang. Magistrate Wu, who survived, awoke a day or 2 later and was overwhelmed by grief at the Wu family's plight. Suffering from heart failure, even with his innate physique, he hadn't expected to live more than 2 years. Su Mingyan informed Wu Rushan of the situation with the other 4 families. Distraught, Wu Rushan and Su Mingyan immediately went to the Wu residence. The Wu residence was a scene of mourning. Wu Rushan, heavily pregnant, entered the gates accompanied by Su Mingyan and 4 peak-level postnatal guards. The sound of sobs could be heard everywhere. She immediately stopped a passing maid and asked, "Is my mother, Zhang, still alive?" "I don't know. It's been so chaotic these past few days, with people dying and fleeing." "Who is the head of the Wu family now?" Su Mingyan asked. "It's Master Rulian, 3rd brother." "Where is he now?" Wu Rushan asked again. "He's in Fiksha Pavilion, taking care of the 5th master." "I'll take my leave first." The maid bowed slightly and walked away. How could this be? Wu Rushan still found it hard to believe that the once powerful Wu family had fallen overnight. County Magistrate Wu is still alive. It's a blessing in disguise. With him around, the Wu family hasn't completely collapsed, Su Mingyan said softly. Fiksha Pavilion. Wu Rulian was surprised to see Wu Rushan and Su Mingyan. 5th sister, Brother Mingyan. His eyes were severely bruised, his face pale, but he still bowed to them. 3rd brother, what exactly happened? Wu Rushan asked softly, a look of sorrow on her face. Wu Rulian sighed softly. "I don't know. I happened to be out that night, but everyone says that the 4 families of Fang, Wang, He, and Xiao joined forces to break in and kill everyone they saw. I think the accounts of those who witnessed it are probably credible. Feng, Wang, he, and Xiao, I will not let them go, Wu Russian said angrily, gritting his teeth. Fifth sister, you are in poor health and should not be angry. As for the four families, Wu Rulian sneered, they are not much better, the heads of the four families are all dead. The innate warrior was beheaded by the county magistrate, and the survivors were taken into custody and imprisoned in the Omen. They will be executed in public half a month later, they really deserve it. After hearing this, Wu Russian's anger dissipated a little. She looked at Su Mingyan and said, husband, why didn't you tell me about the four families? Madam, when you heard that something happened to the Wu family, you hurried here. You were in a trance on the way. How could I tell you? After speaking, Su Mingyan looked at Wu Rulian and said, Brother Rulian, if the Wu family needs anything, just speak up. My Su family is very sorry that we couldn't help the Wu family. No one could have imagined that the four families of Feng, Wang He and Xiao would act so quickly, and it was at night. Yes, Wu Rulian sighed. Who's here? At this moment, an elderly voice rang out from the inner chamber. Uncle, it's Russian and her husband, Su Mingyan. County Magistrate Wu shuddered at the mention of the Su family's name. He knew everything that had transpired over the past 2 days. Wu Rulian knew only that the four families, Feng, Wang, He, and Xiao, had broken into the Wu household, intent on annihilating it. But he was unaware of the earlier arrival of the Zhang family from the county seat, plotting against the Su family. It was Wu Zan's decision to invite the enemy into the house that brought about today's disaster. The Su family played no part in this incident, and they were beyond reproach. But knowing the whole story, he was certain the Su family was involved. The Zhang family feared them. He understood their background better than the Wu family did. Only this could explain why the Zhang family had killed his Wu family's Qianyuan and most of their elite guards. Only a family as powerful as the Su family could orchestrate such a scheme from the shadows, strategizing and manipulating people's hearts. Quietly disposing of the 5 former aristocratic families of King Jiang. Come in, Magistrate Wu coughed twice, his voice old and weak. Uncle, are you alright? Wu Russian and Magistrate Wu weren't exactly acquainted, but he was the most senior member of the Wu family, and given the circumstances of this family, he deserved respect. Fortunately, I won't die for the time being, County Magistrate Wu responded and looked at Su Mingyan and said, Second Master of the Su family, please come over. I'm seriously injured and can't go out to greet you, County Magistrate Wu, you're joking. Just call me Mingyan. You are Russian's elder, which means you are my elder. I am the junior here to greet you. I don't know how many descendants of the Wu family are left after the bloody disaster. County Magistrate Wu sighed and said, Mingyan, I ask you to bring a message to the County Magistrate for me, saying that I am seriously injured and will not live for a few years. Let him take over the position of County Magistrate and take charge of King Jiang. I will write a letter to the county government to report this matter and ask for its approval. As for the candidates for the new County Magistrate and County Lieutenant, please ask him to think of a way. I am really powerless with my broken body. If County Magistrate Wu insists on doing so, this junior will do it. Su Mingyan bowed. Excuse me, I'm a little tired and want to take a nap. You all can go out first. Wu Rulian, Wu Russian and Su Mingyan all left the room. Chapter 107, 2 daughters born in succession. Happy events continue. Magistrate Wu didn't blame the Su family. If the Su family were weaker, Dongxi would have been wiped out by now. He likely kept some of the Wu family members around for Wu Russian's sake. It's fate, Magistrate Wu murmured softly, tears welling in his eyes. Outside the Wu family mansion. Third brother, if there's any news about my mother Zhang and my brother Ru Feng, remember to send someone to the Su family to inform me. I want to know whether they're dead or alive. Don't worry, fifth sister. Family matters are so complex right now, and I'm overwhelmed. I won't see you and brother Mingyan off. Goodbye. Su Mingyan clasped his fists, supported Wu Russian, and departed in the carriage. Madam, don't dwell on this now. Don't be too sad. If you're upset, it could be detrimental to the fetus. Su Mingyan gently caressed Wu Russian's delicate hand. Thank you, husband, for your concern. The Feng, Wang, He, and Xiao families, caught red-handed in the rampage of slaughtering the Wu family, were implicated by the government. All of their family members were implicated, and the property, including farmland and shops, was confiscated. Half a month later, the Feng, Wang, He, and Xiao families were publicly executed, with many onlookers applauding. Their assets quietly passed into the hands of the Su family. After the incident, the Wu family could no longer maintain Qingjian County's numerous businesses and surrounding land. At the instigation of Magistrate Wu Rulian transferred all of these assets to the Su family. The Su family offered a fair price. Just these shops and lands, combined, could equal the combined assets of the top 7 rank families in the county. The only difference was the depth of martial arts expertise. With this wealth, the Su family naturally recruited numerous personnel to manage these lands and properties. Each individual underwent training at the Su family's discretion before taking up their positions. Within days, the official document confirming Li Zihi's appointment as county magistrate arrived. The Su family was determined to secure both the county magistrate and the county lieutenant positions, but according to Su Mingwei, they waited until the heat of the 5 great families waned before discussing the matter. Within the next month, Zhang Wanqing gave birth to a daughter, Su Dan, whose virtue was like a jade casket, and whose talent was restrained. A text once said, "Stones contain jade, and the mountains shine, waters contain pearls, and the rivers are charming." Half a month later, Wu Rushan also gave birth to a baby girl, whom Su Mingwei named Su Daren. Her virtue was as broad as the earth, and her appearance was as elegant as a jade pendant. The Book of Songs, Zhang Feng, once said, "There is a beautiful person, large and majestic. Her virtue and appearance will never be forgotten. She is the lady of the state." The Su family was filled with joy, and all the servants shared in the happiness. A few days later, Su Dezhao achieved a breakthrough to the Xiantian realm. He possessed the 9th grade pseudo-fire virtue bloodline, and Chuan gifted him with a key and blood furnace, a horoscope most suited to martial arts. Supplemented with the Su family's secret medicinal diet, Dongxi pills, and Xiantian blood pills, he was thus born a Xiantian before the age of 14. Unfortunately, Su Dezhao's Xiantian realm cultivation also involved the Xiantian 5 elements creation technique. This unique technique transcended martial arts, more closely resembling a method of immortal cultivation, incorporating the 5 ki, replenishing the innate, and achieving the full 5 elements of creation. His martial arts talent was of little use. However, he was well suited to follow the path of both immortal and martial arts cultivation, as exemplified by Su Mingwei. Su Dezhao's advancement to the Xiantian realm was known only to the core of the Su family, along with cultivators like Wu Tao and Shen Qingyi. A north wind blew jade dust, staining the village overnight. The next morning, those who arose were met with a pale pallor. Thousands of acres of fertile fields lay as white as a blanket of white silk, their ridges and gullies hidden, leaving only waves of snow reaching the sky. In the distant mountains, pines draped with snow formed into silver hairpins and emerald buns. A few crows soared through the forest, shattering the glassy silence. At the intersection of the paths, withered reeds occasionally clung to the snow, like an old man holding a spear. A farmer from the Su family, in charge of the fields, wore a straw raincoat as strong as iron, his breath melting the frost as he walked alone between the ditches, each step a breath of jade. Su Mingwei rose early for his morning exercises, standing in the snowy courtyard in a single layer of clothing. With each movement, the heat of his body throbbed, melting the snow beneath his feet. In the square outside the Su family mansion, numerous servants cleared the snow, assisted by guards. Even on the bluestone path the Su family had renovated, connecting directly to the official road, pedestrians and vehicles were now shoveling snow. Auspicious snow heralds a good harvest. Next year will surely be another bountiful harvest, an old farmer chuckled, his face beaming with joy. Indeed, our master is a kind and benevolent family. The 5 great families have completely fallen, but now our master family firmly holds the position of the most aristocratic family in Qingjiang. This year's gift of a beautiful goddess is a blessing that the people admire. The servants all sincerely praised the Su family's benevolence. This stable and peaceful day was also what they longed for. Only at the Bihan Pond, a spiritual light flickered, and no snow fell in the bamboo huts and medicinal fields. That day, after breakfast, "Zhaoer, come with me to the ancestral hall," Su Mingwei said calmly. "Yes, father." Arriving at the ancestral hall and entering a dark room, Su Mingwei taught him the innate 5 elements creation technique. Your father, your uncles, and your aunts all practiced this technique at the Xiantian realm. This is the greatest blessing for our Su family. Remember not to mention it to anyone who isn't in the know, not even your future wife and children. Your uncles and aunts weren't told until they reached the Xiantian realm. This technique is a martial art that leads to the Dao. It requires one to be Xiantian to practice. Perfection possesses the power to transcend heavenly fortunes. It can complement one's 5 elements, granting a mortal the aptitude to cultivate immortality, or even elevate one's aptitude to that of a true spiritual root. Su Deziao naturally knew that there were 5 levels of aptitude for cultivating immortality, with true spiritual roots being the third. This was already considered a superior aptitude in the Wei dynasty, and perhaps only one among hundreds of thousands possessed it. Most possessed pseudo-spiritual roots, and only those with mixed spiritual roots like Shen Chengyi were valued by the key cultivating families. Father, does that mean everyone in our Su family possesses true spiritual roots? Su Deziao's face flashed with surprise, then his brows knitted in a solemn expression. Whether this is a blessing or a curse is unclear. You've thought of this, so your upbringing since childhood has paid off. Su Mingwei smiled faintly. Indeed, if everyone in our Su family possesses exceptional aptitude for cultivating immortals, it would be a catastrophic disaster. The Great Way is vast. Besides key cultivating families, there are also foundation-building families and sects. Above that, there's even the Great Way royal family. If they were to learn of this, our Su family would be completely divided, with the entire clan's souls extracted and refined. Thus, your grandfather made the decision long ago. Starting from the 3rd generation, those who are not born with all 5 elements and possess the aptitude for cultivating immortals, and who also lack special martial arts talent, will only pursue the martial arts path and not the path to immortality. They will remain unaware of this technique. Su Deziao remained silent. Cultivating immortality is something everyone aspires to achieve. If his less gifted brothers and sisters knew about this, they would certainly be unhappy and might even expose the existence of the Xiantian 5 elements creation technique. Therefore, he wholeheartedly agreed with Su Chuan's decision. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Moreover, even if one pursued the martial arts path, with the Su family's current foundation, even those with average talent could, with full effort, achieve Xiantian status through resources. Becoming a grandmaster was more difficult. Consider the great clans in the county, where not all descendants could achieve grandmaster status. Many elders remained stuck at the Xiantian perfection level their entire lives. You have an outstanding talent in martial arts. You became an innate before you turned 14. Practicing the innate 5 elements creation guang at this age will also be helpful. In 4 or 5 years, you can practice it to perfection, replenish the 5 elements of spiritual roots, and spend another 1 or 2 years to improve the qualifications of the spiritual roots. After that, you can continue on the path of martial arts like your father. Reach the perfection of the Grandmaster, and then use the secret techniques of the transfer technique to transform the innate true energy into magic power. Yes, father, Su Mingwei nodded and said, remember, don't mention it to anyone who doesn't know about the innate 5 elements creation guang, even your brothers and sisters, children, or even parents. In the future, your children or other nephews and nieces must also be reminded of this. This is also one of the responsibilities of the head of the family. Father, you, hearing about the head of the family, Su Deziao couldn't help but wanted to ask, but Su Mingwei raised his hand to stop him. Now I'm in the late stage of Grandmaster, not far from Grandmaster perfection. When I turn to the path of immortal cultivation, I will inevitably have to retreat behind the scenes and take on the responsibility for a few more years at most, Su Mingwei said slowly. With the current foundation of my Su family, it is fine to directly declare ourselves the key training family. Seeing the shock in Su Deziao's eyes, Su Mingwei smiled faintly, and changed his tone and said, however, the world is dangerous. The open and secret struggles among the immortal cultivation families are even more intense than those among the martial arts families. After all, how can worldly wealth be compared with a vision of immortality? Your 5th uncle once mentioned to me that the desire of immortal cultivators for immortal cultivation resources far surpasses everything else, enough to drive people crazy and desperate, even at the cost of the entire family. There are also some new key training families that have only been declared for half a year and have ended up being destroyed. Therefore, my Su family has always kept a low profile. Your grandfather and your 5th uncle have been accumulating strength outside. We must also continuously increase the foundation of the Su family and make progress together. If you become the head of the family in the future, you must always put the Su family first. I will remember my father's teachings and never forget them, Su Deziao solemnly swore to Su Mingwei. Well, after you have memorized the entire innate 5 elements creation technique, Then leave the ancestral hall and go to Bihun Pond. Let your aunt or your third uncle teach you the basics." Su Dezhao nodded slightly and immediately began to recite diligently. After more than an hour, they left the ancestral hall and headed for Bihun Pond. Half a month later, it was another annual festival. The Su family had gradually expanded, and the third generation now numbered 9. Su Mingwei's lineage had 3 sons and 1 daughter, Su Dezhao, Su Duan, Su Diling, and Su Dejin. Both were martial arts prodigies. Su Dezhao was gifted with a Qian blood furnace, destiny. Su Diling was the Su family's first true spiritual root. Also gifted with divine vision, he was destined to be a pillar of the Su family. Su Chuan also planned to bless them with the appropriate destiny and talents later, allowing them to advance even further. Su Dejin was an ordinary child, currently just over 2 years old. Su Mingguan's lineage consisted of 2 daughters and 1 son, the eldest, Su Dejing, the eldest, Su Daru, and the second, Su Darin. All possessed ordinary talents, possessing incomplete 5 elements, lacking the aptitude for cultivating immortals, nor possessing any special bloodline or destiny. Su Mingxuan had both a son and a daughter. His eldest son, Su Dehan, possessed pseudo-spiritual roots and planned to cultivate at the Bihun Pond next year. Su Dan, a recent newborn, lacked the aptitude for cultivating immortals and possessed only ordinary martial arts talent. Su Mingshu remained alone, accompanied by the scarlet gold-eyed white tiger and the blue fire eagle. Su Mingxin, on the other hand, accompanied Su Chuan, maintaining anonymity, traveling extensively to accumulate spiritual stones and other cultivation resources while diligently studying formations in preparation for a future clan protection formation. According to Su Chuan, without the formation, the Su family would no longer consider themselves a family of key practitioners. Chapter 108, Lord of Qingjiang, Dongxi County. Of the wives of Su Mingwei and his 3 brothers, only Yang Ronghu had never practiced martial arts or cultivated immortality. Like Bai Jing, she was an ordinary woman. Yet, they were undemanding and untroubled, understanding the true meaning of contentment. Because both Su Chuan and Su Mingwei cherished each of them deeply, even after a brief 60-year relationship, they had no complaints. Bai Jing watched the assembled crowd, a faint smile on her face. The Su family, starting with your father, has grown continuously in your hands. To its present prosperity, each of you has made an indispensable contribution. Come, let's drink this cup together and wish our Su family prosperity and everlasting life, prosperity and everlasting life, prosperity and everlasting life. Bai Jing's eyes fell on Zhang Wanqing and Wu Rushan, and smiled faintly. Wanqing, Rushan, you gave birth to Yuner and Ranger. It's hard work, mother, you're too kind. It's our job to continue the Su family's lineage. Why should it be hard work? Wu Rushan was from a noble family, and she was more calm in her conversation than Zhang Wanqing. Yes, mother, you are too kind. Bai Jing nodded slightly, and then said, Rushan, I also know about what happened to the Wu family some time ago. You must accept my condolences, mother, this matter has passed. The 4 families of Fang, Wang, He and Xiao have also fallen into decline. Wu Rushan sighed slightly when she said this. I know what the Wu family was like before. If they were as low-key and kind as our Su family, they would not have suffered such a disaster. During this period, with my husband's tacit consent, I also sent a lot of support, which is considered to be my utmost kindness. It's good that you can think so open-mindedly. Bai Jing then looked at Su Mingshu again, and seeing that she avoided her eyes, she sighed. Zuji, you dare not look at me. How could that be, mother? After the New Year's sacrifice, you will be 24. When your sister-in-law was your age, Duan was born. Su Mingwei, Su Mingyin, and Su Mingxuan couldn't help laughing when they saw their sister, who used to be sharp-tongued in front of them, now look embarrassed and embarrassed. Don't laugh, brothers. You are also responsible for her behavior. If there was a suitable person, you wouldn't have introduced him to your sister, Su Mingxuan said. Mother, you can't blame us for this. Zuji has such high standards and is so outstanding. How can ordinary people be worthy of her? It's not good to ask us to run around the counties to find a husband for her. Why not? Bai Jing's words left Su Mingxuan speechless. This is your responsibility. If Zuji dies alone in the future, I will settle the score with you. Mother, maybe when father returns, he will bring good news. Su Mingwei once again mentioned Su Chuan. Yes, if your father saw the Su family in this state, he would be grinning from ear to ear. Bai Jing nodded slightly. Then added angrily, Yunnu has returned several times, but he hasn't even returned once. Everyone was silent. Well, let's not talk about this. Today is the annual festival, so we should enjoy it to the fullest. Don't let the delicacies go to waste, and don't let down the hard work of everyone in the Su family. Yes, mother. The next day, every servant, maid, and guard of the Su family received a red envelope, allowing them to share in the joy. Su Mingwei and his family also had a rare rest. All family members gathered at Bahantan Pond, enjoying family happiness. Now that the 5 great families of Qingjiang have fallen into decline, almost all their assets have been transferred to the Su family, and their wealth has deepened. They own significantly more shops in the county than the Su family. While their combined farmland and forests are not as large as the Su family's, they still hold tens of thousands of acres. After these shops were reorganized, some merged, some closed, and some closed, they have a brand new look. The common people who had originally rented land from the 5 great families were worried that they would no longer have land to farm, but when they heard that it would all be owned by the Su family, they were overjoyed. The Su family was well known for its treatment of its tenants. The outstanding ones would be absorbed into the Su family. Their children could also go to school for free to learn to read and write, and those with good talent would be sent to martial arts training, etc. Countless common people in Qingjiang envied the Su family's servants and guards. However, since the large-scale expansion after the drought, the Su family has not made such a big move. Although people have been absorbed since then, the requirements have been relatively strict. Under the black iron fruit tree, Su Daru and Su Delhan climbed onto the back of the white tiger to play. Su Diliang looked at the blue fire eagle Ada who was perched on the tree trunk, his eyes flashing red, which was very similar to the blue fire eagle's eyes. The blue fire eagle Ada tilted his head, his eyes showing surprise. Kriat flapped its wings twice, stirring up a gust of wind. Startled, Su Diliang took a few steps back. Su Mingshu, noticing this, walked over. After speaking with Ada, she looked at Su Diliang in surprise, though her eyes had returned to normal. "Brother, come here, what's the matter?" Su Mingwei asked, smiling as he walked over. Ada just said there's something strange about Linger's eyes, like an eagle's. "Oh," Su Mingwei said, surprised. "Similar to mine? Are they the red eagle's spiritual eyes that Dad mentioned? I think they look a lot like the rare spiritual eyes mentioned in some immortal cultivation gossip," Su Mingshu said in a low voice. Su Mingwei remained normal. "Brother, in the immortal cultivation world, those born with spiritual eyes are even rarer than her true spiritual roots," Su Mingshu said excitedly. Su Mingwei pondered for a moment before saying, "Don't make this public yet. Linger is still young and may not be able to fully control her spiritual eyes, which is why they appear and disappear. Have her follow you as much as possible in the future. If she truly is born with eagle eyes, I think it will be easier for her to gain the recognition of the blue fire eagles. If she can gain the recognition of one of them, it will be of great benefit to her future, just as you say. Big brother, little Linger, would you please follow me from now on?" Su Mingshu rubbed her head. "Yes, and," Su Diliang smiled sweetly. Although she was only 8 years old, she had already reached the peak of the 2nd level of key training and should be able to advance to the 3rd level in no time. This was due to the thin spiritual energy here and the Su family's current lack of elixirs for cultivation. Otherwise, she would have broken through to the 3rd level long ago. For cultivators with true spiritual roots, bottlenecks are rare in the early stages, progress will slow slightly in the middle stages, and only in the later stages will the pace of cultivation slow down completely. Su Delhan also possessed all 5 elements, possessing the aptitude for cultivating immortality, though only at the lowest level, pseudo-spiritual roots. Su Mingsun and Su Mingwei discussed this and ultimately decided to have him pursue the martial arts path first, before pursuing immortality. This decision was based on 2 factors. First, there were very few immortal cultivators in the Su family at the moment, and second, the 3 brothers had already decided that, with the exception of Su Dezhao, all those lacking the 5 elements would pursue the martial arts path. Unlike Su Chuan, they couldn't discern talent. If everyone pursued martial arts as a path to immortality, it would inevitably bring disaster to the Su family, so they had no choice but to make this decision. Whether this would change in the future depended on the Su family's development. In the northwest corner, in the open space, Su Dejing and Su Duan sparred. They were the same age, both third-rate martial artists, but Su Dejing had just broken into the 3rd tier, while Su Duan was already well on his way to becoming a second-rate warrior. After all, he possessed the pseudo-fire virtue bloodline, supplemented by the Su family's secret medicinal diet. Even if he couldn't reach the Xiantian realm before the age of 14 like his elder brother Su Dezhao, achieving Xiantian status by 15 or 16 wouldn't be a problem. Duan, the martial arts inherited from the Yang family, fire element secret, that you learned is truly exquisite. Your martial arts techniques are even 3 times better than those recorded in Little Dragon Elephant Kung Fu. The two nodded. Su Duan glanced at Su Dejing and smiled faintly. Jingji, the two martial arts aren't that different. The main reason is that the fire element secret is demanding to learn, and only those of the Yang family can practice it. With the added bonus of that bloodline, both your internal energy and your moves are significantly more powerful. Ginger, your martial arts talent isn't as good as Wiener's. You'll need to work even harder in the future. Su Dejing bowed to Wu Russian and said, Yes, mother. Yang Rongho smiled faintly. Russian, don't be so stern today. Let the children have some fun. That makes sense, sister-in-law, Wu Russian said with another smile. Go play with your brothers and sisters. Su Dejing immediately ran to Su Deliying's side, took her hand, and ran off. Yang Rongho waved to Su Duan, and Su Duan trotted over to Yang Rongho, who took out a handkerchief to wipe him. You can go play too, mother, the kid's gone. Su Duan also bowed, then went over to join his brothers and sisters. A few days later, they returned to their past lives, those who practiced martial arts, those who pursued the path of immortality. In the Nanshan courtyard, in the study, Su Mingwei summoned 2 innate warriors from the Su family's guards, Cheng Fei and Shen Guang, both in their early 40s. Head of the family, the 2 men came before Su Mingwei in the study and respectfully saluted with their fists clasped. Cheng Fei, Shen Guang, what are the patriarch's orders? Don't be so nervous, it's just a casual chat. You two don't seem to be married and you're both in your 40s. So why are you doing this? Cheng Fei was shocked and put on a look of horror. Patriarch, I really don't dare to have any improper thoughts. Su Mingwei was slightly startled when he heard this, and then he said with a smile, Cheng Fei, what are you thinking? Zuji's ambition is too high, it's hard for me to make decisions for her. How could she have asked you here for this? That's good. Cheng Fei felt a little relieved. Shen Guang's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that his brother was really a whimsical person. Marrying Su Mingshu was nothing but a daydream. He pondered for a moment before saying, reporting to the master, I was married when I was young, but because I was obsessed with martial arts, my wife became lonely and unbearable and had an affair with someone else. When I found out, I killed her and her lover. Since then, I have never been obsessed with women again. Cheng Fei glared at Shen Guang, his eyes as if saying, I never thought you would suffer such a tragic fate, brother. What about you? Su Mingwei's eyes fell on Cheng Fei again. I am similar to brother Shen, but the difference is that I was born with the fate of being alone. I lost 3 wives in 1 year. I eventually gave up the idea and devoted myself to martial arts. Su Mingwei nodded slightly. I have an assignment for you now. Are you willing? As long as the master commands, we will go through fire and water without hesitation. The 2 men looked at each other and said in unison. Don't worry, it's a good thing. You should also know that something happened to the 5 major families. Now that Li Zhi has been promoted to county magistrate, the positions of county magistrate and county lieutenant are vacant. I plan to let you 2 take on these 2 military officers. Moreover, my Su family will secretly support your 2 families and let you expand and prosper in Qingjiang. Li Zhi is a member of my Su family, and everyone knows it, but you 2 are different. Your reputation is not well known. From now on, the 3 of you will be in the open, and my Su family will be in the dark, firmly controlling the Qingjiang officialdom for my Su family. When the time is right, you 2 can compete with Li Zhi openly, or you can lure out some scoundrels who want to target my Su family. Master, do we have to expand and prosper? Is it difficult? Su Mingwei asked doubtfully. Could it be that you 2 are into homosexuality? The 2 waved their hands repeatedly and said decisively, of course not, we will obey the master's orders. Su Mingwei smiled lightly and said, you 2 are the elites of my Su family. My Su family will not treat you unfairly. From time to time, we will send people to deliver innate medicinal food to assist you in practicing innate martial arts. Thank you, Patriarch. The 2 men clasped their fists, their faces slightly excited, clearly finding the prospect even more appealing to them. As for the woman, just complete the mission. Go tomorrow, and treat yourself as an outsider. If you encounter any obstacles, our Su family will help clear them." The next day, Cheng Fei and Shen Guang left the Su family and rode to the Qianyuan County Magistrate's office, intending to contest the positions of County Magistrate and County Lieutenant. A minor issue arose. A mid-stage Xianshan warrior from another county also ran for the position of County Magistrate. He defeated Shen Guang, but the Su family secretly attacked and killed him. With only 2 candidates left, Shen Guang undoubtedly secured the position of County Lieutenant. However, both held official titles, not official status. The Su family, like a spider's web, tightly controlled the political and commercial world of Qinjiang, gradually encroaching upon the surrounding counties, each transitioning from business to government. While the Zhao, Jin, Sun, Chen, and Bai families were showing promising growth, they were still far from the status needed to seize official positions. The first requirement was that a Xianshan warrior be born within the family. Of course, the Su family was secretly cultivating this. It was inevitable. As for the Su family themselves, they kept a low profile, hiding in the countryside, living a seemingly idyllic existence. Dongxi County, nestled against the Kangwu Mountains to the north, resembles a serpentine blue dragon, and to the south, the vast Yunmeng Lake, resembles a black tortoise crouching on the waves. Within the county lies a massive cliff, known as Tong Cliff. Its surface is ochre red, and at sunrise, it glows with a coppery hue. Legend has it that it was formed from the copper essence of an ancient phoenix. Containing a rare vein of red marrow copper, it was highly prized by the Wei dynasty, and thus a member of the royal family ruled Dongxi County. Among the Wei counties, it was one of the most prosperous, far surpassing Yuhu County. South of the county city, the Yunmeng River nourished thousands of acres of fertile fields, with rice ears as heavy as copper hammers. It was said that a load of copper in the valley could be exchanged for 3 hu of pearls. The lake was rich in aquatic resources, home to a variety of spiritual fish, which were divided among the various noble families. The county is home to numerous aristocratic families, with martial arts families and immortal cultivation families accounting for a ratio of 7-3. Therefore, immortal cultivators are a common sight within Dongxi County, unlike the rare sites in Yuhu County. There's even an immortal cultivation market within the county itself. At this moment, a few miles outside Dongxi County, 2 figures, one middle-aged in a gray robe and the other young in a green robe, walked side by side towards the city. They were Su Chuan and Su Mingxin. "Father, we've traveled to many immortal cultivation markets over the past 6 months and accumulated quite a bit of spirit stones. Dongxi County may be prosperous, but it can't compare to the Imperial City." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Dongxi Market, News about the Clan Protection Formation. We'll go to the Imperial City. Only there can we better understand the current state of the entire Wei cultivation world. Su Chuan turned to look at Su Mingxin, smiling faintly. Then, although you're not far from the 8th level of key training, and I'm also in the late 8th level, we must also be wary of others who may have methods we're unaware of. Cultivators aren't as straightforward as warriors, and there are countless examples of the weak defeating the strong. Just like the 7th level key training cultivator who controlled poisonous insects we encountered not long ago, he almost suffered a great loss at his hands. Su Mingxin nodded slightly. Father's words make sense, but we also obtained half of the insect control manual. I've roughly flipped through it, and it contains many mysterious methods for cultivating spiritual insects. I think it should be suitable for 4th sister, but I'm not sure if she likes creatures like controlled insects. They're so densely packed that ordinary people would definitely be terrified. From what I've observed, she prefers furry spiritual beasts like Xiaobei, who are both beautiful and powerful. Su Chuan shook his head and laughed. From your tone, I can tell that you still have the urge to take risks in your bones. That's all. I won't say much to you, as long as you remember that you have my Su family behind you, and think twice before doing anything. Dad, I get it. As for Zuji, we can talk about other things after she enters the Tao through martial arts and becomes a cultivator. Even if she doesn't want to, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we don't have any insect eggs for her to hatch and control. Su Mingxin nodded slightly, and then said, Dad, your alchemy furnace seems to have cracks in the last battle. When we get to Dongxi County, should we find a refining shop to repair it for you, or buy a new alchemy furnace? We can't afford the top-grade ones, but we can still afford to replace the mid-grade magic tool-level alchemy furnace now. Repair it. I'll save the spirit stones to replace yours with a top-grade magical weapon, Chuan said with a smile. Although you followed my advice and focused on formations, your heart still leans towards combat. The golden sword technique you practice focuses on attack techniques that condense sword light. After several encounters with the enemy, Su Mingxin had developed a talent for combat. Chuan even considered bestowing the sword heart clearness upon Su Mingxin, but he considered he already possessed the innate talent for the 9 palaces Daoyan. Formation techniques are vast and profound, and even a lifetime of study would not reveal their full scope. Pursuing the sword path would only delay him. As for the power of force, Chuan had already chosen Su Mingwei. His archery skills were unparalleled, surpassing even his sword skills. I wonder how things are going at home, whether any outstanding children have been born. Of the 3 generations of the Su family, Chuan had only bestowed the Qi and Blood Furnace innate talent upon Su Dezhao. He was cautious about granting the others. Even if they were to be gifted, only 2 or 3 would be able to do so. Producing geniuses from generation to generation was common in large families. By concentrating resources on 2 or 3 individuals with even slightly better talent, even a top martial arts family or a Qianyuan family could cultivate several prominent figures. However, not everyone was a genius or a cultivator. Soon after, a massive city wall, far larger than Yuhu County itself, appeared before their eyes, resembling a giant bronze dragon stretching across the vast landscape. Its foundation, cast from a molten slurry of iron ore mixed with a touch of spiritual copper, formed a pattern of alternating blue and red dragon scales. Heavy rains lashed the walls, emitting a faint metallic odor. The city gates were constructed of red copper, with copper gates weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds. Octagonal copper towers stood at each corner, and 36 unique copper bells hung from the eaves. Their ringing alerted the entire city. Such a fortified city wall was equipped with warning devices because Dongxi County had repeatedly faced the beast tides surging from the Kangwu Mountains. Ordinary blue brick walls wouldn't be enough to protect against the monsters lurking in the beast tide. Entering the city, the 2 men saw a wide main street stretching to the horizon, flanked by houses and attics, taverns, and inns. Pedestrians streamed in like a tide, while carriages raced toward the city's edge. Fellow Taoist Mingayan, let's go to the restaurant first for a bite to eat and inquire about the location of Dongxi County's Xiuxin Market. Master Wu originally said it was within the city. Okay, let's go then. After walking a few hundred meters, they came upon a restaurant called Guianju, bustling with customers. They exchanged a smile and immediately stepped inside. After inquiring and satisfying their appetite, the 2 men headed eastward. That area was also home to 5th-rank martial arts families, numerous immortal cultivation families, and members of the royal family. Formations were set up outside the market, restricting entry to those with status tokens or those who were cultivators. Outside the formation, 2 innate warriors stood with swords in hand. Next to them sat a young cultivator at the 2nd level of key training. Before them stood a desk with a thick book on it. Seeing someone approach without a valid ID token, they immediately blocked their way, saying, "The area ahead is the Immortal Master's Market. Ordinary people are not allowed in. If you 2 Taoists are cultivators, please demonstrate a few spells." Upon hearing this, Su Mingxin simply made a hand gesture. A burst of golden light flashed, and a golden flying sword condensed, hovering around them. Chuan flipped his hand, and a flaming lotus materialized in his palm. "So it's Master Immortal. We apologize for the offense." The 2 men clasped their fists in apology. The young man nearby, observing this, knew that Chuan and the other 2 had advanced cultivation skills. Their mastery and control of the hand gestures belied those of cultivators at the early stages of key training. He immediately said with a smile, "2 seniors, please come here to register your names and backgrounds. I will then open the formation restrictions for you." The 2 walked to the desk. Chuan looked at the young man and asked in surprise, "We have been to many markets, but we have never encountered such strict inspections. May I ask why? It seems that this is your first time here." Since more than 10 years ago, a group of independent cultivators took advantage of the chaos to plunder and loot, causing heavy losses to the various families. Since then, this rule has been implemented. Whether entering or leaving, A dedicated person is required to open the formation restrictions. There are still such bold independent cultivators? What happened to that group? Su Mingxin asked curiously. They were basically killed by the joint efforts of the various families. The only one left is a person named Chu Jiayu who has reached the great perfection of key training. He has not been seen since then, and I don't know if he escaped from the Wei dynasty. Money can move people's hearts, Su Chuan sighed. Who says it isn't? The young man agreed, cupping his fists. May I ask the names and origins of the two seniors? Taoist Sanshu, a wandering cultivator, from Yuhu County. Taoist Yunming, a wandering cultivator, also from Yuhu County. The young man nodded slightly. After completing the registration, he patted the storage bag at his waist, and a jade token flew out. Infused with mana, the token soared into the air, emitting a shimmering azure light before landing on the formation. Suddenly, a semicircular archway, 10 feet tall, appeared on the formation's light screen ahead. Seniors, please enter quickly. The formation will only be active for 20 to 30 breaths. Su Chuan nodded, and he and Su Mingxin immediately entered the Dongxi County market. They were greeted by a dense aura, 30 to 40% richer than in other cultivation markets. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mingxin transmitted his message. Father, there might be a small spiritual vein beneath East City. Otherwise, with only a few subtle spiritual vein nodes, the spiritual energy concentration wouldn't be this high. If Dongxi County is already like this, I wonder what the concentration of spiritual energy in the Imperial City would be like. Su Chuan sighed. Let's take a look around and get a feel for the situation. Half a day later, the Dongxi market was dominated by shops selling spiritual materials. These materials included not only spiritual herbs and spiritual iron, but also demon beast materials, fragments of magical instruments, and even half-cut spiritual wood. There were also alchemy shops, instrument workshops, and talisman shops. There were also some casual cultivators setting up stalls. A building in the market, called the Treasure Pavilion, specialized in trading rare spiritual materials and fine magical instruments. Its owner was Xiao Jingming, a member of the Dongxi County royal family, who had reached the foundation establishment stage. Without this level of cultivation, one couldn't rule Dongxi County. After all, the county boasted 5 major foundation establishment families and dozens of profound key cultivation families. Some 5th and 6th rank martial arts families also have 5 or 6 key cultivating immortal cultivators. Based on their cultivation level, they could certainly apply to become lower 3rd rank immortal families. However, only middle and upper 3rd rank immortal families are valued by the Great Wei dynasty. Therefore, these martial arts families quietly accumulate wealth. Immortal cultivation families must be certified by the dynasty. Immortal cultivation families of the 6th rank and above are exempt from all taxes, military service, and labor service. The Great Wei dynasty does not force these families' descendants to participate in wars with other countries, but if they do, they keep the spoils of battle. Furthermore, they enjoy privileges. As long as they do not kill indiscriminately, even murder is not a crime. Lower 3rd rank immortal cultivation families, on the other hand, have at most 5 or 6 cultivators, and their strength and foundation are inferior to those of 5th and 6th rank martial arts families. Such families are unworthy of the title of immortal cultivation family. There have even been cases in the Great Wei dynasty where lower 3rd rank immortal cultivation families have been besieged by 5th and 6th rank martial arts families. Given this precedent, immortal cultivation families below the 3rd rank in the Wei dynasty were virtually non-existent. All known ones were of the 6th rank or higher. Immortal cultivators held a high position in the Wei dynasty, revered by the common people and revered as immortal masters. Consequently, their rivals were each other and cultivators from other lands. Wars often broke out between the immortal cultivation families, either over grudges or resources. Whenever a cave, spiritual vein, or mineral vein was discovered, virtually every family would investigate. If they possessed sufficient resources, they would fight for them, leading to endless battles. Consequently, the power between the aristocratic families fluctuated, with some rising and some falling. The Wei dynasty never prohibited this, explicitly stating that whichever family seized the property would own it. Of course, there were also unwritten rules. For spiritual stones and mineral veins, 30% would belong to the Wei royal family, with the remainder belonging to the aristocratic families. This resentment among the aristocratic families was not without its share. Yet, The Wei imperial family has entrenched themselves here for millennia, their enduring prosperity thanks to the successive emergence of two golden elixir patriarchs, who consistently maintained a golden elixir. But if the golden elixir were ever to fall, perhaps it would be the moment of radical change for the Wei. Su Mingxin borrowed the services of a crafts workshop and spent several days repairing his alchemy furnace. They then rented a cave dwelling, and as usual in other markets, Su Chuan purchased spiritual herbs and refined elixirs while Su Mingxin researched formations. Of course, the two would meditate for several hours each night. At their level, sleep is unnecessary, requiring only cross-legged meditation to replenish vital energy and achieve spiritual clarity. Nearly 10 months had passed since leaving Yuhu Market. Su Chuan's alchemy skills had risen again, his success rate in refining high-grade elixirs now reaching 50%, typically yielding 1, and occasionally 2. Su Chuan's utilization of the medicinal liquids extracted from the spiritual herbs had reached a near-peak level. Of course, this is still a long way from the legendary pinnacle of alchemy, where 9 pills are each of top-grade quality. The varying quality stems from the immense difficulty of separating the 9 clumps of liquid medicine to ensure they all reach the purity of top-grade pills. This is primarily related to divine consciousness and fire control. Any alchemist's fire control skills will continuously improve over the years, reaching perfection. However, divine consciousness is different. Beyond increasing realms, ordinary means are difficult to enhance. Su Chuan, however, relies on the increased divine consciousness gained through the daily divination, allowing him to rival that of a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of key training. However, this has reached a bottleneck. Unless he seeks alternative methods, his divine consciousness will not be strengthened any further. He will have to wait until he breaks through the foundation establishment stage and transforms into divine consciousness. It can be said that Su Chuan's alchemy currently faces a bottleneck. Even if he achieves ultimate mastery in fire control, he can only produce 2 or 3 top-grade pills per furnace. To achieve greater yields, he must sacrifice the number of finished pills. However, this is not what Su Chuan desires. Over the past 6 months, thanks to Su Chuan's alchemy skills, they had accumulated a considerable amount of spirit stones. Of course, they had also purchased several mid-grade magical instruments from other markets to enhance their own strength. Su Mingxin now possessed not only the mid-grade flying sword, gifted by Wu Fengzhu, but also a mid-grade magical shield. Su Chuan, in turn, purchased a low-level storage bag and 2 mid-grade magical instruments, 1 for attack and 1 for defense. They also acquired 3 inferior storage bags, a spirit beast bag, 4 low-grade magical instruments, several cultivation manuals and texts, and over a dozen spirit stones from 2 groups of wandering cultivators who attempted to rob them. This represented a considerable fortune. At the Dongxi market, Su Chuan continued refining pills daily as usual. As for setting up a stall to sell pills, the two exchanged positions every 3 days, changing locations each time. With Su Chuan's current alchemy proficiency, refining these familiar, ordinary pills could easily yield a return of more than 10 times the original price. An average alchemist would be considered accomplished if they could earn 5 or 6 times that. 2 months of peace passed in a flash. Their spirit stones had accumulated to over 600. From then on, Su Chuan stopped selling pills and instead refined Huiyin pills and Juki pills, aiming to improve the quality of the resulting pills, striving for top-grade pills whenever possible. These pills were used for their own cultivation. He even collected ingredients for 3 realm-breaking pills, refining 2 top-grade, 4 mid-grade, and 2 low-grade pills. He kept the mid-grade and higher-grade pills for himself, using them to break through bottlenecks. As for the low-grade ones, Su Chuan planned to visit the treasure pavilion in 10 days or half a month to see if he could fetch a good price. As long as they weren't appearing in large quantities in the market, they wouldn't attract much attention. After all, the world of immortal cultivation also had pills with similar effects, called Pazian pills, but their effects weren't as potent as the realm-breaking pills. The next day, Su Mingxin returned from an outing and excitedly visited Su Chuan's quiet room. "Father, good news." Upon hearing this, Su Chuan opened the barrier of the quiet room and let him in. "You're already so old, yet you're still so impatient. If you have any good news, just tell me slowly. We've got some ideas for the clan protection formation." "Really?" Su Chuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a look of joy appeared on his face. "But unfortunately, the price is too high." Su Mingxin's words made Su Chuan laugh. So you didn't research the clan protection formation, but discovered it in its entirety. Chapter 110 Swallowing the Pill and Entering the 9th Level. Father, even if I am quite talented in the art of formations, it is impossible for me to create a clan protection formation from scratch in just 1 or 2 years, and to the extent that I can set up a clan protection formation. Moreover, according to your requirements, it must be a clan protection formation that can withstand the foundation building stage. With my current level and progress, it will take at least 10 years to meet your expectations. Chuan smiled. Okay, then tell me where you found it. Treasure Pavilion. It is indeed there. Only the royal family of the Great Way could come up with such a formation. Tell me more about it. Mingxin nodded slightly and said, according to my eyes, it is a second-level upper-grade residual formation. Although it can be operated at present, it can only defend against attacks from key training masters at most. It is hard to say how long it can last. And I estimate that due to its incompleteness, the formation will have many defects, so it has been gathering dust in the treasure pavilion until now. I'm not boasting, Yanu. Mingxin's eyebrows lifted slightly, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. His expression lit up as he chuckled. I've made some discoveries while studying formations. I consider myself quite adept at deduction, particularly in completing broken formations, of course. Chuan chuckled inwardly. With his 9 palaces Daoine fate, he excelled at deducing formations. Once Mingxin had mastered the art of formations to perfection, he would surely be able to innovate and create unprecedented, magnificent formations. Completing a broken formation was a difficult feat for other formation masters, but Mingxin was certainly capable of giving it a try. As you say, that's a second-grade, top-grade broken formation. Yunyu, are you sure you can do it? Chuan pondered for a moment, then met his gaze. Yes, Mingxin replied firmly. Give me 7 or 8 months, a year at most, and I'll definitely complete it. Okay. Seeing him issue a pledge, Chuan nodded slightly. But there's a problem. Mingxin scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. That remaining formation will cost 800 spirit stones. Chuan was stunned, his face also showing difficulty. After a moment's hesitation, he said, since that's the case, I have no choice but to take a risk. I didn't want to continue selling elixirs in Dongxi County because I was afraid of being targeted, but the clan protection formation is vital to our Su family. Tomorrow I'll go to the spirit herb shop to purchase the corresponding spirit herbs. Following the previous sales method will significantly reduce the risk. Thank you, Father. Mingxin bowed. Father will take care of the spirit stones, but completing the remaining formation is up to you, Yanu. Chuan placed a hand on his shoulder, encouraging him. I will definitely live up to Father's expectations. Half a month later, Chuan and his team had accumulated 880 spirit stones from selling elixirs. Apart from the 800 spirit stones from the remaining second-grade superior formation, the remaining amount was enough to cover the cost of renting the cave residence and daily expenses for researching the formation. If that didn't work, he would return to the treasure pavilion later and try to sell the 2 realm-breaking pills. They were likely worth dozens of spirit stones. Chuan gave all his spirit stones to Mingxin, who then stored them in his primary storage bag before heading to the treasure pavilion. No one in the market would cause trouble, so Chuan felt confident in his safety. After a few cups of tea, he returned to his cave abode with his second-grade, superior formation. Father, this formation is called the 4 Symbols Heavenly Gang Formation. It has a total of 36 flags, divided into the Azure Dragon Formation, the White Tiger Formation, the Vermilion Bird Formation, and the Black Tortoise Formation. These 4 formations are all first-grade, superior formations. Only when the 4 symbols gather, attacking is one, can a complete second-grade, superior formation be achieved. Unfortunately, the flags of each formation are partially intact, with some patterns missing. I can only deduce them based on the intact flags and patterns. Just focus on it, but Father will fully support you if needed. Thank you, Father. Yunyu will return to her room to study. Go ahead, but don't forget your cultivation. Mingxin nodded slightly and immediately returned to his room. Chuan had also kept a low profile for 7 or 8 days, neither going out to buy spiritual herbs nor selling elixirs. Instead, he conscientiously swallowed top-grade key-gathering pills in his cave abode. As soon as he reached the peak of the 8th level of key training, he would prepare to consume the top-grade realm-breaking pill. With his true spiritual roots, and the power of elixirs, His chances of a breakthrough reached 70% to 80%, saving him the equivalent of half a year, or even 2 or 3 years, of painstaking effort. With mixed spiritual roots, a breakthrough from the peak of the 8th level to the early 9th level would require 7 to 8 years, or even more than a decade, for a 20% to 30% chance. After swallowing 2 or 3 top-grade key gathering pills, Chuan felt his mana improve significantly. The later stages of key training become increasingly challenging, requiring several times more mana to be condensed. Without resources, he would have to rely on his own daily practice. While a low-grade key gathering pill might be effective at the 7th level, only a mid-grade one could maintain his previous training speed at the 8th level. For the 9th level, a top-grade pill was required. Wait 2 or 3 months before refining the elixir. I figure with the help of the top-grade key gathering pills I've refined, 2 months will be enough for me to reach the peak of the 8th level of key training. With the passing of the waking of insects in March, everything came alive. In the courtyard, peach trees blossomed, waves of pink billowed in the air. After 2 months of diligent cultivation, Chuan had made some progress. Given his true spiritual roots, it's no wonder that most of the people he saw at the 8th level of key training were in their 70s, 80s, or even 90s. Without the elixir, even with Chuan's natural innate abilities, it would still take him over 6 months to reach the peak of the 8th level. Let's break through to the 9th level as soon as possible. Chuan glanced at the old peach in the courtyard. He knew his spirit stones were running low, so he could only sell his low-grade realm-breaking pills to exchange for spirit stones to buy spiritual herbs. He had never bought spiritual herbs from the same spiritual herb shop before. And he was doing the same now. Each spiritual herb shop was backed by a different family, and competition was fierce, so they weren't exactly trading what they had. They all assumed Chuan and Mingxin were just casual cultivators studying elixirs. While the recent sale of an extra batch of elixirs had drawn attention, the two had been exchanging identities every few days, and since they'd been keeping a low profile for over 2 months, they'd fortunately avoided being targeted. Dongxi Market, East District. Treasure Pavilion. Chuan entered the main entrance. The pavilion wasn't crowded with cultivators. After all, the items were all high quality and expensive. Senior, are there any elixirs or magical instruments you're looking for? Our treasure pavilion has them all. A middle-aged man in a dark, inky robe and a tall hat approached. Chuan assessed him as an ordinary shopkeeper, but a quick scan revealed him to be a cultivator in the early 7th stage of key training. He looked to be in his early 60s. The Cao royal family is truly wealthy. A mere shop manager is already a key training cultivator at the 7th level. In a key training family, he'd be considered a clan elder. Fellow Taoist, you are so polite. I have something I'd like to sell you. I wonder if you would accept it. What is it? Elixir. The middle-aged man in the tall hat pondered for a moment, then raised his eyes and said, since that's the case, please follow me. I'm not an expert in elixirs, but we have a resident alchemist. I'll ask him to come and take a look. If it's a good idea, we'll make an offer. I'll take your advice, fellow Taoist. Chuan was led to a quiet, antique-style room. The furnishings were simple and elegant. A rosewood 8 Immortal table sat in the center, complete with writing brushes, inkstones, paper, and inkstone. In the corner stood an antique display case, stacked with bronze tripods and porcelain vases. Occasionally, a ray of sunlight slanted through, casting a faint glow of time on the surfaces of the objects. A couch, covered with brocade cushions, sat by the window. The rustling of banana leaves outside echoed with the curling green smoke from the copper incense burner on the desk, adding a touch of tranquility. The light smoke had a calming effect. A moment later, a middle-aged man in a tall hat led a man in his 70s or 80s into the quiet room and said to Chuan, Senior, this is Master He of our pavilion, an expert in alchemy. Please take out the elixir that needs to be appraised and hand it to him. Chuan nodded, slapped the storage bag at his waist, and a porcelain bottle flew out, flying in front of Master He. Master He grasped the porcelain bottle, made a hand gesture, and a pill flew out, hovering in front of him. The strong fragrance of the elixir filled the air, instantly overshadowing the restful and calming aroma in the quiet room. Master He's pupils narrowed slightly, and he gently pinched the pill between his index and middle fingers, examining it carefully, occasionally sniffing it. After a moment, he took out another realm-breaking pill and examined it as well. When he was done, he returned it to the porcelain bottle and replaced the cork. After a moment's silence, he said, This elixir isn't one I'm familiar with, but if my guess is correct, it's a realm-breaking elixir, specifically for the late stages of key training. I only inhaled a hint of the elixir's fragrance, and I felt the bottleneck of the 7th layer loosen slightly. Its efficacy should be 70% to 80% of that of the barrier-breaking pill. It's most likely made according to an ancient elixir recipe. The middle-aged man in the tall hat was a little surprised. He didn't expect Master He to give such a high evaluation. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master He, how much do you think this elixir is worth? If there's a recipe, it would be very valuable." After saying this, Master He looked up at Chuan. Chuan smiled bitterly and said, "If you do have one, I'd naturally be willing to sell it to you. It's a pity that I found this elixir by chance in a cultivator's cave." The owner of that cave was a cultivator who had reached the perfection of key training. He must have died after failing in his attempt to establish his foundation. There was also an empty porcelain bottle, which should have contained a high-grade elixir of this type. That's a pity. These two are only low-grade elixirs, but their efficacy is close to that of a high-grade barrier-breaking pill, worth 18 spirit stones each. Senior, Master He is a renowned alchemist in Dongxi County. His assessment is undoubtedly correct. Our pavilion will accept it for 36 spirit stones. What do you think? Chuan remained silent. He knew that if he specifically sold it to cultivators in the late key training stages, the price could even be raised to 30 spirit stones per piece. Then it will be so, Chuan replied, looking up. After the transaction was completed, Chuan immediately left the treasure pavilion. He first wandered around the market, making sure no one was following him, before entering a spiritual herb shop he had never been to before. He exchanged the still warm spirit stones for spiritual herbs. After another stroll, making sure no one was following him, he returned to his rented cave. Then, he continued to refine the alchemy, practice, refine the alchemy, practice. 2 months passed in a flash. Chuan finally reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of key training. He rested for half a day, then sat cross-legged in his room and swallowed a top-grade realm-breaking pill. The moment he took the pill, saliva welled up on his tongue, transforming into a stream of clear water that flowed directly into his dantian. The magical power, once like a pool of water, suddenly surged, and 8 vortexes of spiritual energy collided. A thin layer of sweat broke out on Chuan's forehead, and 3 wisps of white vapor rose from his crown, indicating that impurities within his body were being forced out. Suddenly, he heard the sound of shattering glass within him. Chuan's eyes fluttered, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if in joy. He formed a seal with one hand, and a stream of azure light swirled around him. In an instant, the impurities forced out of his body were completely washed away. A moment later, Chuan opened his eyes, a glimmer of azure light shimmering in his pupils. His breath flowed like a silkworm, and his sleeves fluttered without a breeze. I finally reached the 9th level of key training. All that remains is to refine my magical power to its peak. The pinnacle of the 9th level of key training represents the great perfection of key training, reaching the bottleneck of foundation building. This bottleneck at a higher level is like an insurmountable chasm for those without natural spiritual roots. Far more so than the bottlenecks of a smaller level. The first step is to condense the 5 elements of key and, in conjunction with their spiritual roots, forge the foundation of immortality. At this point, the immortal foundation is like a floating, rootless duckweed. The next step is to break through the bottleneck of foundation establishment. Countless cultivators who have reached the great perfection of key training have failed at this stage. The current world of immortal cultivation is unlike that of ancient times. The spiritual energy is incredibly rich, making it easy to break through bottlenecks. Nowadays, without the aid of elixirs, only those with natural spiritual roots can break through the bottleneck with unstoppable force. Those with earthly spiritual roots also face a significant chance of failure if they are not well prepared. After passing the stage, the rest becomes easy, and success can generally be achieved in 2 or 3 days. Focusing the mind, the immortal foundation becomes tangible, sinking it into the dantian, taking root there. From then on, the immortal foundation is no longer a floating, rootless duckweed. With the help of the immortal foundation, cultivators in the foundation establishment stage can absorb and release spiritual energy at a speed far superior to those in the key training stage, and their magic power can also be transformed into higher quality foundation building magic power. After a few days, Chuan's realm was completely solidified at the early stage of the 9th level of key training. This realm is not considered weak in the world of immortal cultivation in the Great Way. However, Chuan, preoccupied with alchemy, lacked combat skills. He would have to wait until he had achieved great perfection in key training before finding time to learn various spells and gain combat experience. Chuan glanced at Su Mingxin. Although he looked a little tired, his eyes were bright and excited, suggesting that everything was going smoothly. "Father, won't you ask how things are going? From your expression, Father knows everything is going well. Father, you have a keen eye. If all goes well, we can hopefully complete it before the New Year's festival. However, repairing this second-grade, top-grade formation flag requires some second-grade materials, so I'm guessing it'll cost some spirit stones." Chuan nodded and said, "Let me know what materials you need. I'll go to the market when I have time to look for them." Su Mingxin named 5 ingredients, and Chuan memorized them. At this moment, Su Mingxin suddenly asked, "Dad, have you made a breakthrough? I just broke through to the 9th level of key training not long ago, and my realm is now stable. Foundation building cultivators are rare. Unless it concerns the safety of the family, they rarely travel outside. The 9th level of key training is considered top-tier combat power. Congratulations, Dad." Seeing Su Mingxin's excitement, Chuan smiled and said, "Don't be too excited. In a real fight, your father is only comparable to the 8th level of key training. With my brother and I here, why would you need to fight in person?" Speaking of Su Mingwei, Chuan was still very satisfied. He was the Su family's unparalleled martial power that he had cultivated since childhood. "I wonder if your brother has reached the Grandmaster level by now," Chuan sighed. "If Dad were by my side now, with your current alchemy skills, he would have reached the Grandmaster level long ago. But it's hard to say now. After all, the Grandmaster level in martial arts is equivalent to the middle to late stages of key training, and every breakthrough is equally difficult." Chapter 111, Materials Worry People. Chuan remained silent, smiling faintly. "There aren't many elixirs effective for Grandmaster warriors, and I don't have any recipes for them. I'll research them later when I have some free time." Then Big Brother must have reached Grandmaster status long ago, but the younger ones will have a much better time. Chuan shook his head and chuckled. He then patted his storage bag, and 3 porcelain bottles flew out, landing in Su Mingxin's hands. One contains a mid-range realm breakthrough pill, which will help you quickly break through the 8th level bottleneck. One contains a top-grade realm breakthrough pill, which you can use once you reach the 9th level bottleneck. The last contains 6 top-grade key-gathering pills, which will help you improve your mana. Seeing him about to speak, Chuan knew what he was going to say and immediately raised his hand to stop him. "Don't refuse. Dad is an alchemist. We can refine the key-gathering pills later. If you break through the 8th level of key training as soon as possible, it will also help you improve your formation." Su Mingxin nodded heavily, swallowing all his words. "You continue your research. Father's going to take a walk outside." "Father, be careful." Chuan smiled and left the room. Su Mingxin took a moment to calm his breath, then immediately immersed himself in the deduction and completion of the formation. After a round, Chuan found that the 5 materials Su Mingxin mentioned were not difficult to find, but the key was the price. They were all second-level spiritual materials, often costing more than 10 or 20 spirit stones, with the most expensive costing more than 40 spirit stones. He also thought that one batch might not be enough, so it would be best to prepare 2 or 3. More than 300 spirit stones again, Chuan sighed inwardly. Continue buying spiritual medicine and selling pills. However, he always had concerns in his heart, fearing that the key training families would be targeted and afraid of their excessive greed. "I wonder how much of a deterrent the Zhou family's guest token holds." Just as Chuan was hesitating, he overheard someone passing by say, "I heard the Prince Yang's palace is inviting alchemists to select the best to create a healing elixir for the princess, and they've promised them a great deal. If any alchemist succeeds, they'll likely be able to obtain a top-grade magical instrument and a large amount of spirit stones. It's a pity we're not alchemists. It's out of our reach." The 2 voices spoke with regret as their voices faded. "The treasure pavilion belongs to the Prince Yang's palace. The alchemists are named. He must be quite accomplished in alchemy. Even he can't do it. I imagine the elixir he's trying to create is truly extraordinary, but perhaps we could give it a try." Chuan had come to Dongxi County with the intention of establishing contact with the Wei royal family, but he'd been unable to find the right opportunity. As for simply visiting them, Chuan wouldn't do such a rash move. The title of alchemist was perfectly appropriate. After a quick inquiry, Chuan learned where Prince Yong's palace was recruiting alchemists in the market, and he headed there immediately. Meanwhile, in Dongxi County, at Prince Yong's palace, an old acquaintance of Chuan was inside. This person was Zhou of the Zhou family. Zhou was also a master alchemist capable of refining top-grade elixirs, and therefore among those invited to Prince Yong's palace. Master Zhou, after looking at this recipe, are you confident? A middle-aged man dressed like a steward asked with concern. This man was the Yong Palace's steward, and his cultivation had reached the 9th level of key training. In the hall, besides Zhou, there were 3 other alchemists, including Master He. 2nd level Jadebud Pill, a renowned healing elixir from ancient times. I've heard of it before, and now I've finally seen it in person. Zhou stroked his beard, looking overjoyed. Suddenly, he looked up at the middle-aged butler and said apologetically, if it were an ordinary 2nd-grade healing pill, I'm confident I could successfully refine it within a few furnaces, but the Jadebud pill is inherently difficult to refine, and it requires a mid-grade pill. I'm sorry, I'm unable to do it, the middle-aged butler sighed. Although he had expected this, hearing Zhou words weighed heavily on his heart. Zhou alchemy skills surpassed those of Master He and the others. If he couldn't do it, did he really have to wait for the chief alchemist of the Alchemy Palace to return from his travels? The Great Wei Empire had a powerful alchemy palace that recruited alchemists from all over the world. Its chief alchemist was a master alchemist who had reached the foundation establishment stage. Although only in the middle stage of the foundation establishment period, his status was higher than some in the late stage of the foundation establishment period. However, Zhou tone changed, and the middle-aged butler's eyes lit up. My Zhou family has a guest official whose attainments in alchemy surpass mine. He might have some confidence, really? Then please, Master Zhou, please invite him here quickly. Zhou shook his head and sighed, it's too late. He left our Zhou family last year and has been traveling far and wide in pursuit of the Dao. I don't know his whereabouts. The middle-aged butler felt like cursing. Are you walking me off? Please think of a solution. Even if it's just to stabilize the princess's injuries, my prince will reward you handsomely. We'll do our best. Seeing the middle-aged butler bow, the 4 of them rose to return the greeting. By the way, masters, I've already had alchemists recruited in the market. I'd appreciate your help in screening the people who have come, of course. Zhou nodded. The others nodded as well. Dongxi County Market. Yongwang Mansion Alchemist Recruitment Office. There were only a few people here, including Chuan, only 3. Master He was renowned throughout the Dongxi County Market. Unless he was a new arrival, everyone knew of his connection to Prince Yong's mansion. Without some skill, no one dared to reply. Was he truly afraid of Prince Yong's mansion's wrath and his immediate execution? Master, what's your name? Sanchu Taoist. From where? Yuhu County. Well, Master Sanchu, please wait a moment. I'll take you to the palace at 5 p.m. Chuan's eyes flickered, scanning the other 3. They were either hovering around the 6th level of key training or hesitating at the 7th. Their temples were frosted with autumn frost, their faces crisscrossed with wrinkles. Compared to their own age, they all looked more than 70 years old. It was exactly 5 p.m. Masters, please follow me. A young man dressed as a servant led Chuan and the others out of the market and a moment later arrived at Prince Yong's mansion. 2 white marble lion statues, each with its eyes pierced with night-glow pearls, dignified and majestic. A vermilion lacquered gate with animal heads towered over 2 meters tall. Flanked by guards in black armor, they exuded a powerful aura, presumably those of martial arts masters. A young servant produced a token. The 2 black-armored guards glanced at it and then dismissed it, allowing him to lead the way inside. Passing through 3 layers of bluestone screen walls, the floor was paved with square bricks in a tortoise-back pattern. To the east, beneath a purple wisteria trellis, stood an archery course. To the west, stacked Tehu stones formed a small Hongnan rockery. Then, they arrived at the main hall. The 7-room, 9-story main hall was carpeted in scarlet lichen. 12 beaded glazed lanterns hung from the beams. A red sandalwood carving of 8 barbarians presenting treasures covered the entire north wall. 3-foot-tall bronze crane incense burners flanked the throne, their beaks puffing smoke into auspicious clouds. Butler Gu, the alchemists we recruited today have arrived. Well, please leave and have someone invite Master He and the others to the hall. Yes, After the young servant left, Butler Gu glanced at the others, his eyes lingering on Chuan specifically, simply because he had reached the 9th level of key training. In the Wei Dynasty's immortal cultivation world, there were many people at the 9th level of key training, but they were not common. There were even fewer among the independent cultivators. Please take a seat. Someone will come to test your alchemy skills. If you pass, you may be able to treat the princess. Chapter 112 Refining Jadebud Pill. After a while, 4 people came out of the hall one after another. Chuan was not surprised to see Master He, but he was surprised to see Zhou. Senator Zhou Sen was the same. He was delighted and immediately walked past Master He and the others to Chuan, saying with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Sanchu, I never thought that we would meet again after so many years. Fellow Taoist Zhou, we meet again." Everyone looked at the two of them in surprise. Master He felt that Chuan looked familiar. Butler Gu's eyes turned and suddenly burst into a brilliant light and said, "Master Zhou, could this person be the guest official of your Zhou family you mentioned earlier? Indeed, let me introduce you to Taoist Sanchu. His level of alchemy is higher than mine." Master He's eyes lit up and he immediately remembered that Chuan was the casual cultivator who came to the treasure pavilion to sell pills more than 2 months ago. "So you're a master alchemist, you've been so good at hiding it." Master He stepped forward with a smile, saying, "How are you, Master He, how are you? I admire fellow Taoist Zhou's alchemy skills. What he said about you being superior to him must be true. Isn't calling me master a mockery, fellow Taoist He?" Chuan smiled faintly and clasped his fists. Zhou Sen and Steward Gu were also surprised. Steward Gu asked, "Master He, do you also know fellow Taoist Sanchu?" Master He stroked his white beard and said, 2 months ago, fellow Taoist Sanchu went to the treasure pavilion to sell elixirs, and I authenticated them." His words reminded Steward Gu a while ago, the treasure pavilion had indeed sent 2 elixirs to help those in the late stages of key training break through bottlenecks. Although they were of low quality, their efficacy was comparable to that of top-grade barrier-breaking pills. Steward Gu's eyes shifted. "Master Sanchu, although you're an acquaintance of Master Zhou's, this time our palace is openly recruiting alchemists. All applicants must pass the assessment of Master Zhou, Master He, and the other 4, as it should be." Chuan nodded slightly. The 4 examiners focused on the difficulties of refining pills or the properties of rare elixirs. This round eliminated 1 person. The second round involved refining ordinary key-restoring pills on the spot, and Steward Gu had already prepared the ingredients. "This round will be determined by the quantity and quality of the pills produced," Master He announced, announcing the start of the refining process. Chuan was the fastest. With deliberate restraint, he produced 7 pills, 1 low-grade, 5 mid-grade, and 1 high-grade. If he had devoted all his energy to refining simple pills like key-restoring pills, he could have achieved 2 high-grade and 6 mid-grade. Not long after, the other 2 also finished their refining. However, each of them only managed 4 or 5 pills, the highest being a mid-grade key-restoring pill. Therefore, Chuan undoubtedly earned the sole qualification. Master He stroked his beard and nodded, saying, "Fellow Taoist Sanchu's alchemy is truly profound. He produced a top-grade pill in 1 furnace. Even I can only rely on luck. Fellow Taoist He, you are too kind." "I was just lucky." Chuan remained unfazed by the praise or criticism and immediately asked, "Now, can you tell me what elixir I want to refine for the princess?" Butler Gu stepped forward and handed the recipe to Chuan. "Jadebud Pill." Seeing the name of the elixir, Chuan was also surprised. "Yes, it is the Jadebud Pill. To heal the princess's injuries, a Jadebud Pill of medium grade or higher is required." Chuan scanned the ingredients of the Jadebud Pill with his mind, and he clearly understood them, 15 in total, including several second-grade spiritual herbs. "How is it, Master Sanchu, are you sure?" Chuan frowned and asked, "How many Jadebud Pill ingredients has the palace collected now?" Previously, there were 20, but Master He and his companions consumed 8, 12, a second-grade, mid-grade pill. Chuan didn't dare say he was completely sure, but then he thought of something and said, "With 12, I might give it a try, but, Master Sanchu, if you have any other requests, just let me know," said Butler Gu. "I've never refined a second-grade pill before. I wonder if the palace has any second-grade recipes that I could try to familiarize myself with." This, Butler Gu heard that Chuan had never refined a second-grade pill before, and his face suddenly showed worry. Zhou Sen said, Butler Gu, fellow Taoist Sanchu, is a casual cultivator. Most casual cultivators rarely come across even first-tier elixir recipes, let alone second-tier ones. However, I can vouch for fellow Taoist Sanchu's attainments in alchemy. He said he'd give it a try, so I imagine he must be quite confident. Since Master Zhou has guaranteed it, I'll go get the second-tier formula. Master Sanchu, do you have any requests? Butler Gu made a decision immediately. The more complete, the better. Refining more will allow me to gain a deeper understanding of the medicinal properties of second-tier spiritual herbs. Butler Gu nodded. While the formula was precious, it was nothing compared to the princess's life. Moreover, even if the other party was interested in memorizing the formula, second-tier spiritual herbs were not common, making it extremely difficult for a casual key cultivating cultivator to collect a complete set. They were also rarely seen in the market. Only because Prince Yuan was at the foundation establishment stage and had recruited 2 or 3 other alchemy masters, such as Master He, did he have such a constant supply of spiritual herbs in his mansion. In less than a cup of tea, Butler Gu had the alchemy room ready, bringing in 5 recipes and 4 ingredients for each. Chuan was researching a second-tier recipe in the room, while Joseon and the others were working on ways to stabilize the princess's injuries. From the simplest second-tier recipes for detoxification to those for healing, and then to those for restoring essence, there was also a recipe for improving foundational mana, called the Qianyuan pill. Second-tier pills were significantly more difficult to create than first-tier ones. However, Chuan's mastery of alchemy was immense, allowing him to master the properties of the ingredients by 60% to 70% in just one batch. He could usually produce 1 low-grade pill in the second or third batch, and 2 in the fourth. Of the 5 recipes, the Qianyuan pill was the most difficult. With 4 ingredients, Chuan only managed to create 1 low-grade Qianyuan pill. Clearly, second-tier pills were many times more difficult to create than first-tier ones. Afterward, Chuan practiced meditation for 2 hours. He began researching the ingredients for the jadebud pill, even taking it orally to understand the changes in the medicinal properties of the spiritual herb. Fortunately, his innate ability gave him a strong resistance to all kinds of spiritual herbs, preventing any ill effects from them. A day and a night later, Chuan officially began refining the jadebud pill. Before refining, he specifically instructed the guards at the door not to disturb anyone. The jadebud pill is an ancient healing elixir. Besides being able to cure all poisons, it also has a function unmatched by ordinary detoxification pills. It can cure soul poison. Chuan speculated that Princess Yuan must have been poisoned by some demonic beast that damaged her soul. Otherwise, this pill wouldn't have been needed. The first batch of jadebud pills failed. Chuan recalled the process, reflected on it, and tried again. The second batch also failed. Learning from his experience, he tried again. Failure. 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 With the 6th batch, Chuan finally refined a low-grade jadebud pill. The pill was round, with a subdued luster and a warm, mellow color like topaz. A pale white pattern adorned the middle and lower portions of its surface. Its fragrance permeated the air. Upon taking in the scent, every pore in the body relaxed, as if long-standing ailments within the internal organs had been instantly eradicated. Chuan didn't allow the pill's properties to evaporate further, immediately storing them in a white jade porcelain vase. 7th furnace, failure. 8th furnace, 2 low-grade jadebud pills. 9th furnace, failure. Turning around, Chuan realized that the remaining ingredients for the jadebud pill were running low, and his expression grew grave. He began to study the properties of each ingredient from scratch, recalling the changes in the properties of the jadebud pills from both successful and unsuccessful attempts. He realized that his inability to create the jadebud pill wasn't due to a problem with his mastery of the medicinal properties. It was the order in which the medicinal liquids were combined. Alchemy emphasizes the principles of the main, secondary, and auxiliary ingredients. Different sequences trigger different changes in the medicinal properties. These can repel, blend, or even counteract each other, ultimately weakening the medicinal properties. Only producing low-grade pills means the medicinal properties have been weakened. Unable to test a complete set of ingredients, Chuan could only speculate, repeatedly taking 2 or 3 of the ingredients orally to determine if the medicinal properties would blend or counteract each other. Half a day later, Chuan finished regulating his breathing and began refining the pills again. On his 10th batch, he finally produced a mid-grade jadebud pill and a low-grade jadebud pill. With this, Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ancient pills are indeed difficult to refine. Just as Chuan was about to concentrate on refining the 11th batch, Prince Yuang returned from the imperial city on a flying magical instrument. At his side was a white-haired old man. Though his hair was frosted, his face was childlike, his back was as straight as a pine tree brushing against the clouds, and his flowing robes evoked the melodies of pine wind and crane cries, as if he were a true immortal who had stumbled upon the mortal world. "Your Highness, you've returned." "Who is this?" Butler Gu immediately greeted him. Prince Yuang stood over 8 feet tall, clad in a scarlet python robe that shone like the first rays of dawn. Golden threads woven into dragon patterns swirled with his steps, evoking the smoldering glow of a blazing fire. A purple gold crown crowned his head, a red jade hairpin traversing it. Sword-like brows slanted down beneath his broad forehead, his eyes as deep as the reflection of a cold pond. His beard, like a halberd, was meticulously trimmed. He exuded an air of dominance. "This is the chief of the Alchemy Palace, Yunzhongzi. How is the princess?" Masters He, Zhou, and others have temporarily suppressed the symptoms, but they say she'll be gone in 2 days at most. An alchemist known as Sanchu is currently refining the jadebud pill. Upon hearing this, Prince Yuang's face suddenly darkened. He berated, "Nonsense. Can anyone make the jadebud pill? The ingredients are so rare. If you waste it, you'll be dead. Hurry and stop the alchemy." "Yes, yes," Butler Gu replied. "Wait a minute, I've never refined the jadebud pill before. I need at least 5 or 6 to even make a mid-grade pill." Steward Gu's face was ashen. Yunzhongzi, the head of the alchemy hall, was in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage and had been immersed in the art of alchemy for over 100 years. Even he said he needed at least 5 or 6. How could that Taoist Sanchu succeed with only 12? It's over. Joseon had killed him. Steward Gu had never imagined his own prince would bring back Yunzhongzi, the head of the alchemy hall, so soon. If only he had waited 2 more days. His only hope was that Chuan, afraid to attempt the jadebud pill due to its difficulty, would have 5 or 6 ingredients left. Steward Gu hurried to the door of the alchemy room, only to find it sealed shut. The barrier was activated, and he couldn't force his way in. Someone inside would have to lift it. Fortunately, sound could penetrate the barrier. "Master Sanchu, my prince has returned with the chief of the alchemy hall. Please stop refining the elixir immediately and leave the materials for Chief Yunzhongzi to refine." Chuan, who was in the middle of refining the elixir, frowned slightly upon hearing this. But he immediately continued to refine calmly. The requested mid-grade jadebud pill had already been successfully refined. Even if the other party had thousands of complaints, he could still break it. Chapter 113, Dan Palace Yunzhongzi. Soon, Prince Yuang, Yunzhongzi, Joseon, and the others arrived in front of the alchemy room. Seeing Chuan's lack of movement, Steward Gu, anxious, was eager to attack the alchemy room's restrictions. "Why haven't you given up the alchemy room yet?" Prince Yuang raised his eyebrows, his gaze oppressive, like a sharp sword piercing Steward Gu's heart. "Your Highness, perhaps Master Sanchu is at a critical juncture in his refining process and can't be distracted. HMPH. Get out of the way." Prince Yuang was about to personally unlock the alchemy room's restrictions when Yunzhongzi raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Your Highness, now that things have come to this, let's wait for that fellow Taoist to finish refining the elixir before discussing anything else." Joseon stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, "Your Highness, fellow Taoist Sanchu's attainments in alchemy are astonishing. He previously stated that he was confident of refining a mid-grade jadebud pill, and I believe he will give you an explanation. If that's the case, I will reward you handsomely. But if you use up all the materials and still can't produce a mid-grade jadebud pill, don't blame me for arresting you and him." Joseon's heart trembled. "I'll leave it to your Highness to decide." He had recommended Chuan, so it was logical that he would be blamed if Chuan failed. The Zhou family was only a newly established foundation-building family. How could their depth compare to the Prince Yang's mansion, let alone the Great Wei imperial family behind it? He would then kill Joseon, and the Zhou family would never dare complain. More than half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. On the 11th furnace, Chuan refined 3 low-grade jadebud pills. He figured he only had 1 ingredient left, so he might as well refine them all, and he started refining again. The final furnace proved to be the most successful, yielding 1 mid-grade and 3 low-grade jadebud pills. This time, out of 12 jadebud pill ingredients, he produced 10 low-grade and 2 mid-grade jadebud pills, a feat that truly exceeded Sichuan's expectations. Shannon tasted hundreds of herbs, perhaps personally tasting their medicinal properties is the truest use of this destiny's gift. Sichuan pondered for a moment, realizing they only requested 1 mid-grade jadebud pill, and also to conserve his own alchemy skills, he ultimately pocketed half. Rumble. The alchemy room door opened, and Sichuan emerged. Seeing so many people at the door, 2 of them unfamiliar, he guessed they were Prince Yong and the so-called head of the alchemy hall, Yunzhongzi. He immediately noticed a faint, lingering medicinal aroma emanating from the old man and knew it was Yunzhongzi. He bowed to the 2 and said, "Greetings, Your Highness, and Senior Yunzhongzi, are you the Taoist Sanchu? I'm asking, do you have any remaining ingredients for the jadebud pill?" Facing Prince Yong's captivating gaze, Sichuan remained unfazed, shaking his head. "Your Highness, the remaining 12 ingredients have all been refined." Yunzhongzi sighed softly. "Your Highness, it seems it's God's will, but I have, as promised, refined a mid-grade jadebud pill." With these words, everyone's eyes fell on Sichuan. "Are you serious? Do you know the consequences of deceiving me?" Prince Yong scowled coldly, but a hint of hope lingered in his eyes. Steward Gu and Zhou Sen exchanged a glance. Their tense shoulders finally relaxing, their fists clenched and their sleeves quietly unfurling. Master He and the others were filled with amazement. They all knew how difficult it was to refine the jadebud pill. Even if they were given 20, they only had a 10% to 20% chance of producing a low-grade pill. As for Yunzhongzi, his wide sleeves fluttered slightly, one hand clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with surprise and admiration. "You're not very old, probably not even 60 years old, yet you've achieved such mastery in the art of alchemy. If that's the case, why don't you hand over the pills to me?" Prince Yong said anxiously. Sichuan wasn't overly cautious either. He patted his storage bag and took out all the small porcelain bottles he had prepared. Seeing 7 bottles, Prince Yong's face changed slightly. "Are you kidding me?" Sichuan clasped his fists and said, "These are all the pills I've refined. In addition to the 5 common second-grade pills in the mansion, the jadebud pill contains 5 low-grade pills and 1 medium-grade jade, each contained in these 2 white jade bottles." "So many?" Prince Yong was surprised. "Can I see?" Yunzhongzi suddenly asked. "Fellow Taoist Yunzhongzi, please be at your service," Prince Yong said with a smile. Yunzhongzi examined them one by one. "They are indeed newly refined. These 2 must be jadebud pills, right? They are lustrous like topaz, with pale white rings. 5 are indeed low grade, and 1 is medium grade." Prince Yong, reassured by Yunzhongzi's words, poured away the white jade bottle containing the medium grade jadebud pills and said, "Butler Gu, please entertain this master well." He then turned to Yunzhongzi and said, "Fellow Taoist Yunzhongzi, please follow me to see my wife." Yunzhongzi nodded slightly and immediately left with Prince Yong. Butler Gu, on the other hand, led Sichuan to the main hall, looking like the star of the crowd, his face beaming with enthusiasm. "Master Sanchu, your mastery of alchemy truly impresses me. You've even refined 5 low-grade and 1 mid-grade jadebud pill. Once the princess is safe and sound, His Majesty will surely reward you generously." Sichuan smiled faintly. "It's all thanks to Steward Gu's discerning eye for talent, allowing me to try. Fellow Taoist Sanchu, your alchemy skills are even more profound than when we parted." "Slightly improved," everyone praised, and Sichuan responded without a trace of arrogance. Half an hour later, Prince Yong and Yunzhongzi entered the hall. "Your Highness," everyone rose to greet them. Prince Yong beamed, his red robe fluttering as he strode towards the main seat. The golden dragon pattern on the corners of his robe shimmered with light as he moved. The rosewood chair remained motionless as he sat down, only the dragon bead on the red jade hairpin trembled slightly. He waved his hand to signal everyone to sit down, and laughed loudly. "The princess is in good health. She will be fully recovered by tomorrow. Everyone here has made great contributions." Butler Gu lowered his eyebrows and said, "It is all thanks to the prince's great blessing. I only ask the prince not to blame me for acting on my own. We are just doing our best." Zhou Sen, Master He and others said in unison. Yunzhongzi stroked his frosty beard and smiled lightly. "Your Highness can reward this Taoist fellow Sanchu. Even if you can't find me today, with the prince's good fortune, There will be someone to help you solve your problems. Master Sanchu will naturally be rewarded handsomely, and the rest will also be rewarded. Thank you, Your Highness. Qianyuan's eyes fell on Chuan. Master Sanchu, if you have any request, just ask. As long as this king can do it, I will agree to it. Chuan had already thought about it. A top-grade gold flying sword, plus 3 sets of materials. This is the list of materials. Butler Gu immediately took the list and handed it to Qianyuan. Prince Yang glanced at it, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the red jade ring. The materials listed on the list weren't rare, but rather related to formations. This surprised him, and he couldn't help but glance at Chuan a few more times. He couldn't help but ask, Master Sanchu, is he also proficient in formations? No. Chuan shook his head. A friend requested it, so that's the case. Prince Yang then turned to Butler Gu and said, go and fetch the top-grade gold flying sword and the 3 materials on the list from Master Sanchu. Josen was surprised. Fellow Taoist, you're the same as always. But you're not asking for anything for yourself. Even if you wanted a top-grade alchemy furnace, your majesty would have granted it. No, these are more than enough. Too much greed is not good. A hint of approval crossed Prince Yang's eyes. The others also received rewards. Admittedly, none as generous as Chuan's. Prince Yang learned that Chuan lived in a cave in the market town. Knowing the difficulty of entering and leaving the market, he immediately rewarded him with a token. With a token, no one dared to stop them. The restrictions would be lifted and they would be allowed to pass. By the way, if Master Sanchu had already refined the jade bud pill, why did he also refine other elixirs? Prince Yang asked, puzzled. Yun's Hongzi was also surprised. Butler Gu said first, Your Highness, Master Sanchu has never come across a second-grade pill recipe before, so he asked for these pill materials as a practice. Oh, Yun's Hongzi was surprised when he said this. You have never refined a furnace of second-grade pills, but you dare to take on the refining of ancient pills such as Ui pill. It seems that fellow Taoist Sanchu is very confident in his alchemy. Senior Yun's Hongzi, you are too kind. I just tried my best. If you use these 12 materials to refine, you will definitely gain more than just this little gain. Yun's Hongzi smiled and said nothing. In such a short time, you have made such great progress. Fellow Taoist has a great talent in alchemy. I wonder if you are interested in joining the Alchemy Palace. Alchemy Palace? I have never heard of it before, Josen said. The Alchemy Palace is the only alchemy force in our great way. It was established in the Imperial City and has a transcendent status. It only absorbs true alchemy masters or alchemy geniuses. This old man and master here are not qualified. Senior Yun's Hongzi is the chief alchemist in the Dan Palace, arguably the most proficient in the art of alchemy in our great way. I'm only a few years older, so my talent shouldn't be as good as fellow Taoist Sanchu's. Chuan pretended to be thoughtful, then raised his eyes and said, I've been wandering around, and I can't stay in the Dan Palace forever, so, Yun's Hongzi laughed at this. Fellow Taoist Sanchu, you're worrying too much? There are indeed fully fledged alchemists in the Dan Palace, but there are also those who serve as guest officials. These alchemists come and go freely, don't have to refine alchemy in the Dan Palace every day, and even enjoy a Dan Palace salary. Starting at 5 spirit stones per month, you can still enjoy 5 spirit stones without being in the Dan Palace? Aren't you afraid they'll run away? Of course, you have to go to the Dan Palace in the Imperial City to collect your salary, but you can also collect it every 6 months or even every 1 or 2 years, but it's to complete a backlog of tasks in advance. Those tasks are quite easy for you, fellow Taoist. I'm afraid it won't take more than 2 or 3 months to complete the entire year's quest. After that, you can travel freely. The extra pills you refine can help you offset next year's quest and earn extra spirit stones. A guaranteed minimum plus performance. Chuan grumbled inwardly, then asked, then may I ask how many spirit stones the Dan Palace's tributes earn annually on average, excluding me? Roughly 200 or 300 spirit stones per person. Yun's Hongzi continued, don't think it's too little. The Dan Palace has the backing of the Great Wei royal family, so few dare to challenge it. Many independent cultivators with extraordinary attainments in alchemy who don't want to be suppressed choose to join the Dan Palace. Every aristocratic family in the Great Wei will show some respect to the Dan Palace. Unless they are mortal enemies, no one will touch the Dan Palace's tributes, otherwise they will face the wrath of the royal family. Currently, there are only 12 tributes in the palace. If you join, you will be the 13th. Besides the tributes, the Dan Palace also has apprentices. They are the future alchemy talents of our great way. Chapter 114, Heading to the Imperial City, Alchemy Techniques. Su Chuan's eyes sparkled. The Alchemy Palace's so-called deterrent was exactly what the Su family needed. In the future, with a clan protection formation within to prevent foundation building efforts, and the Alchemy Palace's external deterrent, they would think twice before acting. As long as the family didn't encounter any unexpected problems, whether natural or man-made, they would be able to maintain stable development for a long time. As for spirit stones, Su Chuan was truly concentrating on refining them. With sufficient materials, even 700 or 800 spirit stones a month wouldn't be a small amount. Seeing Su Chuan lost in thought, Zhou Sen advised, for independent cultivators, joining the Alchemy Palace is indeed the most suitable option. Even if fellow Taoist Sanchu wishes to establish a key cultivation family in the future, he can still protect the family for the rest of his life. Su Chuan's interest was palpable. He looked at Yun Hongzi and said, "Senior, if I agree, will I need to undergo another assessment?" Yun Hongzi smiled faintly. "As the chief, I have the authority to recommend candidates for the Alchemy Palace's service. I can refine the Jade Bud pill, and even with just 12 doses, I can produce a mid-grade pill, making me qualified for the position of Alchemy Palace's service. Your current attainments in alchemy put you in the top 5, thank you, Senior Yun Hongzi, for your kindness. I am willing to join the Alchemy Palace," Su Chuan said respectfully, cupping his fists. "In that case, you will depart with me for the Imperial City in 2 days. Even if you do not wish to remain in the Alchemy Palace for a long time, you must register and leave your life lantern in the palace." Yun Hongzi stroked his beard, saying that discovering an alchemy genius like Su Chuan made his trip worthwhile. Su Chuan said he had business to attend to at the cave abode and would return to the palace to find Yun Hongzi in 2 days. Yun Hongzi let Su Chuan go on his own. "Why is father suddenly going to the Imperial City?" Su Mingxin exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Su Chuan's words. "By chance, father entered the Imperial City's Dan Palace. The Dan Palace is backed by the Great Wei royal family, giving our Su family a strong background. Next, when we go to the Imperial City, father will delve into alchemy at the Dan Palace until you have completely repaired the 4 symbols Heavenly Gang formation. Then we will return to Dongxi." "Yes, father." With the support of the Great Wei royal family, Su Mingxin suddenly felt that his future was bright. 2 days later, at the gate of Prince Yang's palace. "Who is this?" Yun Hongzi looked at Su Mingxin curiously. "My name is Yun Ming, and I'm honored to meet Senior Yun Hongzi from the Dan Palace," Su Mingxin said respectfully, clasping his fists. Su Chuan quickly explained, "He and I are close friends, and he's going to the Imperial City with me this time. I wonder if Senior Yun Hongzi would be willing to take him along." Yun Hongzi stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "Of course." He flicked his hand over his storage bag, and a stream of green light shot out, hovering in the air. It was a flying boat. He leaped aboard first, then said to Su Chuan and Su Mingxin, "Come aboard." Su Chuan and Su Mingxin followed suit. "Your Highness, we'll take our leave now." Yun Hongzi, aboard the Yang Dynasty flying boat, cupped his fists in greeting. The next moment, the boat shot off like an arrow, heading for the eastern horizon and vanished in the blink of an eye. A day later, the Great Wei Imperial City appeared beneath their feet. Yun Hongzi piloted the flying boat directly toward the city. Suddenly, a translucent yellow curtain of light appeared before him. With a wave of his sleeve, a stream of green light shot out. The translucent yellow curtain instantly dissolved, revealing a large hole that allowed the flying boat to pass. After passing through, Su Chuan glanced back. The light curtain had already closed and disappeared. Perhaps not many people in the entire Wei dynasty could pass through the city defense formation as directly as Yun Hongzi. The rest had to land obediently and enter through the city gate. Only after entering could they fly on their swords. The entire imperial city was huge, and walking would take quite a while. After a while, the flying boat stopped in front of a large hall in the southern area of the imperial city. The hall had 3 floors, with 3 layers of flying eaves, resembling a blackbird flapping its wings, ready to take flight. Gilded elixir-shaped wind chimes hung from the eaves. The breeze blew, and the chimes melodiously sang, as if the fragrance of medicine was carried along. Layers of blue-gray glazed tiles overlapped, radiating a warm glow in the sunlight. The intersecting brackets were intricately carved with scenes from fairy tales, such as Shin and tasting herbs and Laojian refining elixirs. Young friend Yunming, non-alchemy hall members are not permitted to enter. Please wait here. Once we've arranged for fellow Taoist Sanchu to enter the hall, you can follow him to the cave residence arranged by the alchemy hall for temporary residents. Su Mingxin bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior Yun's Hongzi." Su Chuan followed Yun's Hongzi into the alchemy hall. The door to the alchemy room on the ground floor was wide open, and dozens of apprentices bustled about, most in their teens and 20s, the youngest barely a dozen years old. The first floor of the alchemy hall is where apprentices study and refine elixirs. It has a library and numerous alchemy rooms, each equipped with a low-grade furnace. The second floor is where the offerings are held, and the third floor is where I refine elixirs and practice meditation. Every offering is given a mid-grade furnace upon entry, but only true alchemy masters are admitted. After a few years, they'll be able to upgrade to a high-grade furnace. As an offering, you, the 3 straight Taoist fellow, may read all the texts on the first and second floors. For access to the third floor, you'll need to apply to me. Yun's Hongzi gathered all the offerings currently in the alchemy hall, 7 in total, introduced Su Chuan to them, and then presided over his initiation ceremony, the bestowal of a jade tablet, a dharma robe, an alchemy furnace, and finally the lighting of a life lamp. It was similar to the sex initiation ceremony Su Chuan had imagined. Deacon Chen, arrange a cave and alchemy room for the 3 vertical priests. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Deacon Chen hurriedly bowed to Yun's Hongzi. I will follow the chief's orders. I will make the proper arrangements to satisfy the 13th priest. Yun's Hongzi nodded slightly and went to the 3rd floor of the alchemy hall. Deacon Chen led Su Chuan to the 2nd floor and said, "The first 11 alchemy rooms are occupied. 13th priest, I will arrange for you to have room number 12. Is that okay?" Su Chuan walked around the room and nodded with satisfaction. "This one will do." Deacon Chen smiled and said, "Take this jade talisman. It will unlock the restrictions on room number 12. If you plan to travel for an extended period, please let me know." Su Chuan nodded slightly. Then they chose a nearby courtyard as their home. There were numerous courtyards nearby, all protected by restrictions. They belonged to the alchemy hall and served as residences for priests and apprentices. Su Chuan and Su Mingxin settled down here. Nearby, there was a market, mostly selling spiritual herbs, but few alchemy shops. A little inquiry revealed that these shops were closely connected to several of the alchemy palace's priests. The market surrounding the alchemy palace also housed numerous independent alchemists. They hunted monsters for materials, earned rent for cave dwellings, and studied alchemy. Their sole hope was to pass the alchemy palace's assessment, held every 5 years, and become a priest. For them, this was a leap to heaven. Night fell, and a myriad of stars dotted the sky. Su Chuan's courtyard. Father, Yunyu has just realized the status of the alchemy palace's offerings, a status so sought after by so many alchemists. Seeing Su Mingxin's broad grin, he said, "Father, I'll accept your flattery. Whether it's alchemy, formations, weapons, or talismans, once you reach a certain level, you'll be revered by thousands. Even the most exalted foundation establishment masters might come to see you in person." Su Mingxin knew Su Chuan was urging him, so he nodded and said, "Father, don't worry. Yunyu will continue to delve into formations and won't let you down. By the way, keep these spirit stones. If you need anything, go to the market. Father probably won't need them at the alchemy palace for now." Su Chuan gave all the spirit stones in his storage bag to Su Mingxin, who accepted them without further comment. Speaking of the alchemy palace, why is the offering only 5 spirit stones per month? When I was a guest at the Zhou family, Father's monthly salary was 3 times that, Su Mingxin asked, puzzled. Su Chuan shook his head and laughed. The main reason why the alchemy palace accepts offerings is to protect the powerless and independent alchemy practitioners. Senior Yun's Hongzi once said that with my level of alchemy, I can complete the alchemy palace's annual tasks in 1 or 2 months. The rest of the time, I guess the offerings are refining pills for themselves or collaborating with others to make a profit. A master alchemist who is not afraid of being remembered and refines pills without any scruples will make considerable profits. Anyone who enters the alchemy palace is rushing for its protection, or the protection of the Wei royal family, then Dad will be able to do whatever he wants in the future. Su Mingxin was a little excited, his eyes sparkling. Just demonstrate some of your abilities appropriately. Father came to the alchemy palace not only to seek its protection, but also to further his study of alchemy. If I can absorb the alchemy palace's accumulated knowledge, I'm confident that I can leave behind a lineage of alchemy for our Su family, so that future generations won't need to rely on others to learn alchemy. Upon hearing this, Su Mingxin was instantly filled with admiration, and he himself wanted to emulate him, leaving behind a legacy of formation arts for the Su family. The next day, Su Chuan went to the alchemy palace and learned his mission. 250 each of Qi restoring pills, Yuan restoring pills, Qi condensing pills, and Qi gathering pills. These were all mid-grade pills. If a top-grade pill was refined, one would equal 4 mid-grade pills, not counting lower-grade pills. In other words, if all pills were top-grade, only 250 would be needed. Su Chuan secretly estimated that he would spend nearly 8 hours refining pills a day, and could refine 10 furnaces, with each furnace yielding a maximum of 9 pills, and a minimum of 6. Low-grade pills or failed alchemy attempts have become rare. Based on this calculation, the Alchemy Hall's annual mission can be completed in a little over a month, earning the guaranteed 60 spirit stones. As for the performance spirit stones, forget about them for now. Something nauseated him, as if recalling some distant, uncomfortable memory. Yun's Hongzi had said he could complete the annual mission in 2 or 3 months, based on his estimate of the Jade Bud Pill's yield rate. But how could he have known that was only half of Su Chuan's potential? And with first-level pills like the Qi condensing pill, which he was so familiar with, 2 or 3 months would only yield 30 to 40% of his alchemy skills. Su Chuan immediately considered consuming 70%, but then gave up. Take 30 to 40%, and occasionally refined some low-grade pills. That's the only way. Su Chuan didn't plan to sell the pills he swallowed, but instead consumed them himself, leaving the excess for others in the family. There were 4 types of pills, each requiring 50 ingredients. Su Chuan could save 6 or 7 bottles of mid-grade pills and 2 or 3 bottles of high-grade pills for each type. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in a flash. Su Chuan remained secluded within the alchemy hall, his focus shifting from alchemy to cultivation. He had now completed his mission at the alchemy hall and received a guaranteed 60 spirit stones from Deacon Chen. He then spent every day poring over the first and second levels of alchemy texts, becoming known as an alchemy fanatic in the eyes of the apprentices and other attendants. At 12 p.m., Su Chuan entered into a state of meditation, remaining there until dawn. Occasionally, apprentices would ask for his guidance, and he would offer a few pointers. Later, even attendants would discuss alchemy with him, and they enjoyed lively conversations. Of the other attendants, the third attendant, Yunding Zhenren, struck the closest rapport with him. A self-sufficient cultivator, he was single-minded in his pursuit of alchemy and foundation building. Fellow Taoist Yunding, I feel like I've hit a bottleneck. My alchemy skills seem difficult to improve. Do you have any suggestions? Yunding Zhenren, slender and dressed in the standard alchemy hall robes, spoke with a most eloquent voice. Hearing this, he stroked his frosted beard and smiled. Alchemy, like spiritual practice, naturally encounters bottlenecks. One must either break through realms or further develop alchemy-related abilities, such as fire control techniques, mastering medicinal properties, and the hand techniques for concentrating and collecting pills. Su Chuan seemed lost in thought. His alchemy career had always been smooth sailing, thanks to his mastery of medicinal properties. As for his fire control techniques and the hand techniques for concentrating and collecting pills, they were commonplace. I'm a casual cultivator and don't have any such inheritance. Could fellow Taoist Yunding tell me where to find them? True man Yunding was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. It seems fellow Taoist hasn't even visited the 3rd floor yet. What do you mean? The libraries on the 1st and 2nd floors mostly house various alchemy classics and some common alchemy recipes. We offer them free of charge, but techniques like fire control techniques are paid for and are on the 3rd floor. I see. Su Chuan hadn't known about this before. He was completely absorbed in alchemy and studying alchemy classics. Yunding Zhenren continued, if you have enough spirit stones, you can ask the chief for the 9 Flame Sutra and the Jade Liquid to Transmigration Sutra. These 2 are the most advanced inheritances of alchemy in the Alchemy Palace. Of course, the higher the level of the technique, the more difficult it is to practice. I have also practiced these 2. Although I have mastered the Jade Liquid to Transmigration Sutra, I am only at the entry level for the 9 Flame Sutra. I would like to trouble you to introduce me to them. Su Chuan bowed and asked. Zhenren Yunding looked at Su Chuan. waved his hand and said with a smile, "You and I are both worshippers of the Dan Palace, there is no need to be so polite. The Jade Liquid True Purity Art contains a complete set of hand gestures for refining and condensing pills. If you practice it to perfection, you can improve the quality of the pills by 1 to 2%. And the 9 Flames Art is not only an amazing fire control technique, but also a method of controlling divine thoughts. It is divided into 3 levels, 3 flames, 6 flames, and 9 flames. When it is perfected, you can control 9 divine thoughts at will and be consistent. To give a simple example, it is to control magic weapons. Ordinary cultivators can control 1 or 2 at most. If they use more than that, there will be mistakes when facing the enemy. But if the 9 Flames Art is practiced to perfection, you can use it to control a variety of spells, use multiple magic weapons, and easily gain the upper hand against the enemy. Since it is so magical, why did the Dan Palace open it to us? Chuan's eyes flashed, and he was moved when he heard it. This technique isn't free, it requires 100 spirit stones to copy, and the chief's approval is required. The difficulty of cultivation is staggering. I've only achieved 4 consistent mines. Yunding's Henren sighed. I've heard the chief also stopped at 6 flames, achieving 6 consistent mines. The 9 flames technique is difficult to master through ordinary hard practice. 3 flames is the beginning. Alchemists like us, who refine pills day in and day out, can generally achieve success, but with each additional thought, the difficulty of achieving unfettered and consistent control almost doubles. Whether or not I have comprehension, I don't know. However, ordinary alchemists' diligent practice is useless because they lack my inherent gift of heaven rewards diligence. This alone is more than enough to compensate for my lack of comprehension. If the 9 flames technique is fully mastered, perhaps one could achieve the state of concentrating 9 elixirs in one furnace, each of them of the highest quality. Chuan bowed to Yunding's Henren and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Yunding, for your advice. I'll go to the chief later to ask more." Chapter 115, each has its own breakthrough, the performance is really good. Chuan went to the market and sold some of his elixirs, amassing around 150 spirit stones before heading to the 3rd floor of the alchemy hall. He passed through the barrier on the 3rd floor and entered. A moment later, the barrier opened, and Yun's Hongzi's voice reached him. "Come in," Chuan heard. He entered and stood before Yun's Hongzi. He was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, likely meditating. If he was refining elixirs, Chuan would have to wait a while. "Fellow Taoist Sanchu, what brings you to me?" Yun's Hongzi asked calmly. "I came here to learn the 9 flame secret and the Jade Liquid True Resurrection secret." "I hope the chief will agree." Yun's Hongzi's eyes flashed with brilliance. After looking at Chuan, he stroked his beard and smiled. "I thought fellow Taoist would come earlier. I never expected that you would concentrate on refining pills and study the classics of alchemy after completing the annual task early." Chuan bowed and said, "It was the 3rd honored one who awakened me." Yun's Hongzi nodded slightly. "No wonder you know the 9 flame secret. In the entire alchemy palace, only he and I have practiced the 9 flame secret. As for the rest, the 2nd honored one has the qualifications, but he found the difficulty too high and eventually gave up. As for the rest, even if they come to ask me, I will not agree." "Then Junior, you have a great talent in alchemy, so you are naturally qualified. Otherwise, I would not personally recommend you to the alchemy palace. You should not be 60 years old yet. When I was your age, my alchemy attainments were not as good as yours. Indeed, I am still a little behind." Yun's Hongzi smiled with great satisfaction. "Before you've even reached 60 years of age, you've already achieved profound attainments in alchemy and have reached the 9th level of key training. Fellow Taoist Sanchu, you have a chance to establish your foundation. If you are willing to completely align your interests with the interests of our alchemy palace, I can apply to the Wei royal family for a foundation building pill for you and provide you with my utmost support. In the future, you could even succeed me as the head of the alchemy palace." Chuan's heart was filled with turmoil. He had never expected Yun's Hongzi to think so highly of him. Foundation building pills were so precious that even for him, the head of the alchemy palace, obtaining one would be extremely difficult and would require immense sacrifice. Chuan remained silent. After a long pause, he bowed and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Chief. I'll need to think this over carefully." Yun's Hongzi sighed softly and said, "I'm sorry for being so presumptuous. Let's get back to business. A handwritten copy of the 9 Flame Sutra costs 100 spirit stones. and a handwritten copy of the Jade Liquid True Resurrection Sutra costs 30 spirit stones. If you have enough spirit stones right now, give them to me and you can take them away. Chuan slapped his storage bag, and a pile of spirit stones flew out, landing nearby. Yun's Hongzi scanned them with his spiritual sense and immediately stored them in his own storage bag. He then took out 2 manual tomes and handed them to Chuan. Practice diligently. I hope you won't let these 2 techniques go to waste. As for my suggestion, you can carefully consider it. There's no need to rush into a decision. Yes, Chief. Chuan accepted it and left the 3rd floor of the alchemy hall. Returning to his alchemy room, he carefully read them. Over half an hour later. These 9 flames and jade liquid transmutation techniques are truly exquisite. Could they be inherited from ancient alchemists, requiring Yun's Hongzi's personal approval? Recalling his expression earlier, Chuan even suspected that Yun's Hongzi himself had obtained these 2 techniques from a certain alchemy cave. As the master of these techniques, he naturally had the authority to decide who could practice them. Furthermore, from what he had revealed today, one could infer that his lifespan was short, definitely no more than 60 years. If it exceeded that, he could even outlive Chuan, so why would he seek a successor so soon? The Dan Palace had close ties with the Wei royal family, and while Chuan sought to leverage their influence, he didn't want to become too involved. He was quite content with this simple employment relationship. If he fully joined, he imagined the numerous constraints that would prevent him from abandoning the Dan Palace and sharing life and death with it. In the days that followed, Chuan began practicing the 9 flames and jade liquid transmutation techniques with ordinary medicinal herbs. He continued his daytime research and nighttime cultivation. He occasionally consulted Master Yunling about these 2 techniques. In just half a month, Chuan mastered both. His control over fire was already strong, and his spiritual consciousness was immensely powerful. In the past, he'd distracted himself from controlling multiple spiritual thoughts while refining elixirs, so reaching the 3-flame level was no problem for him. Another month passed, and he achieved minor success in the Jade Liquid True Transformation technique. Chuan began refining new elixir recipes. The alchemy hall stipulated that if a votive offering was to refine a new elixir, 6 ingredients could be provided free of charge. For the remainder, the votive offering had to pay with spirit stones or purchase spiritual herbs from the market. Chuan simply refined all the recipes already in the alchemy hall's inventory for which ingredients were available. Even on his first attempt, he often produced low-grade elixirs from the 2nd or 3rd batch. With the 3rd batch, the number of low-grade pills increased dramatically. From the 4th batch onward, he could produce mid-grade pills. This showed that his alchemy skills had further improved after practicing the 9 flames technique and the jade liquid true transformation technique. Now, if you were to refine a 1st-level elixir, he could probably produce 3 or more high-grade pills. With this in mind, Chuan went to Deacon Chen to receive a performance task, 30 ingredients, 200 mid-grade key-gathering pills, and a performance reward of 50 spirit stones. This was roughly 1/10 the value of the pill itself, similar to an alchemist's 1 out of 10 success rate. Working with all his might, Chuan produced 3 or 4 top-grade pills in 2 of his 6 furnaces on the first day. For the next 5 days, he continued with 6 furnaces daily, achieving a near-constant success rate of 4 top-grade pills. He then took on a performance task for 2nd-tier pills, also rewarding 1 out of 10 spirit stones, though 2nd-tier pills didn't have as many ingredients as 1st-tier ones. Each task typically consisted of 10 ingredients, and only low-grade pills were required. However, the spirit stone reward was still substantial, over 30. After a few 2nd-tier tasks, Chuan transitioned to 1st-tier tasks. These offered plenty of spirit stones, allowing him to hone his newly acquired techniques and profit from the process. In the eyes of the others in the alchemy hall, he was considered an alchemy fanatic, and this approach suited his personality and avoided arousing suspicion. Summer faded into autumn, and it was already mid-October. Chuan's alchemy skills had risen again, and he could occasionally refine 5 top-grade pills. Thanks to his performance tasks, he had accumulated over 400 spirit stones. Previously, he'd been cautious, content with just the minimum. But now, it was truly delicious. And without any worries. If Chuan were truly a solitary cultivator, he'd probably stay in the alchemy palace forever. Meanwhile, Su Mingxin sat cross-legged on a blue stone in the courtyard, taking a mid-grade realm-breaking pill and swallowing it. The pill burned like charcoal as it entered his throat, its power instantly flowing like a stream through his body. Within an hour, his dantian suddenly vibrated like thunder, and acupoints throughout his body opened. Spiritual energy surged like a dragon emerging from the water, and he had actually broken through the 8th level of key training. Instantly, a surge of energy erupted from his pores, sending sand and rocks flying through the courtyard. The century-old laurel tree trembled, its golden stamens falling like rain, and the rustling of its branches and leaves resembling the pad of an immortal's hand. 8th level of key training, Su Mingxin let out a long breath, then used a hand gesture to cleanse his body of impurities. I've almost deduced the incomplete formation patterns on the formation flags. Fortunately, they were only partially damaged. Su Mingxin used the patterns from the intact formation flags, combined with the remnants of the damaged ones, to deduce them, finally completing them 90% of the way. The rest would be completed in less than 2 weeks. After that, he would redraw the formation patterns, erasing the previously repaired ones. Those patterns, Su Mingxin saw, were riddled with flaws. What had originally been a second-grade, superior formation, had been reduced to first-grade, superior quality after deduction and repair. It was clear that the person wasn't very good at deducing incomplete formations. 3 sets of materials should be enough. If not, I'll have to ask Father again. Su Mingxin raised his head to the azure sky and murmured, Father hasn't been home for nearly half a month. I guess he's made a breakthrough in his alchemy, which is why he's been so dedicated. He gathered his mind and continued meditating, consolidating his realm. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, The Way of the Immortal, 3 First Class. The golden sun set in the west, and the setting sun was blood red. Chuan returned to the courtyard and saw Su Mingxin sitting cross-legged on the blue stone in meditation. He couldn't help but smile. Why are you practicing in the courtyard? Su Mingxin opened his eyes, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and he jumped in front of Chuan and said, Dad, you're back. Chuan smiled and nodded. Father, do you see any changes in me? Hearing this, Chuan's mind swept through, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he praised, not bad, you have broken through the 8th level of key training, and you are getting closer and closer to me, Father. Perhaps before I reach the perfection of key training, you, Qianyuan, will be able to enter the 9th level of key training. That's all thanks to your top-grade key gathering pill, Father. It's a pity that you were not born in a great family of immortal cultivation, otherwise you would be the only one in the family to reach the foundation building stage. Chuan looked at Su Mingxin, sighed, and then said, with your talent, you will reach the perfection of key training within 3 to 5 years, but the foundation building stage will probably trap you for decades. No. Su Mingxin shook his head and grinned. Qianyuan thinks it is my fortune to be born in the Su family. If it weren't for the inheritance of my Su family, I would only have mixed spiritual roots and would not be valued by the great families of immortal cultivation. If it weren't for my father's son, no one would think of me like this, seeking the inheritance of the formation, providing top-grade elixirs, and seeking top-grade magic tools. When he first refined the jade bud pill, it was all for Su Mingxin. Chuan shook his head and laughed. Father also has selfish motives. He wants you to grow up, so that you, your eldest brother, and I can become the pillars of the Su family. Later, when there are conflicts among the immortal families, or other things, there will be many dangers. As a descendant of the Su family, even though I'm weak, I have the family's protection, and my parents and brothers love me. If I grow up, I will naturally support the family. As for danger, Su Mingxin's lips curled slightly. With my 3-foot-long sword and my attainments in the art of formations, what do I have to fear? The thought of this made his eyes gleam with excitement, and he continued, Father, Qianyuan has recently been researching and deducing the 4 symbols heavenly gang formation, and has gained many insights. Oh, tell me about it. Chuan raised his eyebrows, interested. Today's formation masters often set up formations in advance to lure the enemy into the formation, or rely on pre-refined formation plates or flags to form the formation instantly. That's right. Chuan nodded in agreement. But why can't a formation master pursue close combat? Su Mingxin's eyes sparkled. Brother, you're an archer, unparalleled in offensive and offensive power. Even if you've switched to the immortal path, you possess the physique and strength of a master. Combined with archery, even without practicing ordinary magic, you'll still be supremely powerful, unrivaled among your peers. I'd also like to pursue a similar path, using my divine consciousness as a barrier, forming a formation with a single thought. While I might not be able to create a very powerful formation or restriction, I could still create a low-level formation or restriction. By using this to block and distract the enemy, I can then manipulate my magical tools to fight the enemy, greatly enhancing my melee power. However, Su Mingxin then scratched his head. This is just a preliminary idea. Simply controlling the divine consciousness requires extreme precision. Could this really be such a coincidence? When Su Chuan practiced the 9-flame art, Yun's Hongzi didn't make him swear any oath or restriction. This meant Su Chuan could pass it on to others. Did he forget, or did he intend for me to pass it on? Regardless, this was Su Mingxin's good fortune. Divine thoughts create a barrier, a single thought forms a formation. Truly courageous, Su Chuan was deeply relieved that Su Mingxin had found his own path. Just like Su Mingwei, he supported Su Mingxin's choice of cultivating both immortals and warriors. Although the battle formation Su Mingxin mentioned was more difficult, he would also fully support him. As for becoming a sword immortal, Su Chuan had completely given up on the thought. Everyone has their own destiny. Let's leave the sword heart enlightenment to future generations. Su Chuan smiled faintly, patted his storage bag, and a tome flew out, landing in Su Mingxin's hands. Father, what is this? The inheritance I learned from the Alchemy Palace will be of great help in your journey. The inheritance from the Alchemy Palace. Su Mingxin was immediately shocked and quickly declined. Father, aren't you afraid of the backlash from the oath restriction? Senior Yun's Hongzi never asked me to swear the oath restriction. I should learn while I can. If he remembers, I can just tell him and compensate him with another 100 spirit stones, Su Chuan said with a faint smile. Although the 9 flames art is a method of controlling fire, it's essentially a rare technique for manipulating divine consciousness. It must be an ancient technique. At the 9 flames level, one can separate 9 strands of divine consciousness, each remaining unified. This allows one to manipulate multiple magical instruments at will, perfectly suited to your path in battle. Wouldn't it mean it would be extremely useful for controlling fire in alchemy, in combat, and in many other areas? Of course, Su Chuan nodded. However, this technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. While Father is confident he can master it, I'm afraid it will take a long time, unlike ordinary spells that can be mastered in half a month at most. As for you, Yunyu, you can give it a try first. The 3 flames level isn't difficult. Once mastered, it should help you repair the formation flags. Even if we can't complete the clan protection formation before the annual sacrifice, it won't be a big deal. We're not in a rush, Yunyu, I understand. Thank you, Father. Su Mingxin immediately accepted it, copied it, and returned it to Su Chuan. Night. Su Chuan meditated in his room, giving Su Mingxin a bottle of premium key gathering pills. The concentration of spiritual energy here, combined with the spirit gathering array, the premium key gathering pills, and Su Mingxin's inherent gift of swallowing mountains and rivers, meant that if he stayed here for a long time, he could reach the 9th level of key training in just over a year. Perfection would be achieved in 3 or 4 years. The next day, in the alchemy hall, an apprentice arrived at Su Chuan's alchemy room and announced, "Third Master, someone outside the alchemy hall wants you." Su Chuan, who is refining the elixir, replied calmly, "I'm currently refining. Wait until this furnace is finished before you go. Ask them to wait a few moments. If they're not willing, they can come back another time." "Yes, Third Master." Outside the alchemy hall, a middle-aged man in brocade clothes stood outside the doorway. Seeing the apprentice who had brought the news, he stepped forward and asked, "How is it? Would the third assistant priest be willing to see me?" "The third assistant priest is refining the elixir and needs to wait until this furnace is finished. If you're willing, you can wait here for 2 or 3/4 of an hour. If not, please leave and come back later. It's only 3/4 of an hour." "Of course I'm willing to wait." The middle-aged man in brocade clothes smiled, seeming sincere. The apprentice nodded slightly and went inside to report to Su Chuan. 2/4 of an hour later, Su Chuan formed complex hand seals, injecting a series of concentrated magical power into the elixir. Condensate, 2 or 3 more hand seals followed. Collect, 9 pills, still warm, flew out of the furnace, forming a line and hovering in Su Chuan's palm. swirling in a circle and slowly flowing. 6 top-grade key-gathering pills. Chuan's brows lit up with delight. This is the most abundant top-grade pills I've produced in the past half-decade. While there was no guarantee of a repeat success, Chuan believed that if he could cultivate both the 9 flame art and the jade liquid true induction to full perfection, perhaps even reaching a supernatural level, producing 9 pills, all of them top-grade, would no longer be a fantasy. With a flick of his sleeve, a stream of magical energy flowed through the alchemy furnace, cleaning it. After straightening his robe, Chuan walked out of the alchemy room. "Who's looking for me?" Chuan was somewhat surprised. As he reached the alchemy hall, a middle-aged man in brocade robes came up to him. "Are you the new alchemy hall attendant, Master Sanchu?" He wore the blue-white robes worn by the alchemy hall attendants, making him easy to recognize. "It's me, Master Sanchu." "Who are you?" Chuan glanced at him. He was tall and thin in brocade robes, seemingly ordinary, yet he possessed the 6th level of key training, likely from the key training or foundation building family in the imperial city. "My name is Wang Jiyui, a steward of the Wang family, a 3rd-rank aristocratic family." "Greetings to Master Sanchu." Wang Jiyui bowed with a courteous gesture. Chuan returned the greeting. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. What brings you to me?" "I've heard that Master Sanchu is a master of alchemy. My Wang family also has a shop in the alchemy workshop. We'd like to collaborate with him for mutual benefit." So that was it. Chuan had heard that many of the alchemy shops in the market were owned by aristocratic families, but behind them were often the figures of several alchemy practitioners from the alchemy palace. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Fellow Taoist Wang, I'm completely absorbed in the study of alchemy. My duties at the alchemy palace are already very busy, and I've had no time to spare. Let's discuss this matter later." Chuan was already honing the 9 flames art and jade liquid true induction. The alchemy palace's performance tasks were more than enough for him, so why add to the burden? The rest of his time was devoted to cultivation. Wang Jiyui's brows furrowed slightly. He brought up his status as a steward of a 3rd-rank noble family, hoping to get Chuan to weigh up their power, but Chuan politely declined, leaving him slightly displeased. "Why don't you go to my Wang family's alchemy shop first and take a look before making a decision?" Chuan raised his hand and said, "I'm very busy and can't get away. If the noble would like me to research a particular alchemy formula or refine a certain elixir, I'd be happy to oblige. As for other matters, I'd appreciate it if I could, please." Chuan was a 9th-level key training master and a member of the alchemy hall, so Wang Jiyui naturally didn't dare offend him. He then clasped his fists and left without anger. Chuan gave him a deep look after his back, then returned to the alchemy hall to continue refining his elixir. Wang Jiyui returned to the Wang family and reported the matter to a middle-aged man. "Patriarch, those 3 idiots are truly disrespecting our Wang family. It's truly infuriating." The Wang family master, though seemingly middle-aged, was actually over 60 years old, and his strength had reached the perfection of the 9th level of key training. He glanced at Wang Jiyui calmly, and Wang Jiyui shuddered, immediately lowering his head and falling silent. "How can you insult the alchemy palace's priest?" the Wang family had said. "Besides, he's already given me some face, saying that if our Wang family needs elixir formulas or elixirs in the future, we can consult him. As for the matter of cooperation, let's just call it a day. After all, he's not the only one of the alchemy palace's priests who keeps himself out of it. There's no need to offend a priest over such a trivial matter. I spoke without thinking. Please don't blame me, Patriarch." "Alright, leave now." In the following month, 3 or 4 stewards approached Chuan about cooperation, but he rejected them all for the same reason. In his spare time, he met Master Yunding, who said, "Seeing you frantically completing the tasks in the Dan Palace, I thought that fellow Taoist Sanchu was short of spirit stones. Now I hear that you have rejected cooperation from many families. I think I was wrong." Chuan shook his head in vain. "I never thought that I was such a person in the eyes of fellow Taoist. Today you must treat me to a meal of Yuzum wine, otherwise I will not let fellow Taoist easily." "Ha ha ha." Master Yunding stroked his beard and smiled. "It's my fault. It seems that I have to treat you to this Yuzum wine. However, fellow Taoist Sanchu, come with me to the treasure pavilion. There is a small auction today." "Treasure pavilion?" Chuan said in surprise. "Is it the same as the treasure pavilion in Dongxi County?" "Of course it is the same. The Cao royal family is behind them." Master Yunding smiled faintly. However, if many families have any gains, they will also hold auctions in the treasure pavilion. I heard not long ago that a secret treasure of an ancient family was discovered. People from the imperial city and foundation building families from all over the place heard the news and rushed there. However, the royal family and the 3 first-class aristocratic families still took the lead. I dare to ask, which are the 3 great first-class aristocratic families? Hearing this, Master Yunding glanced at Chuan suspiciously. Fellow Taoist really doesn't care about worldly affairs. No wonder he has such alchemy and cultivation at such a young age. After a pause, he continued, Jiang, Lin, and Lei, these are the 3 first-class families in the Wei dynasty, with profound foundations. I heard that when the Cao family had not become the Jinden family, the 4 families also existed equally, and they have all existed for thousands of years. As for the other families, none has survived for more than 1,000 years. The background of a 1,000-year-old family is really terrifying. That's natural. The Cao family has put aside the ancestor of Jinden and gathered the strength of the whole family. At present, it is comparable to the 3 families. Chuan frowned slightly, pondered for a while and then said, something is wrong. If this is really the case, and the Cao family becomes the Jinden family and unifies the surrounding areas, how can they let the 3 Jianglinlai families go? Master Yunding smiled mysteriously. Of course there is someone above. He said no more. Chuan, intrigued, joined Yunding's Henren in checking out the so-called treasure pavilion auction. When they arrived, the auction had already begun. This is a top-grade magical weapon, called the Ice Blade. It's the top-tier piece among top-grade magical weapons. If any Taoist cultivates ice-attributed techniques, or possesses an ice-attributed bloodline, using this sword in combat will increase its power by 30%. The starting price is 500 spirit stones, and each bid must be no less than 20 spirit stones. Fellow Taoists, please bid, to enter the treasure pavilion, only to be greeted by a middle-aged steward. Upon seeing the 2, he beamed, it's the 3rd honored one of the alchemy hall, Truman Yunding. Please come up to the private room on the 2nd floor. As they approached, he added, Truman Yunding, who is this? Manager Cao Zhen, this is fellow Taoist Sanchu, the 13th honored one personally recruited by Chief Yun's Hongzi, so you're the 13th honored one who's become famous lately. Please forgive me for not recognizing you. Chuan clasped his fists in return, you're so polite, fellow Taoist. I'm new to the alchemy hall and stay very close to home, so it's natural you didn't recognize me. Now I do, haha, the 13th honored one is right on target. Please come in. The private room on the 2nd floor had an excellent view of the auction below from the window. Manager Cao Zhen, bring me a pot of true wine. Truman Yunding took a seat, waved his wide robe, and folded it by his side. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. Someone will bring it to you right away. A moment passed. Cao Zhen personally carried a white jade wine bottle and placed it on the table before Master Yunding, saying, enjoy your meal, my 2 servants. If you find anything interesting in the auction, you can bid. Master Yunding nodded slightly, and Cao Zhen left the private room. Come here, fellow Taoist Sanchu, this bottle of true wine you've been longing for. It costs 5 spirit stones, but even for cultivators in the late key training stage like you and me, it's still a little useful. Don't waste it. Master Yunding smiled and poured it for him. Chuan cupped his fists and grinned, thank you very much. I'll definitely treat you when I have time. Given your habit of refining elixirs during the day and studying the Tao of alchemy at night, I'm afraid I'll have to wait for a while. Haha, the 2 exchanged a smile, raised their glasses, clinked them together, and each took a sip. The wine bottle wasn't large. If he drank heavily, it would probably be gone in less than a cup of tea. Oh, this was bought by the Wang family. Master Yunding glanced at it and smiled faintly. Chapter 117, Bloodline Theory, Ancient Remnant. The Wang family, Chuan murmured. How, you know? Master Yunding looked at Chuan. Of the aristocratic families who sought my cooperation, the first was the Wang family. I see. Master Yunding stroked his beard and nodded, adding, the Wang family has produced a true spiritual genius. I'm told he has an ice-attributed bloodline. He cultivates not his family's own techniques, but an ice-attributed technique he obtained at great expense. Now that he's acquired his top-grade magical weapon, the Ice Edge Sword, I'm sure his strength will be even greater. Ice-attributed bloodline, it's just a chance marriage between aristocratic families. When they cultivate to the foundation establishment stage and specialize in a key attributed technique, their bloodline naturally differs somewhat. But not everyone in an aristocratic family can be born with this. If someone does, cultivating a corresponding attribute technique will naturally be 30% to 40% faster than ordinary techniques. Chuan nodded slightly, remembering Su Dejiao's pseudo-fire attributed bloodline. If you were to cultivate fire attributed techniques in the future, it would also provide him with 10% to 20% of assistance. If it were a complete fire virtue bloodline, it might be not much different from the bloodline of the foundation establishment family. Could it be that the Yang family had a foundation establishment cultivator in their ancestry, but only a branch of the family survived until now, losing the inheritance? Chuan pondered for a moment, then stopped thinking about the Yang family. Curiously, he asked, "What's the current level of that true spiritual root genius?" 18 years old, at the peak of the 7th level of key training. He's truly a genius, just an accumulation of resources. A hint of disdain crossed Yanding Zhenren's eyes. Haha, is fellow Taoist Yanding feeling jealous? Chuan said with a faint smile. Even the wealth of aristocratic family isn't acquired overnight. As the saying goes, those who plant trees enjoy the shade. If you have descendants, they'll naturally enjoy the benefits. I prefer to be alone. Unless I break through to the foundation establishment stage in the future and establish a family lineage to carry on my legacy, I'll give up. May I ask, fellow Taoist, are there many 18-year-old cultivators in the late key refining stage within the imperial city? Of course not. True Man Yanding shook his head and chuckled. Only within the imperial city can such geniuses be found. Fellow Taoist, have you heard of such geniuses in your travels through the various counties? Of course not, Chuan replied. Those who have reached the late key refining stage before the age of 20 are all geniuses in cultivation, and are also the foundation establishment seeds that each family reserves. The Wang family has acquired this genius, and it seems they are aiming to become a second-tier aristocratic family. There are 3 first-tier aristocratic families in the imperial city, so how many second-tier ones are there? Only 5, so few. Chuan looked surprised. Why do you think so, fellow Taoist? Yanding Zhenren asked with a faint smile. Chuan glanced at him and immediately smiled, his expression showing understanding. The stronger the aristocratic family's foundation, the less resources the 3 great families and the imperial family hold. Therefore, they naturally dislike the increasing number of second-tier aristocratic families, or even the emergence of first-tier families. Yunnu possesses the innate talent of swallowing mountains and rivers, making him a natural immortal genius. However, his spiritual roots are somewhat weak. Although he supplements this with the innate 5 elements creation art, he still cannot compare with these so-called geniuses of the imperial city. Only Linger, with her true spiritual roots and natural vision, has been cultivating immortality since childhood, and cultivates the heavenly flame art, rather than more common techniques like the fiery fire art. She too has the potential to reach the late stage of key training by the age of 17 or 18. Chuan had high hopes for her. He simply felt that there wasn't a suitable destiny or talent for her yet. As for the golden koi, Chuan was extremely cautious and didn't dare to bestow it lightly. He would prepare for the crucial moment and bestow it upon those who needed it most. It would also maximize the family's interests. Next is an ancient scroll of alchemy, documenting numerous ancient spiritual materials, as well as alchemy techniques and theories. It's ideally suited for alchemists. The starting bid is 15 spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 1 spirit stone. Fellow Taoists, please bid. Upon hearing this, Chuan and Master Yanding's eyes lit up. Fellow Taoist Yanding, it seems you're also interested. How about we bid together and read it together? Very good. I'll just copy a copy later. The two hit it off. Since Master Yanding was more familiar with the scroll, they let him bid. Seeing that it was the 3 lords of the alchemy hall bidding, some of the aristocratic families gave him face and stopped bidding, leaving only a few alchemists to bid. Congratulations, Master Yanding, for winning this scroll with 32 spirit stones. Then, someone carried the scroll up to the 2nd floor. Chuan had already taken out 16 spirit stones and handed them to him. Master Yanding, this is the ancient scroll of the alchemy scripture you bid for, worth a total of 32 spirit stones. Master Yanding waved his sleeves, and 32 spirit stones flew out of his storage bag. The visitor scanned it with his mind, confirming it was correct. He then presented the scroll and collected the spirit stones. Then, he left the private room. By then, The next lot had already been auctioned. Fellow Taoist Sanchu, you should keep this ancient scroll for now. When you have copied it, you can give me the copy? Thank you, fellow Taoist Yunding. True Man Yunding stroked his beard and smiled faintly, but then he said, since there is an ancient scroll of the alchemy classic, there must be an alchemy recipe hidden in the ancient family's secret collection this time. I just don't know if the three major families will put it up for auction. The alchemy recipe can also be used as a heritage, but I don't think it's very likely. As for this ancient scroll, it must be that one of the families felt that it was of little use, so they took it out. But I think they also left a copy, maybe, but if it's not the original scroll, I'm afraid 7 or 8 spirit stones at most will be enough. That's also very expensive. Ordinary books like this are only 4 or 5 spirit stones at most when placed in the market. And most of the time no one is interested in them. It's just 1/3 of the reward for fellow Taoist's mission in the Alchemy Palace, True Man Yunding said with a teasing smile. But I'm planning on saving up spirit stones to buy a top-grade alchemy furnace. If I don't save some, I don't know when I'll be able to get one. It would be difficult to replace it within a year on my own. But if you choose a noble family to partner with, I'm sure they'll be happy to provide you with a top-grade alchemy furnace. Then forget it. Chuan waved his hand and said with a smile, come on, keep drinking. I have to say, this Qianyuan is truly a fine spirit wine. I haven't found it anywhere else. Ding. After a while, another incomplete alchemy recipe appeared among the auction items. Incomplete alchemy recipe. Is fellow Taoist Sanchu interested? Yunding's Henrin glanced over something, but the auctioneer didn't explain its efficacy. Even if it's only missing a few medicinal ingredients, I'm afraid it's useless. No one from the 3 great families can tell the difference. That's because their alchemy skills are insufficient. But you can give it a try. If you don't want it, I'll buy it. It's only 5 spirit stones anyway. Go ahead, but I'm sure you'll ask for my advice, fellow Taoist Sanchu. You really don't want to lose anything. Master Yunding shook his head helplessly, but he still bought the incomplete recipe. The final price wasn't 5, but 9. After that, nothing else appeared at the auction that caught the two's attention. After drinking the jade true wine, they returned to the alchemy hall. Chuan copied the ancient alchemy scroll, while Master Yunding studied the incomplete recipe he had just acquired. The scroll contained a lot of content, and Chuan spent nearly half a day copying it out, which he gave to Master Yunding. Fellow Taoist, have you made any progress on the incomplete elixir recipe? Not yet, but your handwritten copy of the ancient elixir scroll arrived just in time. It contains many ancient names of medicinal ingredients, some of which may have been renamed or long since extinct. Let me study it for a few more days. If there's no progress, I'll send this elixir to you for further study. Chuan nodded slightly, unconcerned. That night, he took a top-grade key-gathering pill and began practicing. The next day, after refining a few furnaces, he began studying the ancient elixir scroll with great fascination. He was intrigued by the ancient alchemy techniques described in the scroll, such as water refining, water-fire refining, and the 5 elements refining. Unfortunately, they only listed names and effects, without actual methods. Even Chuan felt that the theories, such as the perfect elixir and the inner elixir of demon beasts, were a bit overly grandiose. Ultimately, the names, shapes, properties, and habits of the elixirs were all that was useful, allowing for a deeper understanding of the characteristics and features of ancient spiritual materials, allowing for comparisons between the past and the present. A few days later, Chuan completed another performance mission at the Alchemy Hall, receiving 38 spirit stones. He also secretly accumulated several bottles of mid-grade and top-grade pills, worth many times more than the rewarded spirit stones. Chuan adhered to 2 key principles when refining alchemy: never overpaying, and underpaying. Even the Alchemy Hall's taskmasters hadn't anticipated Chuan's high rate of producing both high-quality and high-quality pills. It was comparable to Chief Yun's Hongzi's. Not long after, True Man Yunding arrived excitedly at the alchemy room. Fellow Taoist Sanchu, do you know what the effect of the elixir recorded in this incomplete recipe is? Chuan saw his expression and said in surprise, could it be that fellow Taoist Yunding has figured out something? Is it a recipe for an elixir with rare effects? Fellow Taoist Sanchu understands me. If the recipe is really completed, it may increase the chance of breaking through the foundation building barrier by 1 to 2%. Chuan's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. Really? This is a major event that has shocked the imperial city. Zhenren Yunding stroked his beard, smiled, and said slowly and calmly, the effect of this elixir should be to enhance the divine consciousness. If it is a top-grade elixir, there may be a chance of transforming the divine consciousness into divine consciousness. Transforming the divine consciousness in advance will naturally increase the chance of breaking through the foundation-building barrier. Chuan nodded slightly to express his agreement. Zhenren Yunding then said, however, this pill should be similar to the pill that breaks through the bottleneck. There is a limit on its dosage, usually 3 to 5 pills. The specific amount will have to wait until the pill formula is completed and it is truly refined before we can know. What a pity. Chuan was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't expect that there really is a pill in the world that can make the divine mind transform into the divine consciousness in advance. It can be said to be the power of seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. What a pity, what a pity. The two main ingredients of this pill are both rare second-grade spiritual medicines. There are not many in stock in the pill palace, and only the chief is qualified to use them directly. And to complete this pill, we have to spend a lot of spiritual medicines to try. Even if we want to complete it secretly and refine it, we are afraid that we can't get many even if we spend all our net worth. Chuan frowned slightly. Is it so exaggerated? Do you think that 300 or 400-year-old second-grade spiritual medicines are that cheap? Even to collect the spiritual medicines on the pill recipe, more than 100 spirit stones are needed. If it is really refined, the top-grade pill will cost thousands of spirit stones, and countless families will scramble for it. In the pill palace, the number of second-grade alchemy tasks has dropped sharply. The main reason is that the number of second-grade spiritual medicines is far less than that of first-grade spiritual medicines. That's true. Chuan's eyes blazed. Allowing the mind to transform into consciousness earlier and boosting the chances of achieving the foundation establishment stage is worth the price, no matter how high the cost. However, it seems impossible to refine in large quantities. Upon hearing this, Master Yunding smiled bitterly and said, fellow Taoist Sanchu, what are you thinking? We can only produce 20 or 30 of these pills a year at best. As for a top-grade one, even the chief would probably need 10 or 20 attempts to refine it. Chuan smiled without saying anything. Then he said, how about we go next? Let's go find Master Yun's Hongzi and work together to deduce the formula. That's the only way. The two of them immediately went to the third floor of the alchemy hall and informed him of the remaining formula. Yun's Hongzi smiled faintly. You two are lucky. If the auctioneer knew its purpose, they wouldn't sell it so cheaply. 9 spirit stones, that's not cheap at all, Master Yunding muttered softly. I'll accept the formula on behalf of the Alchemy Palace. If you can complete it and successfully refine it, the Alchemy Palace will reward you with 100 spirit stones, Yun's Hongzi said. Yunding's Henren's brows lit up at this. Chief, are you going to make the formula public in the Alchemy Palace? Chuan looked up at Yun's Hongzi. Yun's Hongzi shook his head. Not yet. Completing the formula doesn't depend on the number of people, but on your attainments in alchemy. Furthermore, the Alchemy Palace doesn't have many spiritual herbs. But I'll have someone take care of this, so you don't need to worry about it. This incomplete formula will be researched and completed by the 3 of us, plus second honored Taoist Su Zhen. Whoever completes it will receive a reward from the Alchemy Palace, and may even receive a share of the profits from the elixir. Tomorrow, you two can begin researching the incomplete formula. Yes, Chief. Chuan and Yunding Zhenren bowed and left. What kind of person is Taoist Su Zhen? I've barely ever had any dealings with him, Chuan suddenly asked on the way back to the alchemy room. He's a bit arrogant and a bit greedy. He's done elixir business with many aristocratic families, but his attainments in alchemy are quite impressive, even slightly better than mine, second only to the chief. However, Yunding Zhenren glanced at Chuan and smiled faintly. With you here, fellow Taoist Sanchu, perhaps things will be different. Fellow Taoist Yunding, don't overestimate me. Fellow Taoist Su Zhen's attainments in alchemy are even greater than yours. How could a newcomer to the Alchemy Palace like me compare? Chuan remained humble as always. Yunding Zhenren stroked his beard, silently observing Chuan. After a moment, he said, I wouldn't be wrong about him. Even if I can't match him now, I'll definitely surpass him in the future. Perhaps you can make up for this remaining advantage. The chief said he'll get a share of the profits from this elixir. Even if it's only 10%, it's estimated to be hundreds of spirit stones a year. Fellow Taoist Sanchu, aren't you tempted? To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. But Chuan didn't act determined. Completing the incomplete formula is far from easy. Let it be. Gains and losses are all my own. Chuan had completed the incomplete formula for the realm-breaking pill before and knew its difficulty, and this pill was several times more difficult. Seeing this, Yunding Zhenren shook his head and chuckled. The next day, the two of them each began to study the incomplete formula. Su Zhen, upon learning of the efficacy of the incomplete formula from Yun's Hongzi, was also astonished and determined to secure a share of the profits. After receiving a copy of the incomplete formula, he immediately returned to the alchemy room to study it, and for the time being, he instructed that no outsiders be allowed to disturb him. He possessed a deep dedication to alchemy, otherwise, his current achievements would have been difficult. On the third floor of the alchemy hall, I wonder who will succeed in completing the incomplete formula this time, Yun's Hongzi thought, a hint of a smile playing on his face. He stroked his long beard, then gathered his mind and began to fully decipher the incomplete formula. Chapter 118, Transformation of Divine Mind. No, this isn't right. On the second floor of the alchemy hall, in alchemy room number 1, rare and precious medicinal herbs were scattered about in a chaotic manner. Su Zhen's eyes were filled with resentment. After half a month of painstaking research, he had made no progress, leaving him restless and impatient, and the veins on his forehead bulged. After a while, he let out a long breath, his expression returning to composure. Forget it. This elixir is incredibly difficult to complete. Hope is slim, and continuing is futile. Su Zhen decided to give up immediately. He then went to the third floor to meet Yun's Hongzi. Are you giving up? Yun's Hongzi's face showed no emotion. If it's a first-level formula, I'm confident I can complete it, but a second-level one is too difficult with my current attainments in alchemy. Completing the incomplete formula is also a way to deepen my own alchemy. However, since fellow Taoist Su Zhen has made his decision, I won't force you. Just don't regret it, Chief. I'm naturally grateful for this opportunity. I won't bother you any further. Well, leave. As Su Zhen left, Yun's Hongzi sighed softly as he watched him leave. Su Zhen had considerable talent and youth, and his attainments in alchemy surpassed those of Master Yunding. Unfortunately, he lacked perseverance and a pioneering spirit, and his achievements were ultimately limited. Yun's Hongzi had placed his hopes on him in his early years, wanting to train him to become the future head of the alchemy hall. But since he began trading with various aristocratic families, focusing solely on immediate profit, he abandoned this idea. Now was his last chance, and Su Zhen hadn't seized it. Yunding? He's free from all worries, but he's a bit older. If he can't break through to foundation establishment, he only has 20 to 30 years left to live, pretty much the same as me. Sanchu, it seems, has some concerns, and no desire to be completely tied to the alchemy palace. Yun's Hongzi sighed again, then plunged into completing the elixir formula. Master Yunding painstakingly researched for half a month, consuming over 10 spiritual ingredients, yet yielded little. As for Chuan, he wasn't in a rush to refine the elixir from the start. Instead, he leveraged his Shening herbs talent to thoroughly understand the medicinal properties of the remaining spiritual ingredients. He even took tiny amounts in combinations of 2 or 3 ounces, using his body as a furnace to comprehend their pharmacological properties. But only he had the talent to do this. Any other alchemist would have collapsed from the stress and died abruptly. It's truly an elixir that increases spiritual awareness. I've tried various combinations these days, and it's actually increased my spiritual awareness a bit. I wonder what amazing effects the finished elixir will have. Chuan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. After understanding the medicinal properties of the elixirs listed in the incomplete recipe and the potential conflicts between the properties, he began to deduce which spiritual herbs might be needed. He began by consulting the ancient scrolls of alchemy classics, searching for elixirs with the desired properties. If none were available, he would search the library. There were numerous ancient books on alchemy, and records of modern elixirs were even more numerous. After more than 10 days, he finally found 20 or 30 elixirs that might be worth a try. However, even the alchemy palace lacked a comprehensive selection. Since the 10 or so elixirs were rarely used in the mainstay elixir refining, Deacon Chen had to procure them. Yun's Hongzi had already instructed that any elixirs Chuan and Master Yunding needed would be provided. The alchemy palace had extensive connections, and they had gathered all the elixirs in just half a day. Seeing Deacon Chen's delivery of over 10 elixirs of each kind, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, having extensive connections made things easier. If the Su family had gone to collect them themselves, it would have taken 7 or 8 days. Su Chuan then began to refine the elixir according to the formula he had deduced and completed. Even if he failed several times with each recipe, he would continue, constantly studying the changes in the medicinal properties so that he could make timely adjustments. While Su Chuan was experimenting with the formula, Deacon Chen, as usual, reported to Yun's Hongzi the spiritual herbs Su Chuan had asked him to purchase. They are all ordinary first-grade spiritual herbs, with only one being a second-grade one. Without exception, they are all very rare and difficult to find, and many alchemists probably don't know their properties. Yun's Hongzi pondered for a moment. The changes in the medicinal properties of spiritual herbs are extremely complex, and it's impossible to fully understand them without personal experimentation. Could it be that he's discovered something so quickly? Deacon Chen, send me some of the spiritual herbs requested by the 3 vertical offerings later. Yes, Chief. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Over a month passed in the blink of an eye. Master Yunding had given up. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he knew his own limitations. Even if he continued trying, it would only be a waste of spiritual herbs. It would be better to leave a few more for the chief and Su Chuan to try. After trying over 20 derived recipes, Su Chuan finally saw hope. With his latest batch, Su Chuan produced a successful pill. Unfortunately, he'd been too focused on the changing medicinal properties during the process and hadn't mastered the heat properly, resulting in a pill that wasn't even of the lowest grade, a veritable poison. Su Chuan looked at the pill floating in his palm and smiled, his expression indescribably relaxed. It's been so long since I've refined a useless pill. Rare. Seeing his derived formula finally bear fruit, he felt a sense of relief. After a while, he began refining the pill with all his might. First batch, failure. Second batch, failure. Third batch, success. The successful pill had bluish-purple lines on its surface, and its warmth lingered. Although it was only of the lowest grade, it marked a major step forward in Su Chuan's success. He only needed 3 or 5 pills of this type of pill at most, but Su Chuan naturally hoped to elevate his spiritual thoughts to spiritual awareness by consuming the highest grade pills. He sniffed, and the faint fragrance of the pill entered his body. After a moment, his brows furrowed slightly. My spiritual consciousness did fluctuate, but it wasn't as miraculous as I'd imagined. Is it because it's a low-grade elixir? Or is it that while this completed elixir recipe can produce elixirs, its effectiveness is somewhat reduced? After pondering for a moment, Su Chuan put the elixir away. He then refined it several more times, producing 2 more pills, both with the same effect. If it's an elixir with reduced effectiveness, even if it's a top-grade elixir, it's probably difficult to transform my spiritual consciousness, right? Unsatisfied, Su Chuan continued his research. However, with a successful elixir formula, the rest was much simpler. It was simply a matter of searching for spiritual herbs with similar properties based on the completed elixir, and repeatedly trying them. Even Su Zhen and Yunding Zhenren could do it with a little time. Over 10 days later. During this period, Su Chuan experimented repeatedly, finding many spiritual herbs that worked, but most of the resulting elixirs were less potent. Even so, they were still valuable. Each one was worth dozens of spirit stones. Su Chuan already had 15 or 16 of them. Finally, Su Chuan had a flash of inspiration and came up with a way to add another elixir. Once incorporated into the recipe, this elixir would have to amplify the potency of the other elixir ingredients without conflicting with their properties. To this end, Su Chuan pondered over it, scouring ancient and modern texts before finally discovering a common herb called evening primrose. This herb only grows under moonlight and can only be harvested under moonlight for its medicinal properties to be effective. While unusual, it's also very common. Cultivators generally avoid it, believing it's rarely used in elixir recipes and therefore has little value. Su Chuan approached Deacon Chen and told him about it. Evening primrose, I remember this herb didn't seem to have much use, Deacon Chen asked, puzzled. Su Chuan smiled faintly. It's rarely used in elixir recipes, but there are no useless spiritual herbs in the world. Few people know that evening primrose only has its medicinal properties when picked under moonlight. Picked during the day, it's practically no different from a weed. I appreciate your advice. I'll go collect it now. I'll wait for the 3 upholders for 2 days, Su Chuan nodded slightly. During those 2 days of waiting, Su Chuan devoted himself to cultivation. After nearly 2 months of practicing with top-grade key-gathering pills, and with the concentrated spiritual energy within the alchemy hall, Chuan's cultivation had further improved, and he was almost reaching the middle stage of the 9th level of key training. Even a foundation establishment family wouldn't be so extravagant. Only foundation establishment seeds might enjoy this privilege, otherwise, receiving 1 or 2 top-grade key-gathering pills a month was considered a great treat. After all, their family was large and their clansmen were numerous. After the evening primrose arrived, Chuan tried again. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the alchemy hall, evening primrose? The 3 upholders requested this spiritual herb again. Hongzi was quite surprised. I can't figure it out either. This is no different from a weed. It's in patches on almost every mountain in the imperial city, yet no one picks it. If you can't figure it out, forget it. Just get to work. Okay, you can leave. After Deacon Chen left, Hongzi picked up a pill recipe from the table. It was identical to Chuan's first successful recipe. After trying many, this one is still the most effective, but it doesn't seem to be enough to transform divine thoughts into divine consciousness. With his mastery of alchemy, he had naturally tried many recipes that could produce pills, but this one proved the most effective. Soon, he even refined a top-grade pill. However, upon observation, he found it didn't live up to his expectations. Did I overestimate it from the beginning? Perhaps it was always so. Transforming divine thoughts into divine consciousness is no simple matter, Yunzhuang thought for a moment, stroking his beard and smiling faintly. Well, since Chuan was able to discover these elixirs, I'm sure he'll be able to deduce them soon. I'm just riding on his coattails, so I won't compete with him for credit. But we must put some pressure on him. He then sent for Master Yunding. Chief, what do you want with me? Master Yunding bowed. This elixir formula is complex and the alchemy hall is consuming enormous resources. We can't continue without restraint. Let Chuan deduce it for another month. If there are no results, the alchemy hall will abandon the formula and complete it. Master Yunding's pupils shrank slightly, but since it was Hongzi's order, he naturally complied. At the entrance of the 12 alchemy rooms, Chuan looked at Master Yunding. The chief said, "Give me at most another month." "Yes, I gave up long ago. Now, only you and the chief are still trying to figure it out. Thank you, fellow Taoist Yunding, for letting me know. I'll do my best to deduce it and live up to the chief's expectations," Chuan said, clasping his fists. "Then I won't bother you anymore." Master Yunding clasped his fists and turned to leave. Chuan's lips curled slightly, thinking to himself, 1 month is enough time for me to deduce the best formula and then refine a top-grade pill. Entering the alchemy room, he continued experimenting. The next day, in the alchemy room, I never thought evening primrose would be so compatible with the 3rd-ranked formula. I thought it would be the 1st-ranked one. A purple pill appeared in Chuan's palm, emitting a strange fragrance. Just this low-grade pill surpasses the best mid-grade pill ever. If it were a top-grade pill, it might actually transform divine consciousness into divine awareness. If Chuan had continued refining that pill, he could have naturally produced top-grade pills like Hongzi. Unfortunately, he realized it wasn't what he wanted and stopped refining, only producing mid-grade pills. With nearly a month left, this is an opportunity. I'll take this opportunity to refine more top-grade pills and prepare them for Nu, Shitao, Xiolinger, and the others. Chuan speculated that Hongzi had already deduced the pill formula, but whether it matched his was uncertain. Without a share of the pill profits, he'd have to make more money. As for the recipe, Chuan didn't plan to share it, but kept it for himself. It's no wonder he's selfish. Any other cultivator from an aristocratic family would do the same. Ultimately, the aristocratic families of the Great Way are all in competition, including the royal family. Leaving the pill that can transform divine consciousness into divine awareness would only create more powerful enemies for the Su family in the future. One step faster, every step faster. If one can transform into spiritual consciousness during key training, then when one advances to the foundation building stage, the spiritual consciousness will naturally be stronger than that of those at the same level. Chuan is full of expectations for the future of the Su family, looking forward to the moment when geniuses emerge and compete with his son. One day later, Chuan stabilized the success rate of the Jinshin pill. Jinshin pill is the name Chuan gave it. 5 or 6 days later, the first medium-grade Jinshin pill was produced. After a few more days, The success rate of the medium-grade Gentian pill stabilized. After 7 days, Chuan finally refined the first high-grade Gentian pill. In his excitement, he lost control of his mind and the next batch of pills failed. Switching to the Qianyuan, Chuan is confident that he can refine a high-grade pill even if his mind is a little unstable. However, he felt that taking a single pill might not achieve the effect of spiritual transformation, so he decided to wait until he had refined 5 high-grade Gentian pills before taking it. This wait lasted 5 days. An average of only 1 pill a day. For Chuan, this was already an extremely low success rate, but it also demonstrated that the Shin-promoting pill was no ordinary elixir. Producing multiple top-grade Shin-promoting pills from a single furnace was unprecedented. His most successful attempt yielded 1 top-grade, 1 mid-grade, and 2 low-grade pills. In the alchemy room, Chuan regulated his breathing for half an hour, until everything reached peak condition. Then, he took out the top-grade Shin-promoting pill. Let's take 3 at once. This pill is precious. If only 3 are effective, we can still have 2 more. Chuan twisted his fingers, and 3 top-grade Shin-promoting pills emerged from the celadone bottle. He closed the bottle with his bare hands, and as he parted his lips, the 3 pills, like stars piercing the moon, sank into his mouth one after another. In an instant, the pills transformed into a misty purple cloud, like a river flowing back through the heavens, ultimately returning to the sea of consciousness, merging with his soul. The immense medicinal power flooded his soul, and Chuan's forehead suddenly bulged with veins. He clenched his teeth, seemingly unable to withstand the overwhelming force. 1 breath, 2, 3. Time passed slowly. Chuan's soul, nourished by the medicinal power, suddenly grew several times stronger. His spiritual consciousness had long since reached the pinnacle of the Qi training realm, and now, with the power of this supreme elixir that nourished his soul, it finally broke free from its shackles. Within his sea of consciousness, illusory golden lotuses blossomed. Chuan himself exuded a unique fragrance, permeating the entire alchemy room. His original spiritual consciousness transformed, as if from gas to liquid, becoming a hue of glass. Half an hour later, Chuan's expression had returned to peace, but his transformation was not yet complete, so he remained in meditation with his eyes closed. It was not until 3 or 4 hours later that he opened his eyes. By then, his soul had become even more powerful, and his spiritual consciousness had completely transformed into spiritual consciousness. Condensed spiritual awareness naturally sweeps farther than divine thought. Rumor has it that a single thought from a giant cultivator can scan an area of dozens of miles, while a Yuanian cultivator can reach hundreds of miles. Chuan's newly transformed spiritual awareness also has the ability to explore several miles around. However, this is the Dan Palace, where formations and restrictions are everywhere, and Yun's Hongzi, a foundation establishment cultivator, is in charge. He didn't want anyone to notice his abnormality, so he put aside the thought of freely dispersing his spiritual awareness. With spiritual awareness, he could even detect key cultivators without being detected, making it extremely convenient. Perhaps this pill's effectiveness is only strongest the first time, then it will decrease dramatically. After 3 pills, it's probably useless. Taking more than 3 pills would require a spiritual soul at least at the great perfection of Qi training to sustain it. Chuan was still terrified. Taking 3 pills at once nearly exploded his spiritual soul. At other realms, the soul would likely explode and die. Of course, this was only the formula for the Gentian pill. The previous recipe, even if 3 high-grade pills were taken consecutively, should have been sufficient for anyone at the late stage of Qi training. We still have 7 or 8 days left. First, refine the common pills to familiarize yourself with your spiritual awareness, then refine the divine advancement pill. I think the success rate of the high-grade pills should increase. Chapter 119, All-Inclusive? Top-grade Life in Furnace. 8 days later. 2 bottles of top-grade divine advancement pills, 8 bottles of mid-grade divine advancement pills, and 4 bottles of low-grade divine advancement pills, enough to last the Su family for a long time to come. Chuan beamed, glanced at them again, and immediately put them into his storage bag. This is all a treasure. Chuan patted the bag, which contained a variety of elixirs, first and second grade pills for healing, detoxification, vital essence restoration, mana enhancement, and breakthroughs. Given the Su family's current limited number of cultivators, these pills would be enough for them to use for years, even at the cost of the core members of a foundation-building family. The spiritual materials are exhausted, and the agreed-upon day and night are up. It's time to go find the chief. Chuan stood up and cleared the alchemy room of the aroma of the pills to avoid noticing anything unusual. After all, the divine advancement pills were so unique that even the scent of low-grade pills could cause agitation, let alone the scent of high-grade pills. Third floor of the alchemy hall. Yunzhong Danzi looked at Chuan quietly, stroking his beard and smiling faintly. Fellow Taoist Sanchu, you came to see me, but have you made any progress in completing the remaining formula? Chuan nodded slightly, took out a porcelain bottle, and with a flick of his hand, it landed on the table in front of Yunzhongzi. What he took out was naturally not the gentian pill, but the first successful pill he had made. Yunzhongzi simply opened it and, with a scent, knew it was just as he had expected. You also have a mid-grade pill. Not bad, Yunzhongzi praised with a smile. Chuan bowed and said, Senior Yunzhongzi, you can be sure that I'm refining it correctly just by the scent. I believe you must have already refined this pill. After all, I'm a step behind the chief. Chuan looked regretful. The chief's alchemy skills, Sanchu, are truly in awe. Yunzhongzi raised his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Sanchu, please stop praising me. If you continue to praise me, I'll be ashamed. Chuan was slightly startled. What was going on? Since you, fellow Taoist Sanchu, have completed this precious elixir recipe, our alchemy palace will naturally reward you. You still lack a top-grade elixir furnace. I will bestow upon you this furnace in the name of the alchemy palace. With these words, Yunzhongzi waved his sleeve, and a small elixir furnace flew out of his storage bag and landed before Chuan. The furnace stood 3 feet 6 inches tall, reflecting the celestial cycle. Its 3 legs stood like dragon claws grasping the ground, and its 2 ears shaped like a vermilion bird holding a ring. Gilded throughout, it shone with a faint glow. The body of the furnace was carved with a fiery phoenix with outstretched wings, each feather inlaid with red fire crystals, evoking the melodious sound of a phoenix's cry. The lid was carved with a 9-petal lotus, and at the center of the lotus, a fire bead glowed day and night. Chuan, watching the slowly rotating elixir furnace before him, was immediately delighted. This furnace was extraordinary. This furnace is a replica of the ancient magical artifact, the Life 9 rotating furnace. It's called the Life Furnace. While it's not a perfect creation, it's still an ancient cultivation technique and a top-grade artifact. It was used by me during my key training stage, the furnace the chief once used. Chuan was startled. Something occurred to him, and he waved his hands repeatedly, saying, This furnace is too precious. I dare not accept it. Yunzhongzi shook his head and sighed, Don't worry. It's merely a reward for completing the recipe. I've named this pill the Divine Mind Pill. It will surely bring great benefits to the alchemy palace. I have no other intentions, and I don't need you to bear the karmic responsibility for my alchemy palace, so that's what he meant. Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If someone wanted to tie him to the alchemy palace in exchange for a top-grade furnace, he would never accept it. A top-grade alchemy furnace is worth more than ordinary top-grade magical instruments, and even more precious than defensive ones, not to mention fine-quality magical instruments. This reward is truly substantial. Chuan always took a cut of the profits from his alchemy, and this time, he didn't offer the Divine Ascension Pill formula. Yunzhongzi's generosity made him feel a little guilty, but only for a few breaths. With the entire Su family behind him, guilt was of no use to him. Thank you, Chief. I'll accept it. As for the future share of the profits from this pill, of course, this junior wouldn't dare to have any unreasonable expectations. Chief, you completed it first, so the profits should belong to you. Yunzhongzi smiled faintly. Although this pill can enhance divine consciousness, it is far from the exaggerated effect that fellow Taoist Yunding said. Perhaps it's because it's not truly complete. Then even my Dan Palace can no longer continue. The effect is weakened, and the profits it brings are naturally reduced. Of course, I am not the first to complete it. Chief, what do you mean? Is there anyone who is faster than you? You? Yunzhongzi smiled faintly and pointed at Chuan. Me? First of all, are you kidding me? Yunzhongzi stopped playing tricks and said slowly, Earlier, I encountered difficulties in deducing this recipe. It just so happened that you asked Deacon Chen to go out and purchase some ordinary first-grade spiritual materials. I thought that with your attainments in alchemy, you wouldn't ask for these herbs for no reason, so I asked for a few to try. As a result, it actually worked. You can say that I took advantage of you, fellow Taoist Sanchu, and naturally I have no face to ask for the profit. Chuan was also stunned. There was such a thing? Isn't this another pie in the sky? Big or small, take it all? I must say, fellow Taoist Sanchu, your talent in alchemy truly exceeds my expectations. If you can break through to the foundation establishment stage, surpassing me is just around the corner. Chuan bowed and said, I truly have no intention of fully joining any particular faction or family at the moment. I hope Chief will forgive me. Well, personal affinity is ultimately unpredictable. How about a 50% profit, paid annually? Is that okay? Although it wasn't quite 10%, Chuan was already satisfied and didn't dare to ask for more. Thank you, Chief. I'll be leaving now, go. As Chuan left, Yun's Hongzi sighed again. This was the second time he had refused. But Yun's Hongzi truly liked Chuan's personality. He was steady and low-key, and he loved studying alchemy. Even with such a difficult and complex task as deducing and completing the recipe, he was able to remain calm and focused, seeing it through to the end. In the end, he succeeded. That day, Yun's Hongzi informed all the attendants of Chuan's completion of the Divine Mind Pill and rewarded them with a top-grade alchemy furnace and 50% of the profit from the Divine Mind Pill. All the offerings were filled with congratulations. Although Su Zhen felt reluctant, he could not help but admire Chuan's mastery in alchemy. Because the Divine Mind Pill was difficult to refine, it was only given to Chuan, Master Yunding, and Su Zhen. A few days later, this event shocked the entire imperial city, attracting countless noble families to the alchemy palace to request the pill. After all, this was the first time in the Wei dynasty that an elixir that enhanced the divine mind of key training cultivators had appeared. Divine mind typically only increased slightly after reaching a new realm. A strong divine mind had many magical benefits, such as greater control of magical instruments and more fluent spellcasting. It was especially beneficial for those cultivating the various arts, such as weapon refiners, alchemists, talisman makers, and formation masters. The key training families only sought mid and low-grade divine mind pills. As for the top-grade divine mind pills, they had already been pre-ordered by the foundation establishment families. However, currently, only Chuan could refine a top-grade divine mind pill. Master Yunding and Su Zhen still needed some time to accumulate experience. It was midnight in late winter. Chuan stood in the courtyard, his hands clasped behind his back. A thin layer of frost formed on the bluestone slabs, reflecting the starry sky. The annual festival had long since passed silently as Chuan was deducing the elixir formula and refining the divine boosting elixir. At that time, the imperial city was also bustling with activity. Immortal cultivators were human, too. Solitary cultivators might spend the annual festival in a quiet tavern or a brothel. But the various aristocratic families were mostly bustling with activity, with hundreds of descendants gathered in the hall. Some reunited after a long absence to share their hearts, some inquired about each other's cultivation levels, and some inquired about the performance of their respective family businesses. Even the pillars of the family would review the family's achievements for the year and determine the direction for the coming year and beyond. Su Mingxin walked out of the room and saw Chuan, so he walked up to him and asked, "Dad, are you missing home?" Chuan turned around and glanced at Su Mingxin. "Yes, a little. Zhao is 15 now. Dad has a good memory. He's old enough to get married and start a family." Su Mingxin's mouth twitched slightly. He really didn't expect his father's thoughts to be so wild. He chuckled and said, "Dad, it's a bit early for Zhao. Ordinary young masters of noble families probably already have children." Su Mingxin was speechless. After a moment, Chuan smiled faintly. "What about you? Do you have any that you like?" "I don't have the time for that right now. I just hope to perfect the four symbols heavenly gang formation as soon as possible." "How is it going?" "I've been focusing on the 9 flame art these past few months. I just recently completed the 3 flame art. This secret technique will really help me improve it later. Otherwise, I don't think I would have enough materials." "Oh, now I'm confident." Chuan was quite surprised. Being able to reach the 3 flame level in such a short time showed that Su Mingxin had a good understanding. "Starting tomorrow, I will go into seclusion and focus on repairs. If you need anything, tell me, Dad." "I will, Dad." After a moment, Chuan sighed. "It's a pity that your realm is not high enough now, otherwise the Shenjin pill could help you." "Shenjin pill?" "Father, You must be wrong. It should be the Shen pill. This pill has been very popular in the imperial city recently, and every family is asking for it. Su Mingxin looked at Su Chuan and grinned. Father should have extra of this pill. You guessed wrong. Father doesn't have the Shen pill, only the Shen Jin pill. This pill is my biggest gain in the past few months. Su Chuan smiled faintly. Father was checking on you just now. Did you notice anything, did you? Father, you wouldn't lie to me on purpose, would you? I'm now at the 8th level of key training, and you're at the 9th level of key training. It's impossible for me not to notice it, unless... Su Mingxin widened his eyes and said, I once heard that the Dan Palace was researching a kind of creation pill that can allow Shen Nian to transform into Shen consciousness in advance, but it was later confirmed to be just a rumor. Could it be? That's right. The Divine Advance pill is incomparable to the Divine Mind pill. With the help of the top-grade Divine Advance pill, Father's Divine Mind has already transformed into Divine Consciousness. Su Mingxin looked at Su Chuan, his eyes filled with admiration. Father, it's probably not an exaggeration to say that your attainments in alchemy are the best in the Great Way, perhaps in some areas, but overall, you're still not as good as some alchemists in the Foundation establishment stage, Su Chuan said. The Divine Advance pill is most effective only after the first dose, and a maximum of 3 pills are required. Father took 3 consecutive pills, leveraging the immense medicinal power to transform his divine mind. And this also requires one condition, reaching perfection in the key training stage. If you take it now, you'll never have the chance to transform your divine mind into divine consciousness again in the key training stage. Su Mingxin's eyes lit up, astounded by the Divine Advance pill's effectiveness. At least possessing divine consciousness in the key training stage was unheard of. He was also troubled by the harsh conditions. Then wait until the child has completed his key training before taking it. Su Chuan nodded slightly. That's the right choice. There's no need to rush for quick results. Father already has quite a few top-grade divine advancement pills. He's secretly added some more recently, under the guise of refining divine mind pills. You all have a chance. Father is truly shrewd. How could you praise your own father like that? Su Chuan deliberately put on a stern face. Then, father and son looked at each other and burst into laughter. With their laughter, the cold courtyard suddenly became more humane. From then on, Su Chuan refined pills daily, 1 top-grade divine mind pill and 4 or 5 mid-grade divine mind pills. Hearing that all the water from the 3 rivers and 5 lakes was enough, he could only make the same. Naturally, the top-grade divine mind pills he refined were given priority to the royal family. Hearing that all the top-grade divine mind pills were refined by Su Chuan, his name, the 3 vertical Taoist, quietly spread to the royal family. Even the other noble families had heard of him, believing him to be the second-best alchemy master in the Dan Palace. 2 days later, Yun Hongzi left for a tour. Coincidentally, the day after his departure, a steward from the Lei family arrived at the Dan Palace. The Lei family, one of the 3 highest-ranking families in the Great Wei dynasty, possessed an exceptionally profound heritage, surpassing even the Wang family. Steward Chen naturally welcomed him warmly into the Dan Palace. A steward from an ordinary family would have waited outside. Deacon Lei Feng, how come you have time to come to our Dan Palace today? Is it about the Divine Mind pill? Steward Chen asked with a smile. My Lei family is aware that your Dan Palace has been very busy lately, and that top-grade divine mind pills are scarce. It's simply too busy to care for families like us. Lei Feng took a sip from his teacup. Then what can I ask? I'm here to ask Chief Yun Hongzi to visit my Lei family. I'd like to inquire about a matter concerning elixirs. I see, but Deacon Lei Feng, you've arrived at an unfortunate time. The chief is currently traveling and his return date is uncertain. Based on past estimates, he'll be out for several months. Really? Lei Feng's brows furrowed, his eyes piercing. Of course I wouldn't dare lie. Deacon Chen nodded. Lei Feng pondered, tapping his knuckles on the coffee table. After a moment, he said, then summon the most skilled alchemist in your Dan Palace and have them accompany me. Deacon Lei Feng, wait a moment. Deacon Chen, not wanting to be inconsiderate, immediately went to the 2nd floor of the Dan Palace to fetch Su Chuan. Lei Feng, Su Chuan looked suspicious. The one who did good deeds without leaving his name? Any questions? 3rd-rank priest. Oh, nothing. What does the steward of the Lei family want to talk to me about? He said he wanted to ask me something about elixirs, but he didn't specify. Steward Chen paused, then added, 3rd-rank priest. The priests of a first-rank family are different from those of other foundation establishment families. You must not offend them. I know what you're talking about, so go and meet them. Lei Feng saw Chuan, looked him over, and said, "Are you the second-ranked alchemist in the Dan Palace, after Chief Yun's Hongzi, Deacon Lei Feng? This is the third-rank priest," Deacon Chen introduced. Third-rank priest, as I recall, he's the one and only priest in the Dan Palace who's rumored to be able to refine top-grade divine mind pills these days. Right, that's me, Chuan nodded. Excuse me, Steward Lei, who invited me to the Lei family? I'm the patriarch of the Lei family, Lei Feng said arrogantly. It is the head of the Lei family who invited me. It is my honor. In that case, please follow me. The two of them left the Dan Palace and flew towards the east of the Imperial City on their swords. Chapter 120 The Eve of Return. The Imperial City. The Lei family mansion. This is where the main branch of the Lei family resides. As for some of the side branches, if they are favored by the main branch, they also live in the Imperial City, but not here, but in the western area, crowded with other key cultivating families. Those who are not favored are scattered in the county towns. The eastern district of the Imperial City is inhabited by either foundation establishment families or independent cultivators. The royal Cao family also lives here, occupying the area with the richest spiritual energy. The southern area is home to many trading markets, as well as key cultivating sects and independent cultivator forces. The most famous is the Dan Palace. The nearby Danfang is also the most bustling market in the southern district. The west is home to the key cultivating families, while the north is home to the martial arts families, including those from key cultivating families who do not have the qualifications to cultivate immortality. The main hall of the Lei mansion. Chuan sat and waited for a while, and then a majestic middle-aged man walked in and took the main seat. Master, since Chief Yun's Hongzi is away, I have invited the second-ranked alchemist in the alchemy hall, the third master, Lei Feng said, bowing his head and clasping his fists before the main seat. The third master of the alchemy hall who refined the top-grade divine mind pill, Master Lei, has even heard of me. I'm truly honored, Chuan said, also standing. Although Chuan hadn't investigated, he assumed that anyone who could become the head of the Lei family must be at the foundation establishment stage, so he didn't dare to use his spiritual sense to investigate casually. Third master, you're welcome. Please take a seat. Thank you, Master Lei. Chuan sat down and asked, I wonder what kind of elixir Master Lei is here to inquire about. Third master, can you take a look at this recipe? Can you make it? The Lei family master waved his sleeve, and a recipe flew out of his storage bag, landing squarely in Chuan's hands. The recipe had been deliberately concealed, its name and efficacy omitted, leaving only the ingredients. Chuan took a closer look, confirming the recipe was complete. Based on the spiritual herbs listed, he could infer it was a longevity elixir. Was someone in the Lei family nearing their end of life? Was it the Lei ancestor? Seeing Chuan's brow furrow, the Lei family head said calmly, how does this elixir compare to the divine mind elixir you've refined? It's several times more complex. This is the first time I've seen a recipe requiring so many ingredients. The Lei family head waved his hand, and Lei Feng immediately left. A moment later, he performed another simple incantation, and a faint light enveloped the entire hall. Since Master Sanchu's attainments in alchemy are second in the alchemy hall, you can probably infer what kind of elixir this is from the ingredients in the recipe, right? A longevity elixir, the Lei family head smiled faintly. Exactly. Master, aren't you curious about who in my Lei family needs this? I know too much is as bad as too little. I'll do whatever Master Lei tells me to do, Chuan said respectfully. Master Sanchu, you're so kind, said the head of the Lei family. The ingredients for the recipe are ready, and we've also prepared an alchemy room for you to use. If you can refine this elixir, you'll be a guest of honor in our Lei family from now on. If you have any difficulties, please feel free to contact us. If he succeeded, he'd be a guest of honor. If not, at best, he'd be placed under a ban, forbidden from spreading what he saw or said in the Lei family. At worst, he'd be murdered. While this was unlikely, Chuan was a member of the Dan Palace, a figure highly valued by Yun's Hongzi. And the Dan Palace was backed by the royal family. It could be said that the Dan Palace primarily refines elixirs for the royal family. To casually kill a member of the Dan Palace with such potential would lead even the royal family to question the Lei family, potentially sparking a fight. May I ask how many ingredients are needed? This elixir requires so many, and refining it is so difficult. This is my first time refining this kind of elixir, so I can't guarantee the success rate. 10. The Lei family head said calmly. Even with the combined efforts of our entire clan, we have only managed to collect 10. Master Sanchu, you only need to refine 1, and that will be enough, Chuan grumbled inwardly. Longevity elixirs are heaven-defying elixirs, and there's no such thing as superior, medium, or inferior. It's impossible to produce a large number in a single furnace. Even a top-tier alchemy master could only produce 2 or 3 in a single furnace, which would require the influence of the ancestor of alchemy. 10? You're forcing me to give it my all. Chuan pondered for a moment, then bowed and said, I'll do my best, thank you. With that, the Lei family had removed the restrictions in the hall and had someone take Chuan to the alchemy room. A longevity elixir. I wonder how much longer it will extend my lifespan after it's refined? It won't be just 3 to 5 years. Chuan let out a long breath and activated the restrictions in his alchemy room, preventing anyone from interrupting him. He slapped his storage bag, and the life furnace flew out, settling on the entrance to the underground fire tunnel. Luckily, I've been using the life furnace to refine elixirs lately, so I'm familiar with it. Plus, my mind has transformed, and my 9 flame art has reached the 5 flame level. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had much luck. Chuan didn't dare to rush into the process. He still tasted hundreds of herbs first, identifying their properties and determining any conflicts, so as to avoid mixing them carelessly during the alchemy process. In many recipes, mixing the herbs incorrectly can lead to failure or even reduced quality. This recipe involved 36 ingredients. Just identifying the changes in the medicinal properties took Chuan 4 or 5 days. Fortunately, Chuan's attainments in alchemy had grown considerably, and with his Shenin herbs talent, he could predict the changes and conflicts in the medicinal properties. After just 3 batches, he finally produced a successful pill, but unfortunately, it was a dud. 2 more batches of failed pills followed. With the 6th batch, Chuan successfully refined a longevity pill. The 7th batch failed. The 8th batch produced 1. The 9th batch produced 1. The 10th batch unexpectedly yielded 2. Looking at the 5 pills, Chuan pondered for a moment before finally putting away 4 and handing only 1 to the head of the Lei family. Great, great, it's indeed the King Ho pill, looking at the bluish-white pill in his hand. Its surface shimmering like a rosy glow, the head of the Lei family knew Chuan had indeed succeeded, and he didn't give him a perfunctory answer. This was why he had deliberately concealed the name and description of the pill. So this pill is called the King Ho pill, Chuan muttered. Indeed, the King Ho pill can extend the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivated by 30 years, and that of a key training cultivated by 60 years. It's considered a top-grade longevity elixir, but it's practically ineffective against giant and cultivators. How about for mortals? Mortals? Of course it can extend their lifespan by 60 years, but it requires refinement by an immortal cultivator, otherwise, a mortal's body can't withstand such an elixir. The Lei family head was stunned for a moment, but then spoke frankly to Chuan. Master Sanchu is truly a master of alchemy. Your skill is on par with Yun's Hongzi. I wouldn't dare compare myself to the chief, Chuan said modestly. The Lei family head smiled faintly and tossed Chuan a Lei family token. This is my Lei family token. All the aristocratic families of the Great Way will show some respect. Unless they're sworn enemies, they won't attack you, master. To do so would be a provocation to our Lei family. Chuan didn't refuse, immediately placing it in his storage bag. Master Sanchu has been of great assistance to our Lei family. If there's anything else you need, our Lei family will definitely find it for you. No need. Chuan waved his hand and smiled. This token is more than enough to overcome anything. Haha, Master Sanchu is truly a master of alchemy. I admire you. If you need anything in the future, please come to our Lei family and show us your token. No one in our Lei family will dare to stop you, and we will treat you with the utmost courtesy. After a pause, he added, however, Master Sanchu, please swear a heavenly oath to never reveal anything about today's events. Chuan immediately did so, swearing not to reveal anything. The Lei family patriarch breathed a sigh of relief, beaming, and even personally escorted him out of the mansion. The 4 King Ho pills are of inestimable value. The Lei family token will also serve as a shield for our Su family in the future. You truly do good deeds without leaving your name behind, Chuan. a hint of a smile on his face, immediately returned to the alchemy hall. Steward Chen, seeing him return, approached to inquire. Nothing. The Lei family invited me to discuss alchemy, and it's over. That's good, Steward Chen said. The royal family is urging us. We hope Master Sanchu can refine 12 top-grade divine mind pills as soon as possible. Even if it were the royal family, asking the alchemy palace to refine pills would be a token gift of spirit stones. Otherwise, how would the vast alchemy palace sustain itself? Whether it was monthly stipends, mission rewards, or the purchase of spiritual herbs, all required the circulation of spirit stones. Most of the pills produced by the alchemy palace were supplied to the royal family. The rest were sold in the market or traded with various noble families. I understand. Chuan nodded slightly and headed for the alchemy room on the second floor of the alchemy palace. No, we still have to get Master Yunding and the others to refine the top-grade divine mind pills as soon as possible. While there's some profit to be made, it's not a big deal, after all, soon. Once Su Mingxin had perfected the four symbols heavenly gang formation, he planned to return to Qingjiang under the pretext of traveling. With so many pills in his storage bag, he had to share them with his clansmen to prevent them from going to waste. As for himself, he could never use them all. Once he reached the 9th level of key training, key gathering pills and the like would be completely useless to him. Chuan returned to the courtyard. As expected, Su Mingxin was making excellent progress, promising completion in another half-month. Chuan was excited about the second-grade, top-grade formation, combining both offense and defense. His only concern was the thin spiritual energy in the cave stream, making it difficult to fully deploy, or perhaps unleash the full power of a second-grade, top-grade formation. He could only take things one step at a time. The next day, after refining 2 furnaces of divine mind pills, Chuan went to see Master Yunding. Hey, how come you, such a busy man, have time to come to me? You don't need to refine divine mind pills anymore, Master Yunding teased. See if you need any help. I'm too busy to handle all the top-grade divine mind pills, Chuan said. And when you, a pill enthusiast, feel tired, Yunding Zhenren smiled and continued, you're not trying to guide me, to get me to help you, are you? That's exactly what I meant, Chuan smiled faintly. Well, I do have some questions about the divine mind pill that I'd like to ask you, Chuan said. Hearing is believing, seeing is believing. Why don't you just refine a batch for me? I might be able to reveal your problem. After all, with your alchemy skills, even if the divine mind pill is difficult, after all this time, you should be able to refine a top-grade pill. Yunding Zhenren pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Fellow Taoist Sanchu, since you've said so much, it would be ungrateful for me to refuse. Then, Chuan observed Yunding Zhenren refining the pill. Refine another batch and see. Yunding Zhenren did as he was told. As expected, Chuan had discovered some issues with Yunding Zhenren. Fellow Taoist Yunding, the order of mixing the medicinal liquids was incorrect, and the timing and heat were also a bit tricky. Yunding Zhenren listened carefully to Chuan's advice and asked a few more questions, which Chuan answered one by one. Having learned his lesson, Yunding Zhenren once again began refining the elixir. However, this wasn't something that could be corrected immediately. Elixir refining is complex, and the changing and conflicting properties of the medicinal properties are ever-changing. The wrong timing and heat at different times can also reduce the quality of the elixir. For 4 or 5 consecutive days, Chuan would go to Yunding Zhenren's aid after finishing refining the Qianyuan pill. Then, Yunding Zhenren finally refined his first top-grade Qianyuan pill. Qianyuan pills are second-grade pills, and refining them is just as difficult, no easier than Qianyuan pills. Fellow Taoist Sanchu, thank you so much for your help these past few days. Without you, I would have been unable to refine a top-grade divine mind pill in months, even half a year, relying on my own blind practice. Your teachings have benefited me greatly. Yunding Zhenren pondered for a moment before adding, I've always felt that your attainments in alchemy are comparable to those of Chief Yun Dongxi. When you instruct me, it feels like the chief is instructing me. It must be an illusion. Fellow Taoist Yunding, please stop talking nonsense. Chuan waved his hand. The chief is a Foundation establishment veteran, with hundreds of years of dedicated alchemy experience. How could I possibly compare to him? That makes sense. Foundation establishment cultivators possess divine consciousness, making refining a pill easier than those of us in the key condensation stage. Upon hearing this, Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. That day, the entire alchemy hall knew that, in addition to Chuan, Yunding's Henrin had also refined a top-grade divine mind pill. Yunding also refined a top-grade elixir. How is that even possible? Su Zhen's face was filled with disbelief. This divine mind pill is even more difficult to refine than the true essence pill. He's never even managed to refine a top-grade true essence pill, so how could he succeed so quickly with a divine mind pill? Did the chief return to guide him? No. If the chief returned, I'd definitely know. Could it be that Sam Shu bastard, damn it? Su Zhen, was first surpassed by the inexplicably joint Taoist San Shu, and now Yunding is dominating me. Su Zhen was furious. It took him a while to calm down and return to refining the divine mind pill. He was still dreaming of refining a top-grade divine mind pill, thereby establishing connections with second-tier or even first-tier families. With Yunding's help in refining the top-grade divine mind pill, Chuan felt a great deal more at ease. He even requested a batch of ingredients for ordinary first-tier and second-tier elixirs under the pretext of honing his alchemy skills. He planned to refine another batch before leaving, to build a reserve for the Su family. Of course, given Chuan's current position within the alchemy palace, as long as the quantity wasn't excessive, anything was permitted. After all, the higher his attainments in alchemy, the higher his success rate and the rate of high-quality pills, the more advantageous it would be for the alchemy palace. In that context, a mere 10 or so pieces of material were nothing. 7 or 8 days later, upon hearing that Chuan was planning to travel, Deacon Chen felt as if the sky was falling. Master Sanshu, now is the busiest time in the Dan Palace. Why rush it? It won't be too late to travel after a few months or half a year. Chuan shook his head. I have made up my mind. Now fellow Taoist Yunding's success rate of high-grade divine mind pills has stabilized, and is no less than mine before. It is enough to replace me. In addition, I heard that fellow Taoist Su Zhen is also about to refine a high-grade divine mind pill. After a pause, Chuan looked directly at Deacon Chen, and then said, if I were the only one in the Dan Palace who could refine high-grade divine mind pills, and the chief was not here, I would have no choice but to do it. Otherwise, I would be failing the chief's cultivation and kindness. But now, it doesn't matter if I am there or not. Deacon Chen couldn't convince Chuan, and Chuan was not completely tied to the Dan Palace. He could leave or stay at will, so Deacon Chen couldn't stop him. When will those 3 servants return? Chuan pondered for a moment, his eyes shimmering with a sense of homesickness. He looked towards the bright blue sky outside the Dan Palace gates, then smiled faintly. The return date is uncertain. Chapter 121 Returning to Dongxi, thousands of people welcomed. Don't worry, I'll stay in the alchemy palace for a few more days. During this time, I'll try to refine as many high-grade divine mind pills as possible so that you, Deacon Chen, won't be embarrassed. Deacon Chen smiled wryly and bowed. Master Sanshu, please. As Master Yunding, the only friend he could consider in the alchemy palace, Chuan naturally had to say goodbye to him before leaving. After all, he didn't know when he would return next time. Fellow Taoist Sanshu, you're going on a journey? Why now? Master Yunding was also curious. If you want to go, go. Only then can you achieve a clear state of mind, Chuan replied with a faint smile. True Man Yunding stroked his beard and nodded, saying, that makes sense. I also want to go out and travel with you, but the alchemy palace really needs manpower right now. You have decided to leave? If I leave again, Su Zhen has not yet truly refined the top-grade divine mind pill, and the alchemy palace will be troubled by other forces. It would be great if the chief was in charge of the alchemy palace now. Then I could leave with you, and you and I could have someone to look after each other. The corners of Chuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he echoed, yes. By the way, when will fellow Taoist Sanshu return? The return date is uncertain, maybe a few months, or maybe a few years. It's really hard to say about traveling. If you travel to other countries, it's possible that it will take more than 10 years. When do you plan to leave? 5 days later. This is my farewell. Fellow Taoist Yunding doesn't need to see me off later. Fellow Taoist Yunding nodded and said, alright, then I'll treat you to jade true wine again today. You must remember that you owe me 2 meals, and remember to come back and pay me back. Haha, I'm sure. 4 days later. Su Mingxin successfully perfected the 4 symbols heavenly gang formation. On the 5th day, Chuan said something to Deacon Chen, then stepped on his flying sword, hands behind his back, and leisurely departed. Before leaving, he left him 4 bottles of mid to low-grade Divine Mind pills and 2 bottles of high-grade Divine Mind pills, which would also alleviate the Dan Palace's urgent needs. The imperial city was tens of thousands of miles away from Qingjiang, and the flight would take the two of them nearly 3 or 4 days. It's been a long time since I've been home. I wonder how things are back home, Su Mingxin suddenly sighed, his eyes brimming with excitement. Don't worry, everything's fine, Chuan said. Su Mingxin looked at him, his lips curled slightly, as if understanding something. Dad said everything is fine, so that's for sure, little rascal. Chuan knew some of his supernatural powers, and the children must have seen them, but they just didn't expose them. 3 days later, Chuan and Su Mingxin walked in the morning light, along a blue stone path leading directly to the Su family mansion. On either side, vast fields stretched across the landscape, the frozen earth beginning to crack. Frost still gnawed at the grass on the roadsides, but shepherd's purse had already sprouted green along the edges. Farmers were already patrolling the fields, their cloth shoes stained with shimmering ice, their breath mingling with the distant smoke from the burning fields. Who are those 2 Taoist priests? They look familiar, yes, but they are a bit far away, so I can't make them out clearly. Chuan and Su Mingxin were both dressed as Taoist priests, one in a gray robe, the other in a green one. Their hair was tied in a human yuan bun, adorned with ebony hairpins, and tied with a dark brocade belt around their waists. A moment later, the Su family patrol appeared. The leader was about to shout, as usual, "Who are you? This is the Su family's private property. No trespassing without an invitation," but upon seeing the 2 men's faces, he shuddered with fear and nearly fell to his knees. He hurriedly clasped his fists and bowed, his face filled with surprise and excitement as he exclaimed, "Old Patriarch, 5th Master, you've returned." The old farmers then remembered. It's the old Patriarch and 5th Master who have returned. This is great joy. Numerous farmers also bowed to Chuan, chanting in unison, "Welcome old Patriarch, 5th Master, safe return." The sound was almost like thunder, shaking the heavens and startling everyone in the Su family mansion. From the servants and maids to Su Mingwei, Su Mingyin, and the others, all looked up at the source of the voice. First a start, then ecstasy. Even Su Mingwei, who had become increasingly calm, leaped up without a word, scrambling across the walls and out of the Su family residence, heading straight for the Bluestone Avenue. Su Mingyin, Su Mingxun, Su Mingshu, Su Dezhao, and the others followed suit. My husband is back. Bai Jing had just woken up in the morning and had no time to put on her makeup, so she said, "Ali, come on, help me out." "Yes, old lady." Su Mingwei was the first to arrive. Seeing Chuan, whose expression had not changed at all, his eyes sparkled and he said, "Dad, brother, you run so fast." Su Mingshu was the second to arrive. Unlike Su Mingwei, she was not as persistent as Su Mingwei. She burst into tears and rushed into Chuan's arms. "Dad, Zuji missed you so much. You are finally back." Later, Su Mingxun and Su Mingyin also arrived one after another, their faces full of joy. "Dad," Chuan rubbed Zuji's head, "you are such a grown-up girl, and you are still acting like a spoiled child. Go back and tell her, you have to stick to Dad even when you are old." "Fourth sister, Mother must still be waiting for Dad," Su Mingxin said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Mingshu left Chuan's embrace, linked her arm around his, and walked with him. She looked at Su Mingxin and said, "Yunyu, it's been a while since we last met. You look even more refined now. Fourth sister, you've never praised me since I was little. I'm truly flattered." "HMPH, don't be so gullible. I'm doing this for my father's sake." Haha. Su Mingwei and the other 2 laughed heartily. At the Su family's main gate, Bai Jing, Yang Ronghua, and the other daughters-in-law, along with a dense swarm of servants and guards, were practically all there. Chuan smiled faintly upon seeing this. "It seems there are more people," Su Mingyin said. "Father, you haven't been home for a long time. You might not know that my Su family has now taken over almost all the property and land of the Wufang, Wang, and Xiao families. Naturally, our family has expanded again." "Oh? There's something else," Su Mingwei said. "The Wu family sought their own destruction. We plan to use the Zhang family in the county capital to eliminate the Wu family's elite members. Naturally, the other 4 families took action to divide up the Wu family. They thought our Su family didn't care. But they didn't know we were watching them all. With the help of the government, we legitimately sent most of the 4 families' elite members to the government, and then quietly seized their shops and land. Chuan said nothing more. After all, it was inevitable. Old man, Su Dezhao said with a bow. Well, I haven't seen you in a few years. Zhao's grown up now, and he's even reached the Xiantian stage. Su Dezhao smiled shyly and scratched his head. How could you know, grandfather? I wanted to show off my strength in front of you. Your grandfather's spiritual sense can tell your situation with just one glance. How could he hide it? Su Mingxin grinned. A moment later, Su Chuan arrived in front of the entire family. A group of servants and guards bowed in unison and said, "Welcome the old patriarch and the 5th master back safely." The voice was like thunder. After that, silence fell again. Bai Jing said with tears in her eyes, "Are you leaving yet?" Su Chuan walked up to her, held her hand, and with his other hand he played with her messy hair and said, "Don't worry, I can accompany you for a long time in the future, and I will be away for a few days occasionally at most. Why haven't you even put on your makeup? You're making a fool of yourself in front of the children and other people. Come on, let's go back. Your husband will personally do your makeup and draw your eyebrows for you." Su Chuan took Bai Jing inside, and Su Mingwei said, "The old patriarch has returned today. This is a happy event. Everyone will receive half a month's salary to celebrate." "Thank you, patriarch. Well, go about your own business." Su Mingwei and the others stayed in the hall, waiting for Su Chuan and Bai Jing to come out. Su Mingshu asked, "Yunyu, what did you gain from this trip? Where did you go? You and father should have been to places outside Yuhu County, right?" "Yes, we went to many places." Su Mingxin nodded and said, "Guangling County, Longshan County, Hishan County, Tongshan County, and finally to the Imperial City." "We went to the Imperial City," Su Mingwei and the others exclaimed in amazement, and the eyes of Su Dezhao and the other juniors all lit up, full of curiosity. "Fifth uncle, how is the Imperial City? Is it spectacular?" "Of course it is. The city walls are like hills, connected into one piece, like a natural moat, far superior to the county city. The entire Imperial City is paved with immortal cultivation arrays. There are innates everywhere, and there are also many immortal masters, but many of them are dressed like ordinary people. If they don't make a move, ordinary people can't tell them apart. Therefore, you must never provoke others in the Imperial City. Maybe a person dressed like a stew or maybe a strong man from a second, third, or even first-rank family." After pondering for a while, Su Mingwei said, "The Imperial City is too far away from my Su family. There is no need to think so much." "Is it far?" Su Mingxin said with a smile on his face. "Brother, if you go to the Imperial City and report my father's Taoist name, you will definitely be treated with courtesy by countless families." "Is my father very famous in the Imperial City?" Su Mingxin said in surprise. He imagined that a place like the Great Way Imperial City was a hive of hidden talents. Even if his father, now late-stage key training cultivator, were still treading on thin ice there, Su Mingwei also looked in astonishment. Su Mingxin slowly sipped his tea, prompting Su Mingxin to scold him with a laugh. "Yunyu, please tell me. You're really driving me crazy." Zhang Wanqing smiled and said, "Husband, the younger ones are here. Please be more serious." "Haha, I forgot. Thank you, madam, for reminding me." "Third and, we, the younger ones, no third uncles temper inside and out." Su Dezhao laughed. "Brother, Zhao should be properly disciplined. If he's so unsteady, how can he take over your position in the future?" Su Mingwei shook his head helplessly, ignoring him. He looked at Su Mingxin and said, "Yunyu, stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us, you'll know when you have the chance to visit." Su Mingxin paused, but ultimately did not speak publicly. He knew Su Chuan's temperament and didn't want to show off. Furthermore, Su Mingwei had been right. The Su family still needed at least 20 to 30 years of accumulation before entering the Imperial City. There was a stark difference between independent cultivators and aristocratic families entering the Imperial City. Aristocratic families, on the other hand, were eager to see more independent cultivators enter the Imperial City, but aristocratic families, unlike them, believed the more independent cultivators they had, the more likely it was to squeeze their own interests. This was also why many foundation-building families in the county towns preferred to reign supreme in their own cities rather than easily relocate to the Imperial City. Without strong connections, they would inevitably be targeted by the numerous 4th and 3rd rank foundation building families. Yanyu, your temper has worsened since you went out with Dad, and you don't even listen to your eldest brother. Su Mingshu pretended to be angry and said, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, let's work together to suppress this guy. Who are we going to suppress? At this time, Bai Jing's voice suddenly came, and she laughed and scolded, Zuji, you are not a child anymore, but you still do things in such an unreasonable way. Hearing this, Su Mingshu's face suddenly wilted. Mother, I was joking with Yanyu. Su Chuan smiled and said, can't you hear the implication of your mother's words? She asked you to find a husband quickly and don't let her worry all the time. Dad heard that your mother once wanted to help you and Li Zhi get together and let him marry into her family. Why didn't you agree? Su Mingshu said with a sad face. Dad, this matter has been in the past a long time ago. I grew up with brother Li Zhi and regarded him as my brother. There is no such thing as a sister and a brother getting together in the world. How about you find me one, Dad? I think the one you find will definitely suit my taste. Su Chuan shook his head and laughed. Tell me first, what are your thoughts, Dad? Let me tell you, Su Mingxun said, she must be stronger than her, have the same deep affection as my elder brother has for his sister-in-law, and also have your wisdom and heart. Hearing this, Su Chuan turned and asked Su Mingshu, are you planning to never marry? I think that's what she means. Bai Jing still felt resentful towards Su Mingshu. Why don't you just pick out a disciple from a prominent family and marry her off? Don't be angry. If she marries far away, you won't worry about how she's doing in her husband's family every day, and whether she's being bullied. That's right, Su Mingshu muttered softly. Only with Su Chuan around could she be so tough, otherwise she really wouldn't dare to talk back. What about Zuji? Bai Jing looked at Su Chuan. Let her be. Even if she stays with you and me until we grow old, that's fine. She's not like you, refusing to practice martial arts. Even when she's old, she won't need care. Besides, we'll have so many young people in the Su family to look after her, and older brothers like Shitao to look after her. There's no need to worry. We're different from ordinary families after all. Bai Jing sighed softly. I'll just listen to you, husband. I hope Zuji won't resent you or me in 20 or 30 years. Mother, no matter how naive Zuji may be, she'll never resent father or mother. In the future, I'll do my part for the Su family, just like my elder and second brothers. Then, Su Chuan inquired about the Su family's situation. Although he already knew most of it through the daily divination, he asked again. Otherwise, some of the younger generation would think he didn't care about the Su family. Half an hour later, everyone dispersed. The story of Su Chuan's return home gradually settled down. In the Wangxin courtyard, in the study, only Su Chuan and his 5 children were present at the moment. At the peak of the late Grandmaster stage, not far from Grandmaster perfection, Su Chuan glanced at Su Mingwei and said calmly. Su Mingwei clasped his fists and said, thanks to those high-grade Xiantian blood pills, Father, I was able to accelerate my progress to the late Grandmaster stage. Otherwise, with the speed of a Grandmaster's cultivation, even with the support of medicinal food, I would have been lucky to break through to the late stage. Martial artists cultivating medicinal food are ultimately just mortal means. Father will take the time to refine and improve the supporting elixirs for our Su family, from acquired warriors to grandmasters. For acquired warriors, the benefits are not great. Medicinal food and Dongxi pills are already first-class training, and after optimization, they can only increase their performance by 10% or 20%. However, for innate warriors and grandmasters, the elixirs are extremely helpful. Then, Su Chuan looked at Su Mingyin and Su Mingxun. Awen, you're still a little slow. Reach Xiantian perfection as soon as possible. Tan Tao, you two must work tirelessly every day to elevate your spiritual roots to true spiritual roots. Yes, Father, the 2 men said, clasping their fists and bowing. Father is very pleased with the Su family's current development. You've done well, but you must not get carried away. What you've achieved so far is insignificant compared to the impact you may face in the future. You must also interact with the major key cultivating families in Yuhu County, even those who have established their foundation, and even with families in other counties. We understand. With that, Su Chuan swept his hand across his storage bag, dropping 4 bottles of elixirs onto the table. Shitao, these 4 bottles are healing and detoxifying elixirs, useful for both mortals and warriors. Keep some on hand at home. If you run out, come to me for more. Su Mingwei put them away and nodded. I understand. Tomorrow, have all the younger members of our family currently cultivating qi go to the Bihan Pond. I'll give them some elixirs for their cultivation. Chapter 122, Everyone Gives the Pill, The Secret of the Cold Pond. Dongxi Village. Bihan Pond. Su Chuan and Su Mingxin strolled around the area, delighted at the exceptionally well-grown medicinal herbs. Some of them could even be called magical herbs. Suddenly, 3 eagle cries echoed overhead, and 3 several-foot-tall green fire eagles, claws bared, swooped down toward them. Then, another tiger roared. The 3 green fire eagles turned to look at the white tiger with red gold eyes beneath the black iron tree, their eyes gleaming with confusion. Roar, the white tiger explained, and the 3 green fire eagles finally stopped, perched on a branch of the black iron fruit tree, observing with curiosity. Xiao Bei, it's amazing that you still remember us. The white tiger stood up and walked over to Su Chuan and the others, lowering its head. Su Chuan reached out and patted it gently. Then, the white tiger returned to the black iron fruit tree. Su Chuan looked at it and sighed. I never thought the fruit core your eldest brother accidentally brought back was actually from a demon fruit tree. Demon fruit tree. Demon fruit trees can only grow where demon beasts have fallen. Their fruit has the power to transform fierce beasts. The more demon beasts that fall where they grow, the stronger their realm was in their lifetime, and the higher the quality of the black demon fruit. At the second level, it can even transform a demon beast's bloodline. Isn't that a rare spiritual tree? Level 2 and above is considered rare. I see it's only level 1 at the moment, but it's growing. Demon beasts must have fallen around Bahantan. However, I haven't heard of it in the past 200 or 300 years. It must have happened even longer ago, when these villages might not have existed around here. Upon hearing this, Su Mingxin fell silent. Using this fruit as the main ingredient, we can research elixirs that promote the growth of demon beasts, then they're in luck. Su Mingxin smiled. It only has some effects. The Great Way seems to have very few texts on the breeding and cultivation of spirit beasts. Indeed, I've occasionally inquired in the market, but to no avail. Su Chuan then scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and said, You've been setting up your spirit gathering array for several years, and it's finally brought the spiritual energy here to a level comparable to that of some county towns. It's also thanks to the herbs and spiritual medicines you've planted, Father. They complement each other. Su Mingxin nodded slightly, then added, By the way, with my current mastery of formations, I can upgrade this low-grade spirit gathering array to a mid-grade one, but it will take some time. Well, I'll leave the spirit gathering array and the clan protection array to you, especially the clan protection array. Find out how to best arrange it. Okay, Father, I'll explore the area around Dongxi and explore the direction of the earth veins. Hearing the noise, Wu Tao and Shen Qingyi emerged from their bamboo hut. Old Patriarch, 5th Master, you're back. Both were filled with surprise and immediately stepped forward, bowing. No need for formalities. Indeed, one is at the 2nd key training stage, and the other is approaching the 3rd, Wu Tao said. Thanks to the 5th Master's spirit gathering array, it would have taken me many years to break through to the 2nd key training stage. But my talent is still lacking, and I can't compare to Sister Qingyi. Less than half a cup of tea later, Su Mingwei and the others arrived at the Bihan Pond with Su Dezhao, Su Dehan, Zhang Wanqing, and Su Diliang. During this trip, Yunnu and I visited many places and naturally brought back some gifts. Wu Tao, Shen Qingyi, you two were the first cultivators to be recruited by our Su family. Over the past 7 or 8 years, we've come to consider you part of our family. As he spoke, 2 bottles of mid-grade key accumulation pills flew out of Su Chuan's storage bag and landed in their hands. These are key accumulation pills, suitable for cultivators in the early to mid stages to improve their magical powers. Thank you, Old Patriarch. A flicker of joy crossed their faces. Wanqing, linger, you also have a share. 2 more bottles of key invigorating pills appeared, but Zhang Wanqing held a mid-grade one, while Su Diliang held a high-grade one. Because Zhang Wanqing hadn't yet reached the 3rd stage of key training, a mid-grade pill was sufficient. As for Su Diliang, he was already at the peak of the 3rd stage. If it weren't for the limited spiritual energy concentration, he would have already reached the 4th stage. For cultivators with true spiritual roots, there are almost no bottlenecks in the early stages of key training. As long as the spiritual energy is suitable and sufficient resources are available, breakthroughs can be unstoppable. It's not until the later stages of key training that a true bottleneck is encountered. Without the support of elixirs, it may take years or even more than a decade to achieve a breakthrough. And yours, Yunyu, the key gathering pills should be almost gone. Su Mingxin accepted a bottle of pills and said, "Thank you, father." Immediately afterwards, Su Chuan produced a tome and handed it to Su Mingwei. These are the spiritual herbs needed for some common elixirs. When you or the clan guards visit the mountains, collect them. You too, Yuan, have the pharmacies and affiliated clan forces come across them and buy them all. Alright, those who practice key cultivation, stay and cultivate here. The rest of you, go about your business." Su Mingwei and Su Mingyan bowed and departed. Su Mingxin, Su Mingshu, and the others, having nothing else to do, also stayed and found a place to cultivate. Su Mingxin began to explore the surroundings, searching for suitable nodes for formations. These protective formations were often hidden, their destruction would affect their effectiveness. Therefore, Su Mingxin had to do this personally. Outside the bamboo hut, the chimes rang melodiously. Inside, Zhang Wanqing and Su Diliang stood before Su Chuan. "Linger, you will practice cultivation with the grandfather from now on." "Yes, grandfather," Su Diliang said with a bow. "Wanqing, you have considerable talent, but bearing hunger and Yunar has cost you a great deal of time." "Father, that's not true. This is my duty as the daughter-in-law of the Su family. Besides, I've never considered pursuing the path of immortality, nor do I aspire to reach great heights." Zhang Wanqing, as her name suggests, was gentle and kind. "Don't underestimate yourself. Strength will always find its way. I came here to ask you something about your own intentions, father. Just say it." "You are gentle, quiet, and patient. Would you like to learn the art of alchemy from me?" Su Chuan said with a faint smile. "To become an alchemist like your father?" Su Chuan nodded slightly. Zhang Wanqing pondered for a moment and said, "My daughter-in-law is willing. Okay, I have prepared some introductory books on alchemy for you, as well as illustrations of spiritual herbs. In addition to your practice, you must study them carefully and write them down. As for actually starting to refine the alchemy, I will teach you when the time comes." "Yes, father." "Grandpa, Linger also wants to learn alchemy from you." Su Chuan smiled and touched her head. "Alchemy is very boring and tedious. You must concentrate fully and not allow any distraction. Can you really stay in a room for 10 days or half a month without going out?" Is alchemy so troublesome?" Su Diliang said naively. "What else do you think? Just throw the herbs into the alchemy furnace, wait half an hour, and then take the elixir out." "Linger, you're overthinking it. All the cultivation arts require talent and a suitable temperament. Otherwise, it will be futile and a waste of resources. Linger, you have extraordinary aptitude. For now, just focus on cultivation. If grandfather finds you suitable in the future, he will teach you other cultivation arts." "Thank you, grandfather. Linger will go and cultivate now." Su Diliang immediately ran to another room. "Little Linger is so naive and romantic," Zhang Wanqing said with a slight smile. Su Chuan shook his head, smiled softly, and said, "You should cultivate too." "Yes, father." Since Su Chuan had decided to pursue the path of alchemy, if he found any talent for alchemy or cultivation, he would bless himself with it and maximize both talents. If there was any surplus, he would train the next master of alchemy in the Su family. He hoped that the next generation of the family tree would be born with a talent for weapon refining. If so, Su Diliang would be the perfect candidate. With her natural aptitude, she could continue to advance while studying weapon refining. She also possessed a natural eye for the divine, and once she fully mastered it, her combat prowess would be considerable. Half a month passed in a flash. Su Mingxin explored the area surrounding the cave stream but found no spiritual energy nodes, which was within his expectations. If there were any, the spiritual energy wouldn't be so thin. If it weren't for his spirit gathering array, this place would be completely unsuitable for cultivators, hindering even the most gifted. Su Chuan sighed softly upon learning this and instructed him to take another look around the Bihan pond, focusing on the interior. The area around the pond had been inspected before the spirit gathering array was set up, and nothing unusual was found. However, he had never been inside. He hadn't known until he investigated, and this investigation had revealed a profound secret. Su Mingxin immediately returned to discuss the matter with Su Chuan. Inside the bamboo hut. "Father, there's indeed something wrong with the Bihan pond, a serious one indeed. I sense the fluctuations of a formation deep within the pond. It's very subtle and incredibly powerful." "Really?" It's at least a third-tier formation, and it lasts a very long time. It involves the golden core. Chuan showed no sign of joy, but instead a serious expression. Don't touch it for now. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Mingxin was slightly skeptical, but nodded in agreement. Chuan was doing this because he wanted to see if he could uncover its hidden secrets through the daily divination technique. As soon as midnight passed, Chuan immediately activated his natal gift, today's divination, great auspiciousness. Your fifth son, Mingxin, has thoroughly explored the three absolutes locking dragon formation within Bihan Pond and discovered that it could be used to deploy the four symbols heavenly gang formation. A truly auspicious result? And the four symbols heavenly gang formation? Chuan had never expected this outcome. This was the first truly auspicious hexagram he had drawn in a long time. But then again, he'd mostly inquired about the family's fortunes. The Su family was patient and low-key, and with him steering the overall direction, there were rarely any signs of great misfortune or good fortune. At least for now, it's a good thing. Unfortunately, there's so little detail. We haven't discovered its origins or what this formation holds, Chuan thought to himself, deciding to inquire about the formation over the next few days. If its origins weren't known, it would ultimately be a significant threat to the Su family. This would also determine whether the Su family would choose this place as their future base. The next day, Chuan instructed Mingxin to investigate carefully to see if it could be used to establish a protective formation. Mingxin didn't understand why, but he did as he was told. Several hours later, he emerged from the Bihan Pond, his eyes filled with joy. Father, if it's just as you said, the formation in the Bihan Pond can be used to arrange the four symbols heavenly gang formation. As for this formation, it happens to be recorded in the ancient formation books I've read. It's called the Three Absolutes Dragon Locking Formation. It uses the power of three earth veins to draw in the spiritual energy within hundreds of miles around to form this formation. It is usually used to suppress large demons and fierce creatures. It is also at the top level among the third-level ceiling formations. The reason why the spiritual energy around King Jiang is so thin may be due to this formation, so that's the case. Chuan's eyes moved and he pondered. I'm just guessing. Then how do we use it to set up our clan's protective formation? Of course, we can borrow its spiritual energy to power the four symbols heavenly gang formation. I've deduced this method, and it should work. Just give me a few months. Chuan nodded slightly. You can research it first, but be sure not to damage the three absolutes dragon locking formation. Mingxin frowned. Father, are you worried that the great demon and beast trapped beneath it are still alive? That's impossible. According to Yun's observations, this formation has existed for over 1,000 years, maybe even 2,000 years. It should be dead, better safe than sorry. Chuan shook his head, his tone firm. I understand. I'll proceed with caution. Several days passed in a flash. Chuan had found nothing. The daily divination was too limited, it couldn't predict the past, but only the future based on the information asked about that day. For example, Chuan had previously asked Mingxin about the future after exploring the Bihan Pond. If someone else had done that, the result would probably be different. Perhaps a neutral hexagram would have been obtained. Never mind. Ultimately, all the questions related to the Bihantan formation are auspicious, meaning it will only benefit our Su family for now. The impact of the formation will still depend on Yunu. Chuan continued to refine his martial arts system. Drawing on his previous medicinal recipes, his understanding of martial artists, and the numerous medicinal herbs and elixirs he possessed, he tried to select the most cost-effective elixir recipes. Over the course of a month, Chuan had perfected the elixir systems for both acquired and innate martial artists. There are two types of elixir recipes for acquired martial artists, Xia Aodan and Daodan. Both combine the advantages of Qi and Blood Dan, medicinal diet, and Chuan Qianyuan. Xia Aodan is suitable for martial artists below the second rank, while Daodan is for those above the second rank. A martial arts prodigy taking one pill daily can achieve unstoppable progress. However, those with slower absorption must wait until the medicinal properties are fully digested before taking the next pill. Otherwise, the excessive medicinal properties will accumulate in the body, further solidifying the acupoints. The same applies to Daodan. Chuan estimated that cultivating a peak-acquired martial artist once took an average of 15 or 16 years, but now only 12 or 13. A genius could reach peak postnatal cultivation within 10 years. As for refining, even non-cultivators could create these elixirs. If Chuan were to do it, he could simultaneously refine 30 to 50 batches and guarantee their quality. The power of divine consciousness and the ninth flame art are truly powerful for alchemists. Currently, Chuan has reached the sixth flame level of the ninth flame art, achieving the ability to separate his mind into 6 thoughts, all remaining unified. His progress will likely slow down. There's no need to improve the qi-inducing pills for now. As for the elixirs for Qianyuan warriors, they've already reached the realm of alchemy. They utilize rare herbs, imbued with subtle spiritual energy, earning them the title of spiritual elixir. Elixirs at this level are divided into 2 categories. One is the Qianyuan Wudun, consumed by ordinary Qianyuan warriors. Even with the aid of Qianyuan medicinal foods, ordinary martial arts families would still need 15 or 16 years to reach Qianyuan perfection. The Qianyuan Wudun, developed by Chuan, could save 5 or 6 years. In other words, a guard of the Su family with excellent innate physique and dedicated training could, on par with the prodigies of the county's martial arts families, achieve Qianyuan status in their early 20s. Those with exceptional martial arts talent could reach Qianyuan perfection in another 7 or 8 years. Another option is the 5 elements Qianyuan pill, a special elixir reserved for Su family members cultivating the Qianyuan 5 elements creation technique. Combining rare medicinal herbs with 5 attributes, it balances the 5 elements and cultivates the 5 qi, far surpassing the efficacy of the 5 elements Qianyuan medicinal diet. A single serving of the 5 elements Qianyuan medicinal diet yields up to 9 pills. This is a true first-level elixir, capable only of being created by an alchemist. Refining is challenging, and failure will result if the 5 elements are out of balance. For a long time to come, Chuan alone will be the sole refiner of this elixir. By taking this elixir, even those without exceptional cultivation talent can achieve Qianyuan perfection in 5 or 6 years, and purify their spiritual roots to true perfection in 7 years at most. Even those with mediocrity can enter the immortal path in 8 or 9 years. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Ming Wei enters the immortal path, the power of the arrow path. To achieve the same speed as a warrior taking Qianyuan martial pills, the elixir required by a grandmaster warrior must be as effective as a qi condensing pill. Previously, Chuan's research on grandmaster medicinal diet was too rudimentary. Of course, this was also due to his limited knowledge at the time, as he hadn't encountered the many spiritual herbs recorded in the world of immortal cultivation. Now, he is confident that he has developed a true grandmaster martial pill. During his time dedicated to grandmaster martial pill research, he also found time to refine a batch of large and small martial pills, Qianyuan martial pills, and 5 elements Qianyuan pills to assist Su Mingyun and his team. Qianyuan level warriors are rare among the Su family's guards, so they all benefit from the Qianyuan martial pills. This includes Li Zhi, the newly appointed Qingjian County Magistrate, Cheng Fei, and Shen Guang. Many peak-stage postnatal warriors have also been granted numerous qi-inducing pills to help them quickly reach Qianyuan status. As for vassal families, only a small number are currently granted to those trusted by the Su family, such as Chen Daniu and Bai Wei. With the 5 elements Qianyuan pill, Su Mingyun finally became the last of the Su family's 5 sons, following Su Mingxun, to achieve Qianyuan perfection. Soon after, Su Diliang broke through to the 4th level of qi training. Wu Tao and the others also made progress after taking the pills. Su Mingxun found time to replace the low-grade spirit-gathering array at the Bihun Pond. He then devoted himself to researching how to harness the spiritual energy from the 3 absolutes dragon locking array to deploy the 4 symbols heavenly gang array. After half a month of intense contemplation, he finally came up with a more reliable method. Using the Bihun Pond as the central control hub, he would open branches to the 4 predetermined directions. Once the central hub was opened, spiritual energy would be channeled to support the activation of the 4 symbols heavenly gang array. The clan protection formation was meant to be deployed only at critical moments. However, repeated activation of the 4 symbols heavenly gang array, or its prolonged activation, would inevitably affect the 3 absolutes dragon locking array, causing flaws and gradually weakening its sealing power. Su Mingxin handed the final decision to Su Chuan. Su Chuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately let Su Mingxin implement the plan. He would take a step-by-step approach to the impact of the three absolutes dragon locking formation. Once activated, he could inquire about its auspiciousness daily, thus minimizing any unexpected disasters. However, Su Mingxin also admitted that with the activation of the four symbols heavenly gang formation, the gaps in the three absolutes dragon locking formation might increase the concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding area, a kind of return benefit. This was one of the key factors that ultimately motivated Su Chuan's decision. Cultivators ultimately cannot escape the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is why aristocratic sects are rooted in areas with high spiritual energy concentrations. Spiritual energy is the foundation, while elixirs are merely supplementary means to promote its growth. For example, some common spiritual herbs can increase their growth rate several times, or even 10 times, if cultivated in areas rich in spiritual energy. As for most high-level spiritual herbs, they cannot survive unless cultivated in such areas. With Su Chuan's permission, Su Mingxin began to act on his own ideas. 2 months later, Su Chuan developed the Grandmaster Martial Elixir. Due to the rarity of the ingredients, the Su family had previously collected very few. Fortunately, this was enough for Su Chuan to refine 5 or 6 furnaces. Dozens of mid to high-grade Grandmaster Martial pills would also be enough for Su Mingwei to reach Grandmaster perfection. He was the only Grandmaster in the Su family at the moment, so he could slowly collect more. 5 or 6 of the trained guards had broken through to the Xiantian realm, and the number of peak-stage postnatal warriors had surged by dozens. They were divided into 2 herb-gathering teams, which took turns patrolling the Broken Tooth Mountains every 10 days or so, searching for rare medicinal herbs and the spiritual herbs listed in the Spiritual Herb Encyclopedia. The Blue Fire Eagle would also accompany them. The Su family had cultivated these individuals with great difficulty, and they naturally didn't want them to die easily. Occasionally, when Su Mingxin and Su Mingshu grew tired of their training, they would join the herb-gathering team. On these occasions, Su Dezhao would also go along to see the beasts. He primarily wanted to see and battle them, but the Broken Tooth Mountains weren't very numerous, so he wouldn't encounter one even after 10 trips. However, he also gathered a few rare medicinal herbs and spiritual herbs that were decades old. Time flew by. Imperial City, Alchemy Palace. Yun's Hongzi finally returned after traveling for half a year. "Chief, you're back," Deacon Chen stepped forward to greet him. Yun's Hongzi nodded slightly. "Is everything alright in the hall?" "Of course it is. Both Consecrator Su and Consecrator Yunding can refine top-grade Divine Mind pills. Oh, fellow Taoist Yunding has also managed to refine one." Yun's Hongzi was slightly surprised. He deduced that true man Yunding's attainments in alchemy were somewhat inferior, so he shouldn't have been able to refine a top-grade Divine Mind pill so quickly. He's 2 or 3 months ahead of fellow Taoist Su Zhen. It's thanks to him, otherwise the major families would have stormed the alchemy hall directly to demand the pills. "Not really, isn't fellow Taoist Sanchu still here?" Yun's Hongzi frowned slightly, and the hand stroking his beard suddenly paused. Shortly after the 3 Shu Taoist priests at the Cloud Summit refined the top-grade Divine Mind pill, they went out traveling. Traveling? Did they say when they'd return? The return date is uncertain. Yun's Hongzi's eyes flashed with disappointment, and he sighed. Never mind. Whatever he does, he hasn't directly said he's leaving the Alchemy Palace. With that, Yun's Hongzi returned to the 3rd floor of the Alchemy Palace to recuperate. As time passed, the name of the 3 Shu Taoist priest faded into obscurity in the Imperial City, with only a few still remembering him. Half a year passed. With the help of the Grandmaster's martial pill, Su Mingwei achieved a breakthrough to Grandmaster perfection. That same day, he activated the secrets of the innate 5 elements creation technique, transforming his innate true ki into mana. A Grandmaster perfect warrior's combat prowess rivals that of a cultivator who has just reached the 9th level of ki training. However, after all, it wasn't a matter of cultivation techniques. After achieving innate perfection, one enters the Dao through martial arts, transitioning to the path of immortality. Su Mingwei consumed considerable energy during the transformation process, ultimately becoming only a cultivator at the peak of the 7th level of ki training. He achieved his breakthrough in a bamboo hut within the Bihan Lake. The moment of his breakthrough, a powerful aura erupted from the hut. Su Chuan, using his spiritual sense to investigate, discovered that he was only at the peak of the 7th level. At least he's at the peak of the 7th level, which is much better than the worst-case scenario of the 5th level. The rest of you can take high-grade key-condensing pills to rapidly advance your realm. Chuan's spiritual sense revealed that his dragon-like energy, blood, and flesh were preserved. Having achieved the Grandmaster's perfection, his strength had increased significantly. He could now effortlessly wield the ink dragon bow, effortlessly firing dozens or even hundreds of arrows through pure force. "Shitao, you've finally entered the immortal path," Chuan said with relief. Su Mingwei nodded and smiled. "From now on, I can help Father a lot, and I can also stand in front of you if you need anything." Hearing this, Chuan laughed and shook his head, then threw Su Mingwei a beginner storage bag. "In the future, you can put the black dragon bow and black dragon arrows in the storage bag. Inside is 2 bottles of high-grade key-gathering pills that your father prepared for you. When you're done, tell your father, no need to be polite. Yunnu is now in the middle stage of the 8th level of key training, and you have to catch up as soon as possible." "Yes, father," Su Mingwei grinned. "Oh, I almost forgot." Chuan took out another porcelain bottle from the storage bag. "There is a broken mirror pill in it. Once you have stabilized your realm, become familiar with the cultivation methods, and can use your magic power, you can take it to help you break through the 8th level of key training. One pill can directly help me break through." Su Mingwei was stunned, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. "How could you possibly know the wonders of elixir creation? Of course, this elixir is also extremely precious. Without it, and given that you've just embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, it would likely take 2 or 3 years to break through the bottleneck of the 8th level of key training." Chuan stared at Su Mingwei and continued, "In the late stages of key training, even those of us with true spiritual roots will encounter bottlenecks. For cultivators with mixed spiritual roots, the bottleneck is even more difficult. Those who can usually reach the 8th or 9th level of key training are usually at least in their 60s or 70s. Those with pseudo-spiritual roots, without the blessing of elixirs, may not even reach the late stages of key training in their lifetime. Father has some precious elixirs. When my Su family obtains the secret method of soul restraint, every core member of the clan must plant them, including those we have focused on cultivating, to prevent soul searches from revealing our family's secrets." Speaking of soul searches, Su Mingwei's face changed. His expression solemn. "Father is right. Immortal cultivators have many unique methods. We must maintain various means to prevent anyone from spying on our Su family's secrets. We must be cautious in selecting and training people, and we must periodically examine whether their loyalty to our Su family has deteriorated. People's minds change. When they are weak, they may be sincerely grateful, but the power, benefits, and pleasures brought by the strong will corrode their minds." Chuan nodded slightly when he heard this. "You have considered it very carefully. Just do it." "Yes, father. By the way," Chuan added, "wait until you break through the 8th level of key training. Use the black dragon bow to compete with father and see your current strength." Su Mingwei nodded. Chuan left him here to continue to consolidate his realm. As soon as he went out, he saw Su Mingxuan, Su Mingshu, Su Dezhao, Su Diliang and others crowded not far from the door. "What are you doing?" Chuan shook his head and laughed. Su Mingshu asked, "Father, has Big Brother achieved a breakthrough?" Chuan smiled and nodded. "Why don't you hurry up and practice so you can catch up with him?" "Yes, father." Grandfather, returning to the bamboo hut, they saw Zhang Wanqing, dressed in a light green robe, sitting on a cushion, clutching a tome on alchemy. Sometimes her brow furrowed, as if she were still deciphering something, sometimes her lips curled slightly as if she had gained new insights. Chuan smiled gently. "Not bad, not arrogant, not impatient. Based on my observations of your alchemy and pharmacology a few days ago, you're pretty much there. Let's begin formal alchemy training today, starting with his Aodan." With that, Chuan flicked his wide sleeves, and a flash of light appeared from his storage bag. An alchemy furnace flew out, then surged in size, expanding from an inch to several feet. "This furnace is a low-grade magical instrument, one I once used. The stigma has now been erased. You can refine it." "Thank you, father." With a successful Grandmaster's research on martial arts, the Su family's martial arts system was complete. Chuan had more time during the day to guide Zhang Wanqing in her alchemy practice. Of course, he wouldn't give up his own cultivation either. Now, more than half a year later, he was nearing the late 9th level of key training. Half a month later, they were a dozen miles from the Biham Pond. "Shitao, This place is open and unobstructed. Just attack with all your might, father, be careful. Su Mingwei slapped his storage bag, and the black dragon bow flew out, swelling to its normal size in the face of the wind. Previously, as he wasn't a cultivator and couldn't refine magical instruments, he couldn't shrink it. Su Mingwei grasped the black dragon bow, and 9 jet black iron arrows hovered behind him, each a low-grade magical weapon. Su Chuan was a mile or two away. Seeing Su Mingwei draw his bow and not his arrow, the arrowhead emitting a chilling light, aimed at Su Chuan, a sense of alarm rose within him. He then slapped his storage bag, and a furnace flew out. It was the Life Furnace. This was a replica of the ancient magical artifact, the Life 9 rotating furnace, created by an ancient cultivator. Alchemy furnaces aren't just for alchemy, some powerful ones also possess immense offensive power. The Life Furnace is one such example, containing a vast literal formation. Activating a magical formula unleashes a vast amount of literal, far more powerful than ordinary high-grade fire spells. Following Su Chuan's request, Su Mingwei didn't use his mana, but instead fired the arrow with pure stamina. Whoosh! A streak of black light, like lightning, shot straight at Su Chuan. The moment the ink dragon arrow was released, Su Chuan activated the Life Furnace, raising the lid. Vast swathes of crimson-purple literal erupted like a tide, forming a thick wall of fire under his control. Bang! The black lightning collided with the literal wall, unleashing a surging, raging wave of energy that spread outward. Crackling. After a few breaths, the literal wall shattered, and the arrow continued its trajectory towards Su Chuan. However, due to being blocked, most of its power was consumed, and its speed was far less terrifying than at the beginning. Su Chuan easily retreated. Su Mingwei activated a black dragon bow, and the black dragon arrow he shot out immediately flew back and landed in front of him. After a closer look, he smiled bitterly and said, "Father, the fire of your alchemy furnace is really terrifying." After only a few breaths of resistance, the black dragon arrow and I were burned. Without the protection of my own strength, I'm afraid it would be damaged after a dozen attacks. The power of a top-grade magic weapon is not comparable to that of an inferior one, and mine is also a top-quality one among the top-grade magic weapons. It is made by ancient cultivation, so its power is naturally strong. Su Chuan smiled and said, "However, your archery really didn't disappoint me, and it was worth it for me to ask the weapon refining master to make this set of bow and arrow magic weapons for you. Even if it is pure energy to draw the bow and shoot the arrow, because of its focused penetrating power, its power exceeds that of ordinary top-grade spells. I guess only top-grade spells that are good at defense can withstand it. Next, try a full-strength attack, but first, let me set up several walls of fire for father." Su Mingwei smiled. Su Chuan spent dozens of breaths setting up the third layer. After all, 2 layers were comparable to a top-grade defensive spell, but then he thought again and added 3 more. This was already his limit. It was also the effect of the 9 flame art. With his 6 thoughts united as one, each layer of the firewall was indistinguishable from the first. It would have been difficult for anyone else to achieve. "Remember, don't shoot at Daddy directly," Su Mingwei smiled faintly. The next moment, his eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. The mana of his 8th level of key training surged, channeling into the ink dragon bow and ink dragon arrow. The power of a magical weapon could only be unleashed by a cultivator. The ink dragon bow was a mid-grade magical weapon, and the ink dragon arrow was only a low-grade one. Yet, as they pointed at him, Su Chuan felt a sense of life and death. Su Mingwei slightly deflected the arrowhead, and the feeling dissipated. "It seems I underestimated it," Su Chuan thought to himself. Before, the attack power was close to that of a top-grade magical weapon. Now, unleashing its might and harnessing its mana is more than just a matter of adding 1 and 1. "I'm afraid it's on par with a top-grade magical weapon." Su Mingwei's eyes transformed into eagle-like glints, seemingly able to discern the weak spots in the firewall, which greatly surprised him. After becoming an immortal cultivator, this innate talent seemed to have undergone a new transformation. Without giving it much thought, he shouted softly, "Break!" With the words, another black lightning flashed out, even faster than the previous attack. Bang, bang, bang! In the blink of an eye, the firewall was breached by 3 layers, causing Su Chuan's eyelids to twitch. Something was wrong. How could the power be so overwhelming? Then, 2 more cracks of the firewall shattering. In a few breaths, only 1 firewall remained before Su Chuan. Chapter 124. It's time. short and weak. A few more breaths passed. The last layer of the firewall was breached. Puzzled, Chuan leaped a few times before Su Mingwei. This truly exceeds my expectations. If you had a full complement of top-grade magical instruments, you might have achieved this power, but why? Su Mingwei retracted the ink dragon bow and smiled faintly. Father, just now, when I was concentrating all my magic power, my eyes felt strange. I spotted a weak spot in your firewall. I attacked that weak spot, and only then was I able to achieve this level of power. Targeting the weak spot, Chuan froze. The Grandmaster's perfect physical strength, the extra strength granted by innate divine power, the ultra-long-range vision granted by eagle eyes, and now targeting the weak spot? This was too powerful. Wasn't it like a fixed turret? That was a foul. No, it could be even stronger. Chuan immediately realized that if Su Mingwei's weaknesses were compensated, even fixed turrets would be destroyed. Only mobile turrets would be invulnerable. From then on, unless someone far surpassed his realm in strength, he would be truly invincible among his peers. Chuan thought of the only speed-related talent among the 3 generations, swift wind-chasing lightning. He might even be able to find a breath-suppressing spell or magical instrument in the future. Father, Su Mingwei called out, bringing him back to his senses. He said calmly, "What's the matter, do you want to continue?" Chuan pondered for a moment before saying, "Try again. This time, don't aim for the weak points in the firewall. See how far you can reach. Before that, let me rest for a moment." Activating the Phoenix Furnace 6 times in a row to create 6 layers of firewall took a significant amount of his mana. In the second attempt, Su Mingwei only broke through the 4th layer, stopping at the 5th. Chuan smiled faintly. This was in line with his expectations. However, if the Su family could afford it in the future, they would definitely replace Su Mingwei with a top-grade magical instrument. The power of a top-grade instrument far surpassed that of a mid-grade one. That's all. From now on, practice well. You still need to take care of family affairs first. Yes, Father. By the way, Shitao, do you still remember the prayer I asked you to memorize? Chuan said casually. Of course I do. Recite it for Father. In the year of Yi, reverently worship the ancestors. May their virtues be passed down to future generations and benefit the whole family. Never slack off throughout the years, and be filial and sincere. Chuan then blessed him with swift wind-chasing lightning. Indeed, when the next head of the family is chosen, they must remember this, too. I will, Father. Then, the two returned to Bahantan. Su Mingwei descended the mountain. He had matters to attend to, and someone needed to be present at the mansion. Looking at Su Mingshu and Su Mingxun beneath the demon fruit tree, Chuan twirled his short beard. Next year, we should be able to produce 2 more cultivators who have reached the 6th level of key training. As for Aon, he probably won't enter the immortal path until the year after. Currently, Chuan's storage bag holds the supplies for things like the key condensing and gathering key pills. He also has a full supply of ingredients for martial arts elixirs, save for the Grandmaster martial pills. In a few years, the Su family will definitely connect with the Yuhu County immortal cultivation families and gather spiritual herbs. Otherwise, if they're all used up, they'll be hard to sustain. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. Chuan summoned Su Mingxun to inquire about the progress of the clan protection formation. Preliminary preparations are almost complete. We can officially set up the formation in a few days, and it should be complete in about 2 or 3 days. Chuan clapped his hands and smiled. Very good. Once you're ready, don't activate it yet. Wait for my notification, then try activating it to see if it affects the 3 absolutes dragon locking formation. Got it, Father. A few days later. Silently, Su Mingxun had already set up the 4 symbols heavenly gang formation. A second-tier, top-grade formation could probably only be created by a first or second-tier aristocratic family. Chuan felt it was too ostentatious and should be kept as a trump card, not deployed except at critical moments. He would then search for a first-tier, top-grade formation to set outside the 4 symbols heavenly gang formation. He had already discussed this with Su Mingxun, and he had promised to go out to the market to search once he was done with his busy schedule. As for asking him to create his own first-tier formation, it was still a bit difficult. The art of formations was far more challenging than the art of alchemy, the art of weapons, and the art of talismans. To truly become a master of formations, even with natural talent, Su Mingxin would need at least 10 years. The next day, after midnight, Su Chuan used daily divination. Today's hexagram is Ping. Your fifth son, Su Mingxin, activated the formation for the first time, causing the three absolutes dragon locking formation to vibrate. The sealing force was weakened, and the peak level third order water dragon, suppressed here for over 2,000 years, awakened. A wisp of its spiritual sense surveyed the surroundings, briefly gazing at the Su family before returning to its composure. A peak level third order water dragon, Su Chuan was deeply shocked upon seeing this hexagram. If this dragon escaped and began to wreak havoc, the entire Wei dynasty would be annihilated. But since it's Ping, I don't think it can escape now, and it has no intention of harming our Su family. Furthermore, not to mention the over 2,000 years it's been suppressed here, the fact that it's cultivated to the peak of the third order means it must have existed for at least hundreds or even thousands of years. I wonder how long this dragon has left. Su Chuan only knew that demonic beasts often have much longer lifespans than human cultivators. While dragons, while not as long-lived as turtles of their rank, are still among the longest-lived demonic beasts. 3 or 4,000 years, right. The next day, Su Mingxin activated the four symbols heavenly gang formation, but its power didn't unleash. Otherwise, the surging spiritual energy would gather and form, transforming into the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, a sign of a celestial shift. A translucent curtain of light instantly solidified, covering the sky like a dome, shrouding the area for dozens of miles around the Biham Pond. The foundation for my Su family's rise has been established. Su Chuan gazed up at the sky, a faint smile playing on his lips. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed that the formation's light curtain couldn't conceal anything. However, he also knew that he couldn't remain here for long. While this place had been blessed with the four symbols heavenly gang formation, it also posed a greater hidden danger. The potential for this hidden danger was uncertain. It was likely that it would be resolved soon. But is it the senior who was sealed under the three absolutes dragon locking formation? Although Su Chuan hadn't noticed, he knew it in advance and wanted to use it to communicate with a dragon. Huh? A mere key condensation cultivator actually possesses divine consciousness? You're quite lucky, young human. But how did you discover me? Even if you possess divine consciousness comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, you wouldn't have been able to detect my presence. Su Chuan continued transmitting his consciousness into the void. My son is a renowned formation master. He told me the name of this formation, the sealing formation, often used to suppress great demons. That young cultivator was able to utilize the spiritual energy of the three absolutes dragon locking formation to construct another formation. He truly possesses a talent for formations. My awakening has temporarily freed my consciousness, and I've earned his gratitude. A deep voice echoed directly into Su Chuan's consciousness. If you let him help me out of this predicament, I can help your clan rise up and become the master of this area. Senior, please don't be ridiculous. My Su family can also rise up on its own. Your promise really makes me doubt your thoughts. You must hate the human race very much after suppressing them for thousands of years, right? The voice in the sea of consciousness was silent. I know one thing, the greater the empty promises, the more suspicious one becomes of the underlying motives. For a trade, it's best if one's power and status are equal, or if one possesses a fatal advantage. You, young human, are quite perceptive and insightful, but you wouldn't speak to me for no reason, would you? Do you have something to ask? Su Chuan smiled faintly. I simply wish to know how long you will live. If my Su family continues to utilize the protective formation, it will surely expedite your escape from the seal, and determine whether my family will migrate or remain here. HMPH, you're so bold as to try to inquire about my lifespan. Su Chuan's words seemed to provoke the dragon's wrath. Sealed for over 2,000 years, how could he not resent it? Without this fate, he might have even reached the 4th level transformed demonic beast realm, truly becoming a dominant demon. But now, not only has he made no progress, his strength has relegated him to the Foundation establishment stage. Even if he escaped, it would take more than 10 years of recuperation to return to peak condition. As for his lifespan, it was naturally short, at most 200 or 300 years. It seems I really don't have much left, Su Chuan thought to himself. If I still had another 1,000 or two, this wouldn't be the case. After pondering for a moment, Su Chuan decided to test him. Why are you so angry, senior? It seems I don't have much left. I'm afraid I don't have even 1/10 of the lifespan of your Qianyuan clan. Qianyuans are considered immortal. At your level, you should have a lifespan of 4 or 5,000 years. Now you don't even have 4 or 500. Seeing that he didn't answer, Chuan tested him again. No, maybe not even 100 years. How dare you? It seems I still have more than 100 years, 2 or 300. Chuan pondered inwardly, then smiled and said, don't blame me, senior. Even if I have 2 or 300 years, I'm much longer than the rest of us. If I can't break through to the foundation establishment stage, I'm afraid I'll die after 60 years, Chuan flattered him. That's right. Humans are but ants. 100 years pass in the blink of an eye, but senior, you were also suppressed by those so-called ant-like cultivators. Don't underestimate us humans, Chuan repeatedly tugged at his nerves. Actually, our Su family has established itself here, taking root here. We share a connection, senior. Why not join forces for mutual benefit? How do you mean by join? The voice in his sea of consciousness abruptly stopped. Chuan was startled for a moment, then a wry smile played on his face. Is it time to keep watch already? It's a bit short and feeble, 2 or 300 years, Chuan muttered, then instructed Su Mingxin to put away the formation. Su Mingxin finished, walked over, and asked curiously, who was father communicating with just now? What do you think? Chuan's lips curled slightly, turning and heading back into the bamboo hut. It must be a spiritual communication that allowed me to remain completely unaware. Is it the great demon beneath the Bihan pond? Su Mingxin followed him inside. After Zhang Wanqing formally began studying alchemy, a new bamboo hut was built nearby for her to live in. Su Diling went to the surrounding area to practice magic, accompanied by Wu Tao and Shen Qingyi. That's a peak level 3rd tier dragon. I just spoke with it and learned a few things. He was sealed here by a powerful human cultivator and harbors resentment towards humanity. The seal, spanning over 2,000 years, has left him with only 2 or 300 years of life left. Su Mingxin was horrified and couldn't help but ask, Father, how did you know that? Father has his own ways, Chuan said with a faint smile. Indeed, Father is quite skilled in divination, so he must have a way of finding out. After Chuan sat down cross-legged, he continued, you knew. What do you think the 4 symbols heavenly gang formation will do to it? How long will it take for the formation to break? The impact will be significant, causing it to have more and more flaws, but Yu feels it will be safe for at least 100 years. Oh, why do you say that? Firstly, my Su family keeps a low profile and rarely makes enemies. Even if we do have enemies, we will surely find a way to eliminate them quickly, and the frequency of using the 4 symbols heavenly gang formation shouldn't be high. Even if we calculate it as once a year, for several hours each time, I don't think it will take 100 years for the 3 absolutes dragon locking formation to develop a major flaw, allowing the dragon to escape. Thinking of the various benefits of a 3rd level dragon, Su Mingxin added, Father, if my Su family can outlast the 3rd level dragon, it would be a great fortune. It is fortune. Chuan glanced at Su Mingxin. If they are enemies, we should use whatever means necessary to kill them. However, we can also be friends, which will bring many benefits to our Su family. As friends, with his protection, my Su family will have an extra foundation to protect, and with the help of our Su family, he can get out of trouble sooner. This is the connection between our mutual interests. However, this is just my speculation. Whether it is feasible, Father will plan carefully. If we really can't be friends, even if we don't use the 4 symbols Qianyuan formation in the future, we must seal him here and seize the fortune of his corpse. Father is the most cautious in doing things. Don't worry, this matter is settled. I will go to the Imperial City in some days to look for a first-grade top-grade formation. Chuan nodded slightly, handed him the Lei family token, more than 400 spirit stones and 2 bottles of key-gathering pills, and instructed, take the Lei family token. If you encounter difficulties with the aristocratic families, you can take it out to deter them. In addition, there are secret methods of soul restriction, such as the 4 classics of breath-restricting tactics, spirit beast restriction, and alchemy formation and instrument talismans, which can all be collected. Of course, in terms of alchemy, unless it is an ancient book of alchemy recipes, the rest do not need to be considered. I'll keep an eye on it. Su Mingxin's cultivation hadn't fallen behind in the past 6 months. Nearly a year had passed since he broke through to the 8th level of key training, and he was approaching the late 8th level. As long as he could reach the peak of the 8th level, and with the help of the realm-breaking pill, he could advance directly to the 9th level. In a few years, the Su family would have 2 9th-level key training cultivators and 1 perfect key training cultivator, which would be quite a few, even among the key training families in the imperial city. Admittedly, compared to their early and middle-stage cultivators, the Su family was far behind. As far as he knew, the key training families in Yuhu County all had at least 20 cultivators within their ancestral lineage, but most had only 3 or 4, or even fewer, in the early, middle, or late stages of key training, and some of these were recruited independent cultivators. Several families only reached the 8th level, which was only considered a 6th-grade key training family. The Su family had significant ambitions. If they became prominent, they would surely strive to become a top-tier 5th-grade key training family. But besides requiring a cultivator of the highest realm, a 5th-rank key training family also required at least 10 cultivators within the clan. Within a few years, Su Mingwei and the other 5 could all enter the immortal path. Adding Su Chuan himself, Wu Tao, Shen Qingyi, Zhang Wanqing, and Su Diliang, that would make a total of 10. Su Dezhao had just reached the Xiantian realm, and given 6 or 7 years, he might also have a chance to embark on the immortal path. Su Chuan considered keeping Su Mingwei and the others under wraps for the time being when he ascended to key training status. After all, he could recruit independent cultivators to fill the gap. However, on closer inspection, this would only create a sense of secrecy and intrigue. After all, they couldn't remain hidden forever. Any cultivator of comparable strength could see through their cultivation. It would be best if they could acquire the breath retention technique and deliberately withhold a few levels of their cultivation. Masquerading as inferior, then slowly release them over a few years. As long as they appeared inferior, the other key training families wouldn't suspect anything. After all, it is the same in their clan. There are only a few geniuses, and most of those who have the qualifications to cultivate immortals are mediocre. Chapter 125 Yuhu County, Su Family. Shortly after Su Mingxin taught Su Chuan the incantations for opening and closing the 4 symbols Heavenly Gang formation, he departed. His own cultivation was nearing the late 8th level of key training, possessing a top-grade flying sword, mid-grade defensive magical instruments, and impressive mastery of formations. He was also quite resourceful. Therefore, Su Chuan felt relatively at ease with Su Mingxin's adventures. Of course, he would occasionally divine Su Mingxin's fortunes. At night, during rest time, Bai Jing suddenly asked, "Why is Qianyuan out again?" Su Chuan removed his outer robe, revealing his undergarments. He climbed onto the bed and said calmly, "Let him run something. Don't make a fuss, I understand, but I still worry." Su Chuan stroked her black hair, tinged with frosty white, and said softly, "It's a mother's nature. Don't worry, Qianyuan will be back in 10 days or half a month. Besides, the children are grown, and even the grandchildren are not young anymore. It's time for them to go out and explore the world. Are we going to stay here and do nothing? How can we continue to develop?" "That's true, my husband," Bai Jing sighed. "All right, let's go to bed, my husband. Don't stay up too late. Get some rest." The next day, the Su family team entered the mountains again. This time, Su Mingxin and Su Mingshu led the team. They moved swiftly through the forest. Su Mingshu sat cross-legged on the back of a nearly 10-foot-tall white tiger with scarlet gold eyes. She wore a narrow-sleeved crimson gauze gown embroidered with gold thread in a tangle of twining branches. Her long black hair was tied high in a ponytail, held in place only by a scarlet-colored silk. It rustled as the tiger strode. A jade belt hung from her waist, a 3-foot-long blade slung from its scabbard, its tassel adorned with a 7-treasure bell. She exuded unparalleled grace and radiant elegance. In contrast, Su Mingxun was a more reserved figure, clad in a green robe and a gold crown with intricate patterns. His hair was held in place by a mutton-fat jade hairpin, its tip dangling an inch or so of apricot yellow tassel. A dark belt hung from his waist, a 3-foot-long dragon abyss dangling from its side, its sheath as dark as ancient sandalwood. Su Mingxun, hands clasped behind his back, lifted the tips of his densely woven gold-threaded cloud-patterned boots with a simple tap, and he was like a crane skimming the waves, suddenly 3 feet away. He possessed a more relaxed and carefree demeanor. The group consisted of 18 people, the weakest of whom was a peak-stage cultivator. Above them, 2 giant cyan eagles, nearly 6 feet tall, circled, their heads ablaze with faint cyan flames. Another eagle remained at the Bihan Pond, ready to deliver a message if Chuan needed to contact them urgently. Zhao, I told you not to come with us. Your priority now is to cultivate diligently and catch up with us as quickly as possible so you can contribute more effectively in the future. Su Mingshu glanced at Su Dezhao, who was following beside her. He was also in Qianyuan, so her speed wouldn't be enough to keep up with him. And, I'm already in Qianyuan. You should have let me join the herb-picking team long ago and train with you. Zuji, Zhao's here, so that's it. Alright then, Su Mingshu sighed softly, glancing at the others. If you encounter danger, remember to protect the eldest young master. Yes, Miss Mingshu. The others clasped their fists together. Even as they spoke, they never paused. Over the past 2 years, they had explored many areas of the Broken Tooth Mountains, but due to limited knowledge, they might have missed many rare medicinal herbs and even elixirs, so they had to re-explore. Meanwhile, a similar group appeared over 10 miles away, though only 7 people. 6 of them wore black robes and dark blue belts around their waists. Their auras varied, ranging from the strongest to peak late-stage Qianyuan warrior, while the weakest possessed the strength of an early Qianyuan warrior. The remaining figure, clad in a brocade robe, had a completely different aura, lacking the surging blood and energy of the others, but rather possessing a more refined and ethereal air. The leading middle-aged man in a black robe said, "Young Master Dongxi, is it worth continuing in such a thin spiritual energy area?" The brocade-robed young man, Su Dongxi, turned and glanced at him. Although the spiritual energy is thin, high-level spiritual herbs are indeed difficult to grow, but that doesn't mean there aren't any lower-level spiritual herbs. Even if it's been untouched for hundreds of years, there are still centuries-old spiritual herbs. In short, explore this mountain area thoroughly before returning. If you find anything, you will receive martial arts elixirs as a reward from your family. Otherwise, with only ordinary spiritual medicines, you won't be able to defeat the other teams. The mention of martial arts elixirs made the 6 guards' eyes light up, especially the mid to late stage warriors, who had received rewards several times. These were far more potent than the so-called innate medicinal foods found in ordinary grandmaster families. Even a key cultivating family without a notable alchemist would be unable to develop such elixirs. You don't want to be outdone by the other teams, do you? The 6 exchanged glances, clasping their fists and bowing. We'll follow Master Dongxi's orders. Su Dongxi waved his hand, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Continue exploring. Yes, Su Dongxi, the overlord of Yuhu County and a scion of the Su family, one of the 2 great foundation-building families. He was only 29 years old, possessing mixed spiritual roots. He began his practice at the age of 6, spending several months on the path to immortality. After 6 years of cultivation, he reached the peak of the 3rd level of key training. However, he encountered a bottleneck in the middle stage, and it took him nearly 2 years to break through. After breaking through, his progress slowed considerably. Now, 4 years later, he's only reached the peak of the 4th level, having been stuck at the bottleneck for over a year. While the Su family recruited independent alchemists and trained their own alchemists, their talent in alchemy was limited, far inferior to Joseon of the Zhou family. A scion of a family with mixed spiritual roots like Su Dongxi would receive at least 4 or 5 mana-enhancing pills each month, and even receive spirit stones for cultivation. However, for those with pseudo-spiritual roots, producing 1 elixir a month was considered a good outcome, let alone spiritual stones, as they relied almost entirely on their own. They couldn't compare to the Zhou family, let alone the Su family. With Su Chuan, the Su family's descendants were guaranteed to have no shortage of elixirs. And every one of them possessed mid to high-grade elixirs. Of course, his family possessed the innate 5 elements creation technique, but anyone embarking on the path to immortality had a foundation of true spiritual roots, something even the Golden Core families couldn't match. He had volunteered to undertake the mission and search for spiritual elixirs, hoping to obtain a century-old elixir and thereby earn a family reward. A barrier-breaking pill would be enough to allow him to advance directly to the 5th level of key training, bypassing the bottleneck. Every immortal cultivation family's resources favored geniuses, such as those with true spiritual roots. On the other hand, those like him, who could achieve breakthroughs faster than their peers, were also favored by the family. Over an hour later, a peak-level postnatal warrior in the Su family's ranks suddenly spotted a small, faint blue flower growing amidst the rocks to their left. "Third Master, Miss Mingshu, there's a blue heart flower up ahead," He leaped forward, attempting to pluck it. Su Mingxun, Su Mingshu, and the others turned to look. Just as he approached, a dark figure leaped out and suddenly slapped him in the chest. Puff, the man immediately vomited blood and flew backward 7 or 8 meters. Wang Yan, a familiar patrol member's face changed slightly as he called out. Go and bring Wang Yan back and check on his injuries. The rest of you, stand guard. Su Mingxun's expression darkened. An innate warrior examined him and said, fortunately, his heart meridians are intact, only his internal organs are slightly damaged. Here, Wang Yan, take this pill. Wang Yan swallowed it immediately and felt much better. The black-robed figure across from him saw the peak-level cultivator consume the pill, and his eyes lit up with a glint of brilliance. But the sight of Su Mingxun, Su Mingshu, and the white tiger beneath him gave him a slight start. Hearing the commotion, Su Dingzhen and the others approached. Seeing the other person startled for a moment, he asked, what happened? Su Mingshu glared at him and said bluntly, your men severely injured my guards for no apparent reason. What's the matter? The black-robed man immediately clasped his fists and said, Master Dingzhen, it was I who first discovered that decades-old blue heart flower. You said you discovered it first, so you did. But why didn't you rush out to pick it first? Instead, you attacked and injured my guards as they were about to pick it. Su Dezhao was also furious, a hint of anger growing between his brows. Do I need to attack as Qianyuan? I was going to pick it too, but he just happened to dart out. You have to be careful in the mountains and forests, so I attacked him. Su Dingzhen smiled faintly. It seems like a misunderstanding. I see your guards are fine. How about we just let it go? Su Mingxun, not wanting to cause trouble, nodded slightly. Su Dingzhen scanned Su Mingshu's team with his mind and discovered 6 Qianyuan warriors. The woman on the tiger's back and the man in green robes surged with vitality, surpassing even the strongest warriors on his own team. They must be warriors at the perfect Qianyuan realm. They're no older than 30, yet they've reached Qianyuan perfection. 2 have appeared in quick succession, and there's still 1 to go. His eyes fell on Su Dezhao. Still immature, barely 16 yet already reaching the middle Qianyuan stage? What family is this child of, to cultivate such a talent? Either all 3 of them must be exceptionally gifted in martial arts, or the family possesses abundant resources, and this is definitely not the Qianyuan medicinal food of an ordinary martial arts family. Are you from the Zhou family? Su Dingzhen remembered Zhou Sen, a master of alchemy. The family must have abundant resources for martial arts elixirs, capable of cultivating martial arts masters. What does it have to do with you? Su Mingshu raised an eyebrow. That's not your answer. After all, I've never heard of such a young middle Qianyuan among important members of the Zhou family, Su Dingzhen pondered. While immortal cultivators look down on martial arts masters, they had to admit that at least they were not weak in combat and could assist in hunting demonic beasts. Therefore, many key cultivating families would cultivate important members of their clan who lack the talent for cultivation into the martial arts. He bowed and said, I am Su Dingzhen, from the Su family of Yuhu County. May I ask your name, young lady? Su Mingshu ignored him. Su Mingxun's brows furrowed upon hearing this. The Su family, a foundation-building family as renowned as the Zhou family, the Su family, indeed. Su Mingxun clasped his fists and said, so it's the Su family. I've long heard of your name. Since you were the first to discover this blue heart flower, it naturally belongs to you. We'll explore elsewhere and then part ways. Upon hearing the name foundation-building family, Su Mingshu and Su Dezhao's expressions changed. They both knew that their family's current situation, still gathering strength, made it unsuitable for them to be noticed by such immortal cultivation families. Even if they weren't afraid of them, they remained subdued for now. Su Mingxun and his men turned and headed in another direction. The black-robed guard who had been there looked at them and immediately said to Su Dingzhen, young Master Dingzhen, they should have quite a few medicinal pills on them. Just now, I saw that postnatal warrior severely injured by me, and they immediately gave him a healing pill. It seemed to be of very good quality, and in the blink of an eye, the postnatal warrior's injuries healed significantly. Oh? They're willing to give such a healing pill to a postnatal warrior. Su Dingzhen was quite surprised. If it were an innate warrior, that would be normal. After all, possessing innate true ki, they were already comparable to first or second level immortal cultivators. However, immortal cultivation families generally didn't value postnatal warriors. Unless they possessed exceptional martial arts talent and were at the peak of the postnatal realm, under the age of 20. But it's also possible that they value these peak postnatal warriors, Su Dingzhen suggested. Could they be a martial arts family? Asked another black-robed guard. Su Dingzhen shook his head. Have you ever seen a martial arts family that can tame a demonic beast? Hiss, the others gasped, their faces filled with horror. The black-robed leader said, Master Dingzhen, that white tiger is indeed a demonic beast. No wonder it gives me such a strong sense of oppression. Indeed, it's a demonic beast of the 3rd level of key training. After several years, the white tiger with red gold pupils, despite its inferior aptitude, finally reached the 3rd level of key training. As for the 3 brothers, the blue fire eagle, their growth rate was not slow. They are now at the peak of the 3rd level of key training, and only a little more accumulation is needed to enter the 4th level. But it seems that the growth rate will slow down later. Sir, I've never heard of any family in Yuhu County capable of taming spirit beasts. Could they be from other counties? Su Dingzhen pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, perhaps they're one of our Yuhu County's low-key cultivating families, keeping a low profile, and therefore come to this place with so little spiritual energy to collect spiritual herbs and hunt demonic beasts. Sir, your analysis is sound. How could someone from another county come here? The black-robed leader paused, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Sir, should we? Su Dingzhen watched him wipe his neck and pondered. Sir, in all of Yuhu County, besides the Zhou family, why should our Su family take other families seriously? Besides, they aren't cultivators, and certainly not the most important members of the families. Even if they find out later, are we still afraid they'll come to our Su family to call us to task? The black-robed leader's words were well-founded. Still, Su Dingzhen shook his head. Do you think just because you're all Xiantian, you can kill them? The woman in red and the man in green riding the white tiger demon beast are both at the perfect Xiantian stage, and the youngest is at the middle Xiantian stage. Their entire team, not counting the white tiger, has 6 members. Even with my magic, they still have the white tiger demon beast guarding them, so the outcome is unpredictable. 2 perfect Xiantians? I see they're not even standing there yet, right? Su Dingzhen glanced disdainfully and said, otherwise, why do you think I'm being so polite to them? Warriors lack divine sense, and unless they engage in combat, it's difficult to accurately gauge each other's strength. Su Dingzhen, worthy of being a core member of a prominent clan, was cautious. If he really attacked, 2 blue fire eagles at the peak of the 3rd level of key training were waiting in the sky. Even if these 3 demon beasts attacked simultaneously, they would likely injure most of them, or even kill them all. Let's go over there again. With that, Su Dingzhen and the Su family guards turned in the opposite direction of Su Mingxu and his group. A cup of tea later, Su Mingxu looked at Su Mingxu and said, Zuji, ask the blue fire eagle if they were chasing us, and which direction they went. Ada? Su Mingxu shouted softly, and a cyan figure swooped down from the sky, landing not far from Su Mingxu. With a flap of its wings, sand and rocks flew everywhere. Let's go check on that group from before. Ada, the blue fire eagle, nodded, and immediately took off, disappearing in a flash. Having them around makes things much easier, Su Mingxu sighed. Yes, with Ada and Air here, we can easily kill them all. It doesn't matter if they're from the Su family or any other family. As long as we don't let any of them escape, there's no problem. Su Mingxu still felt unwilling to give up. Su Mingxu shook his head and chuckled, looking at Su Daxiao. Zhao, what do you think? Zhao thinks. Su Daxiao pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up as if in a sudden realization. Grandfather said we should never underestimate any cultivator. Even if we could kill them all. The Su family is a foundation-building family with a deep heritage. How could we know they haven't used their secrets on Su Dingzhen? If we kill him rashly and return home like this, perhaps within half a day, another Su cultivator would come knocking. Even if we manage to kill him, how can we be sure the next one won't be a foundation-building ancestor of the Su family? End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.